Riddled with canister shot and bullets, the window on the first floor and the dormer windows in the roof were slowly being destroyed. The combatants who had been posted there had been forced to take cover. This, in fact, is a tactic for attacking barricades, to sustain fire so as to exhaust the insurgents' ammunition if they make the mistake of firing back. When you can tell from the slackening of their response that they have run out of gunpowder and bullets, you take them by storm. Enjolras had not fallen into this trap. The barricade held its fire. At every volley, Gavroche thrust his tongue in his cheek, a sign of utter contempt. "Go on," he said, "let rip. We need bandages." Courfeyrac jeered at the canister shot for its negligible effect and addressed the cannon, "You're overextending yourself, old boy. There is as much intrigue involved in battle as there is in the ballroom." It is likely that this silence from the redoubt began to unnerve the besiegers and make them fear some unexpected turn of events, and they may well have felt the need to see through this mound of cobblestones, to know what was going on behind this impassive wall that was being fired on but not responding. Suddenly, the insurgents noticed a helmet glinting in the sunlight on a neighboring roof. A fireman stood resting against a tall chimney stack, apparently there as a lookout. He had a view right down inside the barricade. "There's an unwelcome observer," said Enjolras. Jean Valjean had returned Enjolras's rifle, but he had his own gun. Without a word, he took aim at the fireman, and a second later the helmet, struck by a bullet, fell clattering into the street. The panic-stricken soldier was quickly gone. A second observer took his place. This one was an officer. Jean Valjean, who had reloaded his gun, took aim at the newcomer and sent the officer's helmet to join the soldiers. The officer did not persist, and speedily withdrew. This time the warning was understood. No one else appeared on the roof, and spying on the barricade was given up as a bad job. "Why didn't you kill the man?" Bossuet asked Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean did not reply. 12. Disorder upholds order. Bossuet muttered in Combeferre's ear, "He didn't answer my question." "He's a man who does good deeds with a gun," said Combeferre. Those who have retained some memory of this already distant period know that the outer city National Guard proved its mettle against the insurrections. It fought particularly fiercely and valiantly in the days of June 1832. Any self-respecting tavern keeper in Pantin, Des Vertus, or La Cunette whose establishment was closed down by the riots grew bold as a lion at the sight of his deserted dance hall and got himself killed so as to preserve the order represented by the outskirts pleasure gardens. In those days, at once bourgeois and heroic, when ideas had their crusaders, mercenary interests had their champions. The prosaic nature of the motive detracted nothing from the valor of the gesture. Diminishing stacks of gold and silver coin had bankers singing the Marseillaise. Men would lyrically shed their blood for the sake of trade, and with Lacedaemonian fervor defend that great patria in miniature, the shop. Basically, it must be said, there was nothing to laugh about, this was all very serious. These were social elements in conflict with each other, pending the day when they will be in harmony. Another sign of the times was anarchy combined with governmentalism, the barbarous term for the establishment party. People were in favor of order with unruliness. Suddenly, the drum would beat a call to arms, at a command given on impulse by some colonel of the National Guard. On the spur of the moment, some captain would leap into action, some National Guardsman would fight by conviction and on his own account. In the moments of crisis during those days, men were guided not so much by their leaders as by their instincts. In that army for law and order were some real irregulars, those of the sword like Fannicot, those of the pen like Henri Fonfrède. Civilization, unfortunately represented at that time more by a conglomeration of interests than by a group of principles, was, or believed itself to be, in peril. It sounded the alarm. Each individual, taking center stage, defended it, aided it and protected it as he saw fit. and all and sundry took it upon themselves to save society. Zeal sometimes went as far as extermination. A platoon of National Guardsmen would on its own authority set itself up as a court-martial, and would sit in judgment and execute within 5 minutes any insurgent taken prisoner. It was an ad hoc body of this sort that had killed Jean Prouvaire. That ferocious lynch law for which no party is entitled to castigate any other, since it is applied by the Republic in America as well as by the monarchy in Europe. This lynch law was fraught with misapprehension. On one day of rioting, a young poet named Paul M. Garnier was chased in Place Royale with a bayonet at his back, and only escaped by taking refuge in the carriage gateway of number 6. People shouted, "That's another of those Saint Simonians!" And they tried to kill him. The fact was, he was carrying under his arm a volume of the Duc de Saint-Simon's memoirs. A National Guardsman had read the word Saint Simon on the book and shouted, "Death to the Saint Simonian!" On the 6th of June 1832, a company of National Guards from the city outskirts, commanded by the above-mentioned Captain Fannicot, out of sheer caprice and wilfulness contrived to get themselves decimated in Rue de la Chanvrerie. Peculiar as the incident was, it was confirmed by the judicial investigation into the insurrection of 1832. Captain Fannicot, a bold and impatient bourgeois, a sort of condottiere of law and order, one of those we have just characterized, a fanatical and unruly governmentalist, could not resist the temptation to open fire prematurely or his ambition of capturing the barricade on his own, that is to say, with his company. Infuriated by the successive appearance of the red flag in the old coat that he mistook for the black flag, he openly criticized the generals and senior officers who were still deliberating, who thought that the moment had not yet come for a decisive assault, and were letting the insurrection stew in its own juices, to use the celebrated expression of one of them. He himself thought the barricade was ripe, and since whatever is ripe ought to fall, he gave it a try. He commanded men as resolute as himself, wild men, a witness said. His company, the one that had shot the poet Jean Prouvaire, was at the head of the battalion posted at the corner of the street. Just when it was least expected, the captain sent his men against the barricade. This move, carried out with more eagerness than strategy, cost Fannicot's company dear. Before it was 2/3 down the street it met with a volley of fire from the barricade. 4 of them, the most audacious, who were running ahead, were struck down within point-blank range at the very foot of the redoubt, and this courageous mob of National Guards, very brave men but lacking in military tenacity, had to fall back, after some hesitation, leaving 15 corpses in the street. That momentary hesitation gave the insurgents time to reload their weapons, and a second and most deadly volley overtook the company before it could regain shelter at the corner of the street. At one point it was caught in the crossfire, sustaining casualties inflicted by its own artillery, which, not having received the order, had not stopped firing. The intrepid and reckless Fannicot was one of those killed by this shelling. He was killed by the cannon, that is to say, by law and order. More furious than serious, this attack annoyed Enjolras. "The fools," he said. "They're getting their own men killed and using up our ammunition for nothing." Enjolras spoke like the true insurgency general that he was. Insurrection and repression do not fight with equal weapons. Soon drained, insurrection has only a certain number of shots to fire and a certain number of combatants to expend. An empty cartridge box, a man killed, cannot be replaced. Having the army at its disposal, repression keeps no count of men, and having Vincennes, it keeps no count of shots. Repression has as many regiments as the barricade has men, and as many arsenals as the barricade has cartridge boxes. So these are conflicts of 1 against 100, which always end with the crushing of the barricade, unless revolution, suddenly breaking out, throws into the balance its archangel's flaming sword. This does happen. Then the whole place is up in arms, the streets erupt, the people's redoubts are everywhere, Paris thrills in its sovereignty, the quid divinum emerges, a 10th of August is in the air, a 29th of July is in the air, a wonderful light appears, the gaping jaws of might draw back, and the lion that is the army sees standing serenely before it the prophet that is France. 13. Fleeting glimmers. In the chaos of sentiments and passions that defend a barricade, there is everything: bravery, youth, integrity, enthusiasm, idealism, conviction, the addiction of the gambler and, above all, intermittent hopefulness. One of those vague frissons of such intermittent hope suddenly ran through the Chambéry barricade at the most unexpected moment. "Listen," came an abrupt cry from Enjolras, always on the alert. "I think Paris is rousing itself." It is unquestionable that during the morning of the 6th of June there was for an hour or two some sort of renewed outbreak of insurrection. The persistent tolling of St. Mary's revived some fanciful notions. Attempts were made to build barricades in Rue du Poirier and Rue de Gravelliers. At the Saint-Martin gate, a lone young man armed with a rifle attacked a squadron of cavalry. Out in the open, in the middle of the boulevard, he went down on one knee, brought his weapon up to his shoulder, fired, killed the squadron commander, then turned away, saying, "That's another one who won't do us any more harm." He was cut down with the sword. In Rue Saint-Denis, a woman fired on the municipal guard from behind a lowered blind. The slats of the blind could be seen vibrating at every shot. A 14-year-old child was arrested in Rue de la Cassonnerie with his pockets full of cartridges. Several police stations were attacked. At the entrance to Rue Bertampoire, a very lively and quite unexpected volley of gunfire greeted a regiment of cuirassiers, General Cavaignac de Baragny marching at their head. In Rue Planche-Mibray, bits of old broken crockery and household utensils were thrown down from the rooftops onto the soldiers. A bad sign. And when this incident was reported to Marshal Soult, Napoleon's old lieutenant grew thoughtful, remembering Suchet's words at Saragossa, "When old women empty their chamber pots on our heads, we're doomed." These general symptoms that presented themselves just when the uprising was thought to have been localized, this renewed outbreak of feverish anger, these sparks flying here and there above those dense masses of combustibility called the Paris faubourgs, all this had the military chiefs worried. There was a rush to quench these embryonic fires. The attack on the Maubuée, Chambéry and Saint-Merry barricades was delayed until these sparks had been snuffed out, so as to have nothing but the barricades to deal with, to be able to finish everything off at one fell swoop. Columns were sent out into the ferment, sweeping through the main streets, probing the little streets to right and left, now slowly and cautiously, now charging down them. Troops broke open the doors of buildings from where shots had been fired. At the same time, cavalry maneuvers dispersed gatherings on the boulevards. This repression was not implemented without some uproar or without that tremendous commotion typical of clashes between the army and the people. This is what Enjolras had noted in the intervals between cannon and rifle fire. Moreover, at the end of the street he had seen casualties passing by on stretchers, and he said to Courfeyrac, "Those casualties are none of our doing." That hope was short-lived, that glimmer, quickly eclipsed. In less than half an hour what was in the air was gone, like a flash of lightning without thunder, and the insurgents felt descending on them again that cloak of lead, as it were, which the people's indifference casts over forsaken diehards. The general unrest that seemed to have been brewing had come to nothing, and the Minister of War's attention and the general strategy could now concentrate on the 3 or 4 barricades left standing. The sun was coming up over the horizon. An insurgent called out to Enjolras, "We're hungry here. Are we really going to die like this, without getting anything to eat?" Still at his battlement, without taking his eyes off the end of the street, Enjolras nodded. 14. In which you will read the name of Enjolras's mistress. Seated on a paving stone beside Enjolras, Courfeyrac continued to jeer at the cannon, and every time that sinister cloud of projectiles called canister shot past overhead, making its monstrous sound, he greeted it with an outburst of sarcasm. "You're wearing your lungs out, you poor old brute, it makes me feel sorry for you, you're shouting yourself hoarse. That's not thunder, that's a cough." And everyone around him laughed. Courfeyrac and Bossuet, whose valiant good humor increased with the danger, like Madame Scarrat, replaced nourishment with wit, and in the absence of wine dispensed cheerfulness to all.
I admire Enjolras, said Bossuet. His impassive temerity astounds me.
He lives alone, which makes him perhaps a little sad. Enjolras complains of his greatness, which binds him to widowerhood. The rest of us more or less all have mistresses who drive us mad, that is to say, embolden us. When a man is like a tiger in love, the least he can do is fight like a lion. This is one way of taking our revenge for our Lady Grisette's infidelities.
Orlando gets himself killed to annoy Angelica. All our heroism comes from our women. A man without a woman is a pistol without a hammer. It's the woman that fires the man. Well, Enjolras has no woman. He's not in love, and he manages to be intrepid. It's an extraordinary thing for someone to be as cold as ice and as ardent as fire. Enjolras seemed not to be listening, but anyone near him would have heard him mutter to himself, Patria. Bossuet was still laughing when Courfeyrac cried out, something new.
And assuming the tone of an usher who announces arrivals, he added, my name is 8-pounder. A new character had indeed just come on the scene. It was a second gun. The artillerymen rapidly maneuvered the heavy ordnance into place, ready to fire alongside the first gun. This was the beginning of the end. A few minutes later the two guns, briskly operated, were firing at the redoubt directly in front of them. The artillery was supported by rifle fire from troops of the line and units from the outskirts.
Another cannonade could be heard some way off.
At the same time that the two guns were blasting away at the Rue de la Chanvrerie redoubt, two other cannons, one set up in Rue Estée-Denis, the other in Rue Aubry-le-Boucher, were bombarding the Saint-Merry barricade.
The four cannons echoed each other lugubriously.
The dark dogs of war were responding to each other's barking. Of the two guns now battering the Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade, one was firing canister shells, the other cannonballs. The gun firing cannonballs was elevated a little, and the line of fire was calculated so that the cannonball hit of the upper ridge of the barricade, took the top off it, and brought down on the insurgents a hail of shot like shattered cobblestones. The object of this method of firing was to drive the insurgents back from the top of the redoubt and force them to huddle together on the inside. In other words, this heralded the assault. Once the insurgents were driven back from the top of the barricade by cannonball and from the windows of the tavern by canister shot, the attacking columns would be able to venture into the street without being picked off, perhaps even without being seen, quickly scale the redoubt as on the preceding evening and, who knows? Take it by surprise. The harassment from those guns has simply got to be reduced, said Enjolras, and he shouted, fire on the artillerymen.
All were ready.
The barricade, which had so long been silent, erupted in a frenzy, firing 7 or 8 volleys in succession with a kind of rage and joy. The street filled with blinding smoke, and after a few minutes, through this flame-streaked haze, 2/3 of the gunners could be dimly made out lying under the wheels of the cannons. Those left standing continued with an austere calm to operate the guns, but the rate of fire had slackened.
That's better, Bossuet said to Enjolras. Success!
Enjolras shook his head and replied, another quarter of an hour of this success, and there won't be as many as a dozen cartridges left in the barricade.
Gavroche apparently overheard this remark. 15. Gavroche outside.
Courfeyrac suddenly caught sight of someone at the foot of the barricade, outside in the street, under the bullets. Gavroche had taken a bottle basket from the tavern, slipped out through the gap, and was placidly emptying into his basket the full cartridge pouches of the National Guardsmen who had been killed on the redoubt's rampart.
What are you doing there? Asked Courfeyrac. Gavroche looked up. I'm filling my basket, citizen. Can't you see the gunfire?
Gavroche replied, well, it's raining.
So what?
Courfeyrac shouted,
come back inside." "In a minute," said Gavroche. And with a bound, he was off down the street. Remember, Fannicot's company had left behind a trail of bodies. Some 20 corpses lay scattered here and there on the cobblestones down the whole length of the street. 20 cartridge pouches for Gavroche. A supply of cartridges for the barricade. The smoke hung in the street like a fog. Anyone who has seen a cloud lying in a mountain gorge between two sheer cliff faces can imagine this smoke trapped and, as it were, its density increased by 2 dismal rows of tall buildings. It slowly drifted upwards and was constantly replaced, creating a gradual obscurity that dimmed even broad daylight. Short as the street was, the combatants could hardly see each other from one end to the other. This obscurity, probably welcomed and taken into account by the commanders who were to direct the assault on the barricade, was useful to Gavroche. Under cover of this veil of smoke and thanks to his small size, he was able to make his way quite far down the street without being seen. He emptied the first 7 or 8 cartridge pouches without much danger. He crawled on his stomach, galloped on all fours, carried his basket in his teeth, twisted, crept, wriggled, wormed his way from one dead body to another, and emptied the cartridge box or pouch like a monkey opening a nut. On the barricade, which he was still quite close to, they dared not call him back for fear of attracting attention to him. On one body, that of a corporal, he found a powder flask. "For when supplies run dry," he said, putting it in his pocket ***. Ever advancing, he reached the point where the fog of the fusillade thinned out. So that the sharpshooters of the line, on the lookout behind their cobblestone defense wall, and the sharpshooters from the outskirts massed at the corner of the street, suddenly pointed out to each other something moving in the smoke. Just as Gavroche was removing the cartridges from a sergeant lying near a boundary stone, a bullet hit the dead body. "I'll be blowed," exclaimed Gavroche. "Someone's trying to kill my corpses." A second bullet struck a spark on the cobblestones beside him. A third overturned his basket. Gavroche looked and saw that this was the outer city firing. He stood up straight, his hair caught in the wind, his hands on his hips, his eyes fixed on the National Guardsmen who were firing, and he sang. "They're so ugly in Nanterre, for that, blame Voltaire. And numbskulls in Paléo? For that, blame Rousseau." Then he picked up his basket, put back into it the cartridges that had fallen out, not losing a single one, and advancing towards the gunfire, he went and emptied another cartridge pouch. A fourth bullet missed him, yet again. Gavroche sang. "I'm no lawyer, I swear, for that, blame Voltaire, I'm just a little sparrow, for that, blame Rousseau." A fifth bullet succeeded only in extracting from him a third verse. "I'm devil may care. For that, blame Voltaire, a pauper I am, though, for that, blame Rousseau." This went on for some time. It was a dreadful and enchanting spectacle. Gavroche under fire was teasing the rifles. He seemed to be enjoying himself tremendously. Here was the sparrow pecking at the bird hunters. To every volley he responded with another verse. They kept firing at him, and they kept missing. The National Guardsmen and the soldiers laughed as they took aim. He would lie down, spring to his feet, hide in the corner of a doorway, then skip off, disappear, reappear, scamper away, come back, respond to the gunfire by thumbing his nose at it, and all the while pillaging cartridges, emptying pouches and filling his basket. Breathless with anxiety, the insurgents followed him with their eyes. The barricade trembled. He sang. He was not a child, he was not a man, he was a strange gammon fairy. He might have been described as the invulnerable dwarf of the fray. The bullets chased after him, he was nimbler. He played some ghastly game of hide-and-seek with death. Every time the specter's noseless face came near, the gamin flicked it away. One bullet, however, better aimed or more treacherous than the others,
finally struck that will-o'-the-wisp child.
Gavroche was seen to stagger, then he collapsed. The whole barricade gave a cry. But there was something of Antaeus in that pygmy. Touching the street for the gamin was like touching the ground for the giant.
Gavroche had fallen only to rise again.
He sat up, a long trickle of blood streaked his face, he raised both arms in the air, looked in the direction from where the shot had come, and began to sing.
I've fallen down, I declare, for that, blame Voltaire.
In the gutter, brought so low. For that, blame. He did not finish. A second bullet from the same marksman cut him short.
This time he fell face forward onto the paving and moved no more. That great little soul had just flown.
16.
How being a brother turns into being a father. At that same moment, in the Luxembourg Gardens, for the eyes of the drama must be everywhere, there were two children holding hands. One might have been 7 years old, the other 5. Having got wet in the rain, they were walking along the paths in the sunshine.
The older one led the little one.
They were pale and ragged. They had a look of wild birds about them.
The younger one said, I'm really hungry.
The older one, already somewhat protective, led his brother with his left hand and in his right hand carried a small stick. They were alone in the gardens. The gardens were deserted, the gates had been closed by order of the police because of the insurrection. The troops who had been bivouacked there had gone off to deal with the unrest.
How did those children come to be there?
Perhaps they had escaped from some guardroom whose door was left ajar. Perhaps somewhere in the vicinity, at the Offre tollgate or on Esplanade de l'Observatoire, or at the nearby crossroads dominated by the facade of a building on which could be read in venerant parvulum panis involutum asterisk, there was an itinerant entertainer's booth from which they had fled. Perhaps they had eluded the garden wardens at closing time the previous evening and spent the night in one of those shelters where people read newspapers? The fact is, they were wandering about and apparently at liberty. To be wandering about and apparently at liberty is to be lost. These poor little ones were indeed lost. These two children, the reader will remember them, were the very same ones that Gavroche had taken under his wing. Children of the Thénardiers, hired out to La Magnon, passed off as Monsieur Gillenormands, and now leaves fallen from all those rootless branches and skittered over the ground by the wind. The clean clothes they wore in La Magnon's day, and which served her as a warranty with regard to Monsieur Gillenormand, had become ragged. These individuals were now included in the figures for abandoned children registered, rounded up, lost and found again by the police on the streets of Paris. Only because of the confusion of a day like that were those poor little mites in those gardens. If the wardens had spotted them, they would have driven such riffraff out. Little paupers do not go into public gardens. Yet it ought to be considered that, as children, they have a right to flowers. These two were here thanks to the gates being closed. They were here in contravention of the regulations. They had slipped into the gardens and stayed. Closed gates do not mean that wardens are off duty, surveillance is supposed to continue, but it slackens, and takes a rest. And the wardens, they too affected by the public anxiety and more concerned about what was going on outside than inside, were no longer watching the gardens and had not seen the two trespassers. It had rained the day before and even a little during the morning. But in June, showers do not matter. You can hardly tell, an hour after a storm, that this fair beauty, the day, has wept. The earth in summer dries as quickly as a child's cheek. At the time of the solstice the light of high noon is, as it were, aggressive. It takes in everything. It overlies the earth and attaches itself to it with a kind of suction. It is as if the sun were thirsty. A shower is a glass of water, a downpour is immediately imbibed. In the morning everything was dripping, in the afternoon everything is dusty. There is nothing so wonderful as foliage washed by the rain and dried by the sun. It is a warm freshness. The gardens and meadows, with water in their roots and sunshine in their flowers, become incense holders, releasing all their fragrances at once.
Everything smiles, sings, offers itself. You feel gently intoxicated.
Springtime is a temporary paradise. The sun helps man to be patient. There are those who ask for nothing more, who, being alive and having the azure of heaven, say, "That's enough." Stargazers absorbed in the wonder of nature, drawing from their idolatrous worship of it an indifference to good and evil. Contemplators of the cosmos, radiantly unmindful of man, who do not understand that anyone would bother about the hunger of these people, the thirst of those others, the nakedness of the poor in winter, the lymphatic curvature of a little spine, about the pallet, the garret, the prison cell or the rags of shivering young girls, when they could be daydreaming beneath the trees. Serene and terrible spirits, pitilessly content.
Strangely enough, for them, the infinite suffices.
Of that great need of man for the finite, which admits of human embrace, they know nothing. To the finite, which admits of progress, that sublime toil, they give no thought. The indefinite, born of the combination, human and divine, of infinite and finite, goes unnoticed by them. Provided they are face to face with immensity, they smile.
Never joy, always ecstasy. To lose themselves is what they live for.
For them, the history of humanity shows only the distribution of individual lots.
The overall view is missing. The truly all-important is left out. What's the use of worrying about man, that mere detail? Man suffers, that may be so.
But just look at Aldebaran rising. The mother has no more milk, the newborn babe is dying, of that I know nothing, but just observe this marvelous rosette formation of a slice of pine wood examined under the microscope. Compare the most beautiful Mechlin lace with that.
These thinkers forget about loving.
The zodiac has such an impact on them that it prevents them from seeing the weeping child. God eclipses their souls.
There is a type of mind like this, at once great and small.
Horace was one, so was Goethe, La Fontaine perhaps. Magnificent egoists of the infinite, calm spectators of sorrow who fail to see. Nero, if the weather is fine, from whom the sun hides the execution pyre, who would look for an effect of the light in a guillotining, who hear neither the cry, nor the sob, nor the groan, nor the tolling bell, for whom everything is fine since there is a month of May, who as long as there are clouds of crimson and gold overhead declare themselves content, and are determined to be happy until starlight and birdsong come to an end. These are dark radiances. They have no idea that they are to be pitied.
As indeed they are.
He who sheds no tears does not see. These people are to be admired and pitied, as you would pity and admire a being embodying both night and day, with no eyes beneath its eyebrows but with a star in the middle of its forehead. The indifference of these thinkers is, according to some, a superior philosophy.
That may well be. But in this superiority there is infirmity.
It is possible to be immortal and yet to be crippled, witness Vulcan.
It is possible to be more than man and less than man. Imperfect immensity exists in nature. Who knows whether the sun is not blind? But then what? In whom are we to trust? Solem casdicera falsum auditi asterisk. So even certain geniuses, certain humans most high, man-stars, could be mistaken? What is set on high, at the pinnacle, the summit, the zenith, what casts so much light on earth, might have limited vision, poor vision, no vision at all. Is this not cause for despair? No. But then what is there above the sun? The deity. Lonely and unfrequented at about 11 o'clock in the morning on the 6th of June 1832, the Luxembourg Gardens were delightful. Exchanging sweet fragrances, the quincunxes and ornamental borders dazzled each other in the light. Crazed in the midday brilliance, the branches seemingly strove to embrace each other. There was in the sycamores a hullabaloo of linnets, sparrows exulted,
woodpeckers hopped up chestnut trees, giving little pecks with their beaks at holes in the bark. The flower beds accepted the legitimate royalty of lilies. The noblest of perfumes is one that emanates from whiteness. The peppery smell of carnations was in the air. Marie de Medici's old crows were playing lovebirds in the tall trees. The sun gilded, encrimsoned and set alight the tulips. Every type of flame turned into flowers. Tulips are nothing else but this. All around the banks of tulips danced the bees, sparks from those flame flowers. All was charm and delight, even the impending rain. This threatened rain, from which the lilies of the valley and the honeysuckle were to benefit, was no cause for disquiet. The danger of low-flying swallows was enchanting. Anyone there breathed in happiness. Life smelled fragrant. All this nature exuded candor, comfort, caress, succor, paternity, dawn. The thoughts that fell from heaven were as sweet as a child's small hand to one's kiss. White and naked, the statues under the trees were robed in shadow rent with light. These goddesses were clothed all in tatters of sunshine. Sunbeams hung from them on every side. Around the ornamental pond the ground was already so dry, it was almost scorched. There was enough breeze to raise here and there little flurries of dust. A few yellow leaves, left from last autumn, gammon-like, merrily chased each other. This abundance of light had something indescribably reassuring about it. Life, sap, heat, fragrances overflowed. Beneath creation could be sensed the vastness of the source. In all these exhalations imbued with love, in this back and forth of reverberation and reflection, in these extraordinarily unstinting sunbeams, in this endless outpouring of liquid gold, could be sensed the prodigality of the inexhaustible. And behind this splendor, as behind a curtain of flame, could be glimpsed God, that millionaire of stars. Thanks to the sand, there was not a speck of mud. Thanks to the rain, there was not a fleck of ash. The bouquets had just been washed. All the velvets, all the satins, all the varnishes, all the golds that spring from the earth in the form of flowers were flawless. This magnificence was immaculate. The great silence of joyful nature filled the garden. A celestial silence compatible with all sorts of music, cooing nests, humming swarms, fluttering breezes. The full harmony of the season was expressed in gracious accord, with spring's entrances and exits taking place in requisite order. The lilacs were finishing, the jasmines beginning. Some flowers were late, some insects early. The vanguard of June's red butterflies fraternized with the rear guard of May's white ones. The plane trees were growing their new bark. The breeze created billows in the magnificent enormity of the chestnut trees. It was splendid. Looking through the railings, an old soldier in the nearby barracks remarked, "Spring's presenting arms in full dress uniform." The whole of nature was breakfasting. Creation was at table. It was time to eat. The great blue tablecloth was spread in the sky, and the great green tablecloth on the earth. The sun cast a brilliant light. God was serving the universal meal. Every creature had its forage or fodder. The wood pigeon found hempseed, the chaffinch found millet, the goldfinch found chickweed, the robin found worms, the bee found flowers, the fly found infusoria, the greenfinch found flies. Certainly, there was some feeding off each other, that is the mystery of evil mingled with good, but not a single creature had an empty stomach. The two little strays had come close to the pond and, a little disturbed by all this light, they tried to hide, an instinct of the poor and the weak in the presence of magnificence, even when that magnificence is impersonal. And they lurked behind the swan house. Now and then, at intervals, when the wind dropped, could be heard a vague confusion of shouts, rumblings, tumultuous rattlings of a sort, volleys of gunfire, and dull thuds, cannon discharges. There was smoke above the rooftops in the direction of Les Halles. A church bell rang in the distance, like a summons. The children seemed not to notice these sounds. The little one repeated faintly from time to time, "I'm hungry." At almost the same moment as the children, another couple approached the pond.
This couple consisted of a fellow aged 50 leading by the hand a lad of 6. Father and son, no doubt. The 6-year-old was holding a big brioche. In those days some of the houses on Rue Madame and Rue d'Offer had a key to the Luxembourg Gardens, which the residents could use when the gates were closed, a privilege since withdrawn. This father and son probably came from one of those houses. The two little paupers saw this gentleman approaching, and concealed themselves a little more. The man was a respectable citizen. The very same one, perhaps, that Marius in his fever of love had heard one day, near the same pond, counseling his son to avoid excess. He had an affable and superior manner, and a mouth that, never closing, always smiled. This mechanical smile, produced by too much jaw and too little flesh, shows teeth rather than soul. The child, having taken only a bite of his unfinished brioche, seemed full. The lad was dressed for the sake of the insurrection in National Guardsman's uniform, and for the sake of prudence the father had remained in his bourgeois clothes. Father and son had come to a halt by the pond, where the two swans were disporting themselves. The respectable citizen appeared to have a special admiration for the swans. He resembled them in so far as he walked like them. Right now, the swans were swimming, which is their main talent, and they looked superb. If the two little paupers had listened and if they had been old enough to understand, they might have taken to heart the words of a serious man. The father was saying to his son, "The wise man is content with little in life. Look at me, my son. I don't like ostentation. You never see me in clothes trimmed with gold and precious stones. I leave that false brilliance to badly ordered souls." At this point the muffled shouting coming from the direction of Les Halles intensified, with more tolling of bells and more uproar. "What's that?" asked the child. The father replied, "It's a Saturnalian orgy of violence." Suddenly he caught sight of the two little ragamuffins, standing motionless behind the green swan house. "Here's where it starts," he said. And after a pause he added, "Anarchy is entering this garden." Meanwhile, his son took a bite of his pastry, spat it out, and abruptly began to cry. "What are you crying for?" asked his father. "I'm not hungry anymore," said the child. The father's smile broadened. "You don't need to be hungry to eat a brioche. I'm fed up with my brioche. It's stale. You don't want any more?" "No." The father pointed to the swans. "Throw it to those waterfowl." The child hesitated. "You may not want any more of your brioche, but that is no reason to give it away." The father went on, "Be humane. You must show pity towards animals." And taking the pastry from his son, he threw it into the pond. The brioche landed quite close to the edge. The swans were far away, in the center of the pond, busy with some prey. They had seen neither the bourgeois citizen nor the brioche. Sensing that the pastry was in danger of not being noticed, and upset by this pointless waste, the bourgeois citizen resorted to telegraphically waving his arms about, which finally attracted the swans' attention. They noticed something afloat, changed tack like the ships that they are, and slowly made their way towards the brioche with the unruffled majesty that befits white creatures. "The swans understand signals," said the bourgeois, delighted with his wit. At that moment the distant tumult of the city suddenly swelled again. This time it was sinister. There are some gusts of wind that speak more clearly than others. The one blowing at that moment brought distinct drum beats, an uproar, concerted gunfire, and the dismal responses of the tolling bell and the cannon. This coincided with a black cloud that suddenly hid the sun. The swans had not yet reached the brioche. "Let's go home," said the father, "the Tuileries are being attacked." He grasped his son's hand again. Then continued,
the distance from the Tuileries to the Luxembourg is no greater than the distance separating royalty from the peerage.
It's not far. The bullets are going to come showering down.
He looked up at the cloud. And rain too, perhaps.
The sky's joining in. The cadet branch is doomed. Let's get home quickly.
I'd like to see the swans eat the brioche, said the child.
The father replied, that would be foolhardy.
And he led his little bourgeois away. Hankering after the swans, the son looked back towards the pond until a corner of the quincunxes concealed it from him. Meanwhile, the two little waifs had approached the brioche at the same time as the swans.
It was floating on the water.
The younger one eyed the cake, the elder one eyed the respectable citizen, who was walking away. Father and son entered the labyrinth of paths that led to the great flight of steps by the cluster of trees over towards Rue Madame. As soon as they had disappeared from view, the older lad quickly lay flat on his stomach on the curved edge of the pond and, clinging to it with his left hand, leaning over the water, almost falling in, with his right hand he reached his stick out towards the brioche. Seeing the enemy, the swans came hurrying, and in hurrying created an effect with their breasts that was useful to the little angler. The water in front of the swans backed up, and one of those gentle concentric ripples gently nudged the brioche towards the child's stick. Just as the swans arrived, the stick touched it. The child delivered a sharp swipe, drew in the brioche, frightened away the swans, grabbed the brioche, and stood up. The pastry was wet. But they were hungry and thirsty. The older boy broke the brioche into two pieces, one big and one small, took the small one for himself, gave the big one to his brother and said to him, "Ram it down your muzzle."
17. Mortis pater filium moriturum expectat asterisk.
Marius had dashed out of the barricade, Combeferre had followed him. But it was too late. Gavroche was dead. Combeferre brought back the basket of cartridges.
Marius brought back the child. Alas!
He thought, what the father had done for his father, he was doing for the son. Except that Thénardier had brought his father back alive. He was bringing the child back dead. When Marius re-entered the redoubt with Gavroche in his arms, his face, like the child's, was streaming with blood. As he stooped to pick up Gavroche, a bullet had grazed his skull.
He had not noticed. Courfeyrac untied his cravat and bandaged Marius's forehead with it.
They laid Gavroche on the same table where Mabeuf lay, and spread the black shawl over both corpses.
It was big enough for the old man and the child.
Combeferre distributed the cartridges from the basket he had brought back. This gave each man 15 shots to fire. Jean Valjean was still in the same place, motionless at his boundary post. When Combeferre offered him his 15 cartridges, he shook his head. "We have a real eccentric here," Combeferre said quietly to Enjolras. "He contrives not to fight inside this barricade."
"Which doesn't prevent him from defending it," replied Enjolras. "Heroism has its originals," said Combeferre.
And Courfeyrac, who overheard, added, "He's another Père Mabeuf in a different guise." It should be noted that the gunfire battering the barricade barely disturbed the interior. Those who have never experienced the vortex of this kind of warfare cannot imagine the peculiar moments of tranquility that intersperse these convulsions.
People wander about, chatting, joking, whiling away the time.
Someone we know heard a combatant say to him under a hail of grapeshot, "We could be at a bachelor's luncheon."
The Rue de la Chanvrerie redoubt, we repeat, seemed very calm within.
Every vicissitude in every phase was spent, or was about to be. Having been critical, the situation was now ominous, and from ominous was probably about to become hopeless. As their plight worsened, the barricade became ever more steeped in the crimson glow of heroism. Enjolras ruled over it gravely, in the attitude of a young Spartan dedicating his naked sword to the somber spirit Epidotes. Combeferre, with an apron round his waist, was dressing the wounded. Bossuet and Feuilly were making cartridges with the powder flask. Gavroche had recovered from the dead corporal, and Bossuet was saying to Feuilly, "We'll soon be taking the coach to another planet." On the few paving stones he had reserved for himself close to Enjolras, with the carefulness of a young girl putting in order a little cabinet of trinkets. Courfeyrac was neatly laying out a complete arsenal, his sword cane, his rifle, 2 saddle pistols and a cudgel. Jean Valjean stared silently at the wall in front of him. One workman was fastening onto his head with a piece of string Maire Huchelup's big straw hat, for fear of sunstroke, he said. The young men of the Cougourde d'Aix were chatting cheerfully among themselves, as though eager to speak their patois for the last time. Joly, who had taken down Widow Huchelup's mirror, was examining his tongue in it. A few combatants, having discovered some crusts of more or less moldy bread in a drawer, were eagerly devouring them. Marius was anxious about what his father was going to say to him. 18. The vulture turned prey. We want to insist on a psychological characteristic of barricades. Nothing that distinguishes this amazing street warfare should be omitted. Regardless of that strange interior calm of which we have just spoken, for those inside it the barricade remains nonetheless unreal. There is something of the apocalypse in civil war, all the mists of the unknown commingle with those wild blazes, revolutions are sphinx-like, and anyone who has lived through the experience of a barricade thinks he has lived a dream. What you feel in these places, we have shown it in relation to Marius and we shall see the consequences of it, is both more and less than life. Once you have come out of a barricade, you no longer know what you have seen there. You have been terrible, you are unaware of it. You have been surrounded by militant ideas with human faces. You had your head in the light of the future. There were sprawling corpses and standing phantoms. The hours were immensely long and seemed like the hours of eternity. You have lived in death. Shadows have passed by. What was it? You saw hands with blood on them. It was fearsomely deafening, it was also appallingly silent. There were open mouths crying out, and other open mouths that made no sound. You were in smoke, in darkness perhaps. You think you touched on the sinister seeping from unknown depths. You observe something red on your fingernails. You remember nothing. Let us return to Rue de la Chanvrerie. Suddenly, between 2 volleys of fire, the distant sound could be heard of a clock striking the hour. It's noon, said Combeferre. The 12th stroke had not sounded when Enjolras drew himself up to his full height, and from the top of the barricade issued this thundering directive: take the cobblestones into the house. Build up the sills of the casement window and the dormer windows with them. Half of you men to arms, the other half to the cobblestones. Not a minute to lose. A squad of firemen, shouldering their axes, had just appeared in battle array at the end of the street. This could only be the head of a column. Of what column? Obviously, the assault column. The fireman whose task it is to demolish the barricade must always precede the soldiers who have to scale it. Obviously, the moment that Monsieur Clermont-Tonnerre in 1822 called the final push was imminent. Enjolras's order was carried out with the disciplined speediness essential to ships and barricades. The only 2 combat sites where escape is impossible. In less than a minute, 2/3 of the cobblestones that Enjolras had piled up at Corinne's store had been taken up to the first floor in the attic, and before a second minute had elapsed, the casement window on the first floor and the dormer windows in the roof were half walled up with these cobblestones, expertly stacked on top of each other. A few loopholes carefully contrived by Feuilly, the chief engineer, allowed gun barrels to pass through. This reinforcement of the windows could be achieved all the more easily since the canister fire had ceased.
The two cannons were now firing cannonballs at the center of the barrier in order to make a hole in it and, if possible, open up a breach for the assault. When the cobblestones destined for the last stand were in place, Enjolras had the bottles he had put aside, under the table on which Mabeuf lay, carried up to the first floor.
So who will drink that? Bossuet asked him.
They will, replied Enjolras.
Then they barricaded the downstairs window, and placed in readiness the iron crossbeams used to bar the tavern door at night from the inside.
The fortress was complete.
The barricade was the rampart, the tavern was the keep. With the remaining cobblestones they filled in the gap. As the defenders of a barricade are always obliged to be sparing of their ammunition, and as the assailants know this, the assailants go about their business with a kind of irritating leisureliness, expose themselves to fire prematurely, but in appearance more than in reality, and take their time. The preparations for attack are always made with a certain methodical slowness.
After which, the lightning strike. This slowness allowed Enjolras to review everything and to see that everything was perfect. He felt that since such men were going to die, their death ought to be a masterpiece.
He said to Marius, "We're the two leaders.
I'm going to give the final orders inside. You stay outside and keep watch."
Marius took up an observation post on the ridge of the barricade. Enjolras had the door to the kitchen nailed up. This was the first aid post, remember.
"No splattering over the wounded," he said.
He issued his final instructions in the barroom in a curt but supremely calm voice. Feuilly listened and replied for all. "On the first floor have some axes ready to cut off the staircase."
"Are they in place?"
"Yes," said Feuilly.
"How many?"
"2 hatchets and an axe."
"Good. There are 26 combatants left standing."
"How many guns?"
34.
8 too many.
Keep those 8 guns to hand, loaded like the rest.
Swords and pistols in belts.
20 men on the barricade.
6 stationed at the dormer windows and at the window on the first floor so as to fire on the assailants through the loopholes in the cobblestones. Let's have no worker here who's not put to good use. Presently, when the drum sounds the charge, the 20 down below are to rush to the barricade. The first to get there will be the best placed. Once these arrangements had been made, he turned to Javert and said, "I haven't forgotten about you." And laying a pistol on the table, he added, "The last man out of here will put a bullet in this spy's head."
Here, a voice asked.
"No, let's not get this corpse muddled up with our own. The smaller barricade in Mondétour Lane can be climbed over.
It's only 4 feet high.
The man's securely bound.
He'll be taken there and executed."
There was at that moment someone more impassive than Enjolras. It was Javert. Then Jean Valjean appeared. He was among the groups of insurgents.
He emerged and said to Enjolras, "You're in command?"
"Yes.
You thanked me a while ago."
"In the name of the Republic. The barricade has 2 saviors, Marius Pontmercy and yourself. Do you think I deserve some reward for that?"
"Certainly."
"Well, I request one."
"What is it?"
"To be the one who blows that man's brains out." Javert looked up, saw Jean Valjean, gave an almost imperceptible start, and said, "Quite so." As for Enjolras, he had begun to reload his rifle. He let his eyes wander around.
"No objections?"
And he turned to Jean Valjean.
"Take the spy."
Sitting down at the end of the table, Jean Valjean did indeed take possession of Javert. He picked up the pistol, and a quiet click announced that he had cocked it. Almost at the same moment, trumpets sounded. "Look out!" yelled Marius from the top of the barricade. Javert began to laugh with that noiseless laugh that was characteristic of him, and staring intently at the insurgents, he said to them, "You're no better off than I am."
Everyone out, shouted Enjolras.
The insurgents rushed out in disorder, followed by this parting shot, if we may be allowed the expression, from Javert, "See you soon."
19.
Jean Valjean takes his revenge. When Jean Valjean was left alone with Javert, he untied the rope binding the prisoner round his middle and knotted under the table. After this, he motioned to him to stand up. Javert obeyed with that indefinable smile in which is condensed the supremacy of fettered authority. Jean Valjean took Javert by the martingale as you would take a beast of burden by the breast harness, and dragging him along behind, he emerged from the tavern slowly, because Javert, with his trammeled legs, could take only very small steps. Jean Valjean had the pistol in his hand. In this manner they crossed the barricade's inner quadrangle. Intent on the imminent attack, the insurgents had their backs turned. Positioned to one side, on the far left of the barricade, Marius alone saw them pass. On this pair, victim and executioner, was cast the sepulchral light that he carried in his soul. With some difficulty, but without loosening his grip for a single instant, Jean Valjean made Javert, bound as he was, scramble over the defense barrier in the Mondétour lane. Once clear of this obstacle, they found themselves alone together in the lane.
No one could see them any more now.
They were round the corner, hidden from the insurgents. A few paces away, the corpses that had been removed from the barricade formed a terrible pile. Among the heap of dead bodies could be singled out a livid face, hair falling loose, a pierced hand and the half-naked breast of a woman.
It was Eponine.
Javert gave this body a sideways look, and with the utmost calm said quietly, "I think I know that girl." Then he turned to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean thrust the pistol under his arm and fixed on Javert a look that needed no words to say, "Javert, it is I." Javert replied, "Take your revenge." Jean Valjean drew a knife from his pocket and opened it. "A blade," exclaimed Javert. "You're right. It suits you better." Jean Valjean cut the martingale Javert had round his neck, then he cut the cords around his wrists, then stooping down he cut the string with which his feet were tied, and straightening up he said, "You're free." Javert was not easily surprised. But for all his self-control, he could not help giving a start. He remained dumbfounded and motionless.
Jean Valjean went on. "I don't think I'll be getting out of here. But if by chance I do, I go by the name of Fauchelevent, Rue de l'Amarme, number 7.
Javert gave a tigerish grimace that opened one corner of his mouth a fraction, and muttered between his teeth, "Take care." "Go," said Jean Valjean.
Javert responded, "Fauchelevent, you said, Rue de l'Amarme? Number 7.
Javert repeated in a low voice, "Number 7. He buttoned up his coat, restored some military stiffness to his shoulders, turned round, folded his arms, resting his chin on one hand, and started walking in the direction of Les Halles. Jean Valjean followed him with his gaze. Having taken a few steps, Javert turned round and shouted to Jean Valjean, "You annoy me. I'd rather you killed me." Asterisk. Javert himself did not notice that he was no longer addressing Jean Valjean with disrespectful familiarity. "Go, now," said Jean Valjean. Javert slowly walked away. A moment later he turned the corner of Rue de Prêcheurs. When Javert had disappeared, Jean Valjean fired his pistol into the air. Then he returned to the barricade and said, "It's done." Meanwhile, this is what had happened. More intent on what was going on outside than inside, Marius had not until then looked closely at the spy tied up in the gloomy depths of the barroom. When he saw him in broad daylight, climbing over the barricade to go to his death, he recognized him. A sudden recollection came to mind. He remembered the inspector from Rue de Pontoise and the 2 pistols he had given him, which he, Marius, had used at this very barricade. And not only did he recall his face, he recalled his name. However, like all his thoughts, this recollection was hazy and confused. It was not an assertion of fact that he made to himself, but a question that he put to himself: is that not the inspector of police who told me his name was Javert? Perhaps there was still time to intervene on behalf of this man. But he had first to find out whether it was indeed Javert. Marius called out to Enjolras, who had just positioned himself at the other end of the barricade. Enjolras.
What? What is that man's name? What man? The police agent. Do you know his name?
Yes, he told us.
What is it?
Javert.
Marius stiffened.
At that moment they heard the pistol shot.
Jean Valjean reappeared and cried, "It's done."
A sinister chill went through Marius's heart.
XX. The dead are right, the living are not wrong. The barricade's death throes were about to begin.
Everything contributed to the tragic majesty of that supreme moment: countless mysterious rumblings in the air, the breathing of armed masses out of sight and on the move in the streets, the intermittent gallop of cavalry, the trundling of artillery, the crossfire of rifle volleys and cannonades in the labyrinth that is Paris, the smoke of battle rising all gilded above the rooftops, distant cries of some vaguely terrible nature, ominous flashes everywhere, the tolling of St. Mary's bell. Become a sobbing sound, the mildness of the season, the splendor of the sky filled with sunshine and clouds, the beauty of the day and the dreadful silence of the houses. For since the day before, the 2 rows of houses in Rue de la Chanvrerie had become 2 hostile blank walls. Doors closed, windows closed, shutters closed. In those days, so different from the present, when the time had come and the people wanted to see an end to a situation that had gone on for too long, to a charter granted or a state unrepresentative of society, when universal anger pervaded the atmosphere, when the city consented to the tearing up of its cobblestones, when the whispering in its ear of insurrection's watchword made the bourgeoisie smile, then the local population, imbued with rioting, as it were, was the combatants' auxiliary force, and the house made common cause with the improvised fortress propped up against it. When the time was not ripe, when the insurrection was not positively welcomed, when the general population disowned the movement, the combatants were doomed, the city became a desert surrounding the revolt, hearts froze against its protagonists, places of asylum were closed to them, and the street lent itself to the army as a conduit for the taking of the barricade. A population cannot be made to advance more quickly than it wants to by being taken by surprise. Woe betide anyone who tries to force its hand. A population does not allow itself to be manipulated. So it leaves the insurrection to its own devices. The insurgents become plague carriers. A house is an escarpment, a door is a rejection, a facade is a wall. This wall sees, hears, and is set in its opposition. It could open up a crack and save you. But no. This wall is a judge. It looks down on you and condemns you. How grim these shuttered houses are. They look dead, they are alive. Life persists inside them, suspended, as it were. No one has emerged from them for 24 hours, but no one is out. Within this rock, people move about, go to bed, get up. They are at home with their families. They eat and drink. The terrible thing is, they are afraid. Fear is the excuse for this deadly lack of hospitality, adding an element of panic, an extenuating circumstance. Sometimes, and this has been witnessed, fear even becomes violent. Terror can turn to fury, as prudence can turn to rage. Hence that very profound term, the enraged moderates. There are blazing eruptions of the utmost terror from which, like an ominous smoke, rises anger. What do these people want? They're never satisfied. They put law-abiding citizens at risk.
As if we haven't had enough revolutions. What have they come here for? Let them fend for themselves. So much the worse for them. It's their own fault. They're only getting what they deserve. It's nothing to do with us. Look at our poor street, riddled with bullets. They're a bunch of good-for-nothings. Whatever you do, don't open the door. And the house takes on the appearance of a tomb. The insurgent in front of that house is about to die. He sees the bullets and the drawn swords closing in on him. If he cries out, he knows that someone is listening, but no one will come. There are walls here that could protect him, there are men here who could save him, and these walls have ears of flesh, and these men have hearts of stone. Who is to blame? No one, and everyone. The imperfect times in which we live. It is always at its own risk and peril that utopia turns into insurrection, and changes from philosophical protest into armed protest, from Minerva into Pallas. The utopia that loses patience and turns to riot knows what awaits it. Almost always it arrives too soon. Then it resigns itself, and instead of triumph it stoically accepts catastrophe. It serves those who deny it without complaining, and even exonerates them, and its magnanimity lies in consenting to being abandoned. It is indomitable in the face of obstacle and forgiving towards ingratitude. And come to that, is it ingratitude? Yes, from the viewpoint of the human race. No, from the viewpoint of the individual. Progress is in man's disposition. The common life of humankind is called progress, the collective stride of humankind is called progress. Progress moves forward. It makes the great human and terrestrial journey towards the celestial and the divine. It makes halts so as to rally the flock that lags behind. It takes breaks for contemplation in the presence of some splendid land of Canaan suddenly unveiling its horizon. It has nights when it sleeps. And it is one of the thinker's painful anxieties to see darkness lying upon the human soul, and to feel progress sleeping in the shadows without being able to waken it. Maybe God is dead, Gerard de Nerval said one day to the writer of these lines, confusing progress with God, and mistaking the interruption of movement for the death of the essence. Whoever despairs is wrong. Progress awakes again without fail, and all things considered it might be said to have moved on even while asleep, for it has grown. Back on its feet, it looks taller. To be always peaceful depends no more on progress than on the river. Raise no barriers against it, throw no boulders into it. Obstacles make the waters foam and humanity seethe. This gives rise to turmoil. But after this turmoil, it has to be recognized that some headway has been made. Until order has been established, order being nothing other than universal peace, until harmony and unity reign, progress will be marked by revolutions along the way. What, then, is progress? We have just said what it is. The enduring life of peoples. Now it sometimes happens that the momentary life of individuals offers resistance to the eternal life of humankind. Let us acknowledge, without bitterness, that the individual has his own personal interest and may without doing anything wrong declare that interest and defend it. The present has its forgivable quotient of selfishness. The momentary life has its rights, and is not bound to keep endlessly sacrificing itself to the future. The generation currently taking its turn on the earth is not obliged to shorten its stay for the sake of generations who are its equals, after all, and will have their turn later. I exist, murmurs that someone whose name is Everyman. I'm young and I'm in love, I'm old and I want to rest, I'm a family man, I work, I'm doing well, I'm successful, I have houses to let, I have money invested in government bonds, I'm happy, I have a wife and children, I love all this, I want to live, let me be. Hence, at certain times, an intense cold chills humankind's noble pioneers. In any case, let us admit that, when it makes war, utopia forsakes its radiant sphere. The truth of tomorrow, which it is, borrows its method of operation, armed conflict, from the untruth of yesterday. The future, which it is, behaves like the past. The pure ideal, which it is, becomes an act of violence. It complicates its heroism with a violence for which it is rightly accountable, an opportunistic and expedient violence that goes against principle and for which it is inevitably punished. The utopian insurrection fights upholding the old military code. It shoots spies, it executes traitors, it does away with living beings and casts them into uncharted darkness. It resorts to death, which is a serious matter. It is as if utopia had no more faith in radiance, in its irresistible and incorruptible force. It strikes with the sword. Now, no sword cuts only one way. Every blade is double-edged. Whoever wounds with one edge wounds himself on the other. With that reservation, made in all severity, it is impossible for us not to admire the glorious combatants of the future, the advocates of utopia, whether or not they succeed. Even when they come to grief they are to be revered, and it is perhaps in failure that they have greater majesty. Victory, when in accord with progress, deserves the approbation of the masses, but a heroic defeat deserves their compassion. The one is magnificent, the other sublime. For those of us who prefer martyrdom to success, John Brown is greater than Washington, and Pisacane is greater than Garibaldi. Someone has to take the part of the vanquished. Those great strivers for the future are hard done by when they fail. Revolutionaries are accused of sowing terror. Every barricade seems an outrage. Their theories are condemned, their purpose is suspected, their ulterior motives are feared, their moral conscience is discredited. They are accused of erecting, constructing, and assembling against the prevailing social order a whole heap of hardships, woes, iniquities, grievances, causes for despair, and of tearing up from the lower depths swaths of darkness in order to throw up battlements and fight from behind them. People shout, "You're tearing up the paving stones of hell." They might well reply, "That's because our barricade is made of good intentions." Of course, the peaceful solution is best. Admittedly, all things considered, anyone seeing the paving stone thinks of the bare asterisk, and it is a good intention that makes society uneasy. But it is up to society to save itself. We appeal to its own good intentions. No violent remedy is necessary. Study amicably the ills that it suffers, diagnose them, then cure them. That is what we invite it to do. Be that as it may, even when fallen, especially when fallen, they are noble, these men, who throughout the universe, with their eyes fixed on France, fight for the great enterprise with the inflexible logic of the ideal. They give their lives freely for progress. They carry out the will of Providence. They do a sacred deed. At the appointed hour, with as little self-regard as an actor who comes in on cue, following the divine script, they enter the tomb. And this hopeless conflict, this stoic demise, they accept, in order to bring to glorious and universal fulfillment the magnificent and irresistibly human movement begun on the 14th of July 1789. These soldiers are priests. The French Revolution is an act of God. Furthermore, and this distinction should be added to the distinctions already made in another chapter, there are insurrections that are welcomed, which are called revolutions. There are insurrections that are not welcomed, which are called disturbances. An insurrection that catches fire is an idea that in the people's view has passed its test. If the people blackball it, the idea comes to nothing, the insurrection is snuffed. Going to war at every summons and every time utopia wishes is not how the masses behave. Nations do not always and at every moment have the temperament of heroes and martyrs. They are practical. A priori, they are averse to insurrection, first, because it often results in catastrophe, second, because it always has an abstraction as its point of departure. For it is always for the sake of the ideal, and the ideal alone, and this is a fine thing, that those who sacrifice themselves make that sacrifice. Insurrection is fervor. Fervor may become anger, hence the resort to arms.
But every insurrection that targets a government or a regime aims higher. So, for instance, let us be clear about this: what the leaders of the 1832 insurrection, and in particular the young firebrands of Rue de la Chanvrerie, were fighting against was not exactly Louis Philippe. Most of them, speaking candidly about this midloth-road king, halfway between monarchy and revolution, gave him credit for his qualities. No one hated him. But in Louis Philippe they were attacking the cadet branch of divine right as they had attacked the senior branch in Charles X. And what they wanted to overthrow in overthrowing kingship in France was, as we have explained, the usurpation of one man's sovereignty by another and the encroachment of privilege on right throughout the entire universe. Paris without a king has as consequence a world without despots. This is the way they reasoned. Their goal was no doubt distant, vague perhaps, and ever receding as they strove towards it, but noble. That is the way it is. And people sacrifice themselves for these visions, which for those who are sacrificed are almost always illusions, but illusions imbued on the whole with all human certainty. Insurgents poeticize insurrection and see it in a golden light. They throw themselves into these tragic affairs, elated by what they are going to do. Who knows? They might succeed. They are few in number, they are up against a whole army, but they are defending right, natural law, the sovereignty of each individual over himself that allows of no abdication, justice, truth. And if need be, they will die like the 300 Spartans. They think not of Don Quixote, but of Leonidas. And they forge on, and once committed there is no going back. They press forward, heads down, in hope of an unprecedented victory, the fulfillment of the revolution, progress once again set free, the advancement of the human race, universal deliverance, and if the worst comes to the worst, Thermopylae. This taking up of arms for the sake of progress often fails, and we have just explained why. The crowd is resistant to the zeal of champions. These lumbering masses, the multitudes, which are weak by reason of their very unwieldiness, are fearful of risk, and there is in the ideal an element of risk. Moreover, let us not forget, there are interests involved, interests not very favorable to the ideal and to finer feelings. Sometimes the belly paralyses the heart. It is the greatness and beauty of France that she becomes less paunchy than other nations. She more readily tightens her belt. She is the first awake, the last to fall asleep. She leads the way. She is a pioneer. This is owing to her being artistic. The ideal is nothing other than the culmination of logic, just as the beautiful is nothing other than the pinnacle of truth. Artistic nations are also important nations. To love beauty is to yearn for light. This is why the torch of Europe, that is to say of civilization, was first carried by Greece, who passed it on to Italy, who passed it on to France. Divine trailblazing nations. Vitae lampada tradent, *. Remarkably enough, the poetry of a people determines its progress. The degree of civilization is measured by the degree of imagination. But a civilizing nation must remain a virile nation. Corinth, yes. Sybaris, no. To become effeminate is to become degenerate. A nation must be neither dilettante nor virtuoso, but it must be artistic. In the matter of civilization, it is not refinement that is wanted but sublimation. It is with this proviso that the human race is given the template of the ideal. The modern ideal finds its pattern in art, and its means of implementation is science. It is through science that the august vision of the poets, social beauty, will be realized. Eden will be recreated by A+B. At the point that civilization has now reached, precision is a necessary element of the magnificent, and artistic feeling is not only served but brought to perfection by the scientific medium. Dreams must be calculating. Art, the conqueror, must have science, the footslugger, for support. The sturdiness of the mount is important. The modern spirit is the genius of Greece with the genius of
India as its vehicle, Alexander riding the elephant. Races fossilized by dogma or corrupted by lucre are unfit to guide civilization.
Genuflecting before idols, or before gold, atrophies the muscles for walking and the will that provides motivation. Absorption in religious ritual or money-making dims a people's radiance, lowers its horizons by degrading it, and deprives it of its understanding of the universal goal, that understanding at once human and divine that makes missionaries of nations.
Babylon has no ideal. Carthage has no ideal.
But even across the great dark expanse of the centuries, Athens and Rome have and retain aureoles of civilization. France is a nation of the same quality as Greece and Italy. She is Athenian in terms of beauty and Roman in terms of greatness. Moreover, she is good. She gives of herself. She is more often than other nations in the mood for dedication and self-sacrifice. But the mood is one that comes and goes. And this is the great peril for those who run when France wants merely to walk, or who walk when she wants to stop. France has her relapses into materialism, and at certain moments there is nothing reminiscent of French greatness about the ideas that clog that sublime intellect, ideas the size of a Missouri or a South Carolina.
What can anyone do about it?
The giant plays at being a dwarf.
Immeasurable France has her willful pettinesses. That is all. There is no objection to be made to this.
Peoples, like stars, have the right to go into eclipse. And everything is fine, as long as the light returns and eclipse does not degenerate into permanent darkness.
Dawn and resurrection are synonymous.
The reappearance of light is indistinguishable from the enduring quality of the self.
Let us state these facts calmly.
Death on the barricade, or the tomb in exile, are for self-sacrifice an acceptable eventuality.
The true name of self-sacrifice is unselfishness.
Let the abandoned be abandoned, let the exile be exiled, and let us confine ourselves to entreating great nations not to draw back too far when they draw back.
They must not, on the pretext of a return to sanity, sink too low.
Matter exists, the moment exists, interests exist, the belly exists, but the belly must not be the sole fount of wisdom. Momentary life has its rights, we admit, but enduring life has its rights also.
Alas!
To have climbed does not preclude falling.
This can be seen in history more frequently than anyone would wish.
A nation is illustrious, it relishes the ideal, then it eats from the gutter and thinks it tastes good. And if asked how it is that it forsakes Socrates for Falstaff, it replies, "It's because I love statesmen."
One word more before returning to the fray.
A battle like the one we are now giving an account of is nothing other than a convulsive approach towards the ideal.
Trammeled progress is sickly, and has these tragic epileptic fits. This affliction of progress, civil war, we have had to contend with along the way.
Both act and interlude, it is one of the fateful developments in that drama whose central character is a social outcast and whose real title is Progress.
Progress.
This cry that we often raise is the expression of our entire way of thinking, and at the point in this drama we have now reached, the idea it contains having more than one ordeal yet to undergo, we may perhaps be permitted, if not to lift the veil, at least to allow its light to shine through clearly. The book before the reader's eyes at this moment is from start to finish, in its entirety and in its detail, whatever the inconsistencies, the exceptions and the failings, the progression from evil to good, from wrong to right, from night to day, from craving to conscience, from putrefaction to life, from bestiality to duty, from hell to heaven, from nothingness to God.
Point of departure, matter. Point of arrival, spirit. Hydra at the outset, angel at the last. XXI.
Heroes. Suddenly the drum beat the charge. It was a hurricane attack. The night before, the barricade had been approached in the dark, as by a boa, silently. Now, in broad daylight, in this broad-mouthed street, surprise was decidedly impossible. Indeed, sheer might had now unmasked itself, the cannon had begun roaring, the army hurled itself at the barricade.
Fury was now skillful deployment.
With mass support, heard though not seen, and reaching far back, a powerful column of line infantry, interspersed at regular intervals with national and municipal guardsmen on foot, to the beating of drum, to the blaring of bugle, bayonets leveled, pioneers leading the way, came pouring into the street at a run, imperturbable under fire, and with the force of a bronze battering ram against a wall charged the barricade.
The wall held firm. The insurgents blasted away.
Glints of light crested the scaled barricade, and so furious was the assault that for a moment it was swarming with assailants. But it shook off the soldiers as a lion shakes off dogs, and was covered with besiegers only as the cliff is covered with foam, to reappear a moment later looming dark and formidable. Forced to fall back, the column remained massed in the street, exposed but terrifying, and responded to the redoubt with tremendous rifle fire. Anyone who has seen a firework display will recall that sheaf arrangement of flares, called a bouquet. Imagine this bouquet, no longer vertical but horizontal, with a pellet or a bullet or a Biscayan ball at the tip of its every spray of fire, meting out death with its clusters of gun reports. The barricade lay beneath it. Equal resolve on both sides. The bravery here was almost barbaric, and complicated by a kind of heroic ferocity that began with self-sacrifice. Those were the days when a National Guardsman fought like a Tso. The military wanted to get this over with, the insurrection wanted to put up a fight. Acceptance of death in the prime of youth and the prime of health whips fearlessness into a frenzy. In that hour of death, the stature of everyone engaged in this conflict grew. The street was strewn with corpses. The barricade had Enjolras at one end and Marius at the other. Enjolras, who had mental command of the whole barricade, keeping himself in reserve and under cover. 3 soldiers fell, one after the other, beneath his embrasure without even having noticed him.
Marius was fighting out in the open.
He was offering himself as a target, exposed above the top of the redoubt to below the waist. There is no more reckless spendthrift than the miser who takes the bit between his teeth. There is no man in action more terrifying than a stargazer.
Marius was fearsome and pensive.
He fought in battle as in a dream.
He might have been a phantom firing a gun.
The besieged were running out of cartridges but not out of witticisms. In the vortex of death in which they found themselves, they laughed.
Courfeyrac was bareheaded.
"So what have you done with your hat?"
Bossuet asked him.
Courfeyrac replied, "They finally shot it off me with cannonballs." Or they made arch remarks.
"Can you understand those men?" Feuilly exclaimed bitterly, citing names that were not unknown, that were even famous, some associated with the army of old, who promised to join us and vowed to help us, and who gave their word of honor, men who are our generals and who've deserted us. And Combeferre confined himself to replying with a grim smile, "There are people who observe the rules of honor the way you observe the stars, from a great distance." The inside of the barricade was so thickly strewn with spent cartridges it looked as if it had been snowing. The assailants had the numbers.
The insurgents had the position. They were at the top of a wall, blasting down at point-blank range on the soldiers stumbling over the dead and wounded and trapped on the slope. Constructed the way it was and admirably buttressed, this barricade was indeed one of those instances where a handful of men can hold a legion in check. Nevertheless, constantly reinforced and expanding under the shower of bullets, the attacking column came inexorably nearer, and now, little by little, step by step, slowly but surely the army closed in on the barricade, like the screw on a winepress. The assaults came one after another. The horror intensified. Then, on that heap of cobblestones, in that Rue de la Chanvrerie, a battle broke out worthy of one of the walls of Troy. These gaunt, ragged, exhausted men who had not eaten for 24 hours, who had not slept, who had only a few shots left to fire, who felt their empty pockets for cartridges, nearly all of them wounded, their heads or arms bound in blackened bandages stained the color of rust, with holes in their clothes from which the blood flowed, barely armed, with inferior rifles and old jagged-edged swords, these men became Titans. 10 times the barricade came under attack, was assaulted, scaled, and never captured. To have any idea of this conflict, you would have to imagine a bevy of courageous hearts set alight, and then watch the conflagration. It was not a fight, it was the inside of a furnace, where mouths breathed flame, faces looked extraordinary, the human forms seemed to embody the impossible, the combatants blazed, and awesome to behold in that red smoke was the coming and going of those salamanders of the fray. The successive and simultaneous scenes of this spectacular carnage we shall not attempt to depict. The epic alone has the right to fill 12,000 lines with the account of a battle. It was like that hell of Brahmanism, the most dreadful of the 17 abysses, which the Veda calls the forest of swords. They fought hand to hand for every inch of ground, using pistols, swords, fists, at a distance, at close quarters, from above, from below, from everywhere, from the roofs of the houses, from the windows of the tavern, from the vents in the cellar, a few of them having slipped down there. They were 1 against 60. Half demolished, Corinth's facade was hideous. The window, tattooed with canister shot, had lost its panes and casement frame, and having been feverishly walled up with cobblestones, it was now no more than a shapeless hole. Bossuet was killed. Feuilly was killed. Courfeyrac was killed. Stabbed in the chest 3 times with a bayonet as he helped a wounded soldier, Combeferre had time only to look skywards, and died. Marius, who was still fighting, was so riddled with wounds, particularly to his head, that his face could not be seen for all the blood and looked as if it were covered with a red handkerchief. Enjolras alone was unscathed. Whenever he was left unarmed, he would hold out his hand to right or left, and one of the insurgents would put some sort of blade into it. He was left at the last with the stump of a 4th sword, one more than François I at Marignano. Homer says, Diomedes slays Axylus, son of Tithranes, who dwelt in blessed Arisba, Euryalus, son of Mecisteus, kills Dresus, and Epheltius. Aesculapius, and that Pedasus whom the Naiad Barbaria bore to the blameless Bucolian, Ulysses strikes down Pidites of Percote, Antilochus, Ablarus, Polypetes, Astyalus, Polydamas, Ottis of Cyllene, and Teucer, Areton. Melanthius dies by Eurypylus' spear. Agamemnon, king of the heroes, defeats Elatus, born in the city whose steep slopes are bathed by the babbling river Satnois. In our own epic poems of old, Esplandian attacks the giant Marquis Swantibur with a double-headed axe of fire, and the latter defends himself by hurling uprooted towers at the knight. Our ancient wall frescoes show us 2 dukes, the Duc de Bretagne and the Duc de Bourbon, in their heraldic armor emblazoned with their coats of arms, on horseback and challenging each other, battle-axe in hand, masked in iron, booted in iron, gloved in iron, the one caparisoned in ermine, the other draped in azure, Bretagne with his lion between the 2 horns on his crown, Bourbon helmeted with a huge visored fleur-de-lis. But in order to be magnificent, it is not necessary to wear the ducal helmet, like Yvonne, or to brandish a living flame, like Esplandian, or like Phyleus, father of Polydamas, to have brought back from Ephra a strong suit of mail, presented as a gift by that lord of men, Euphetes. It is enough to give one's life in defense of a belief or in service of a cause. This poor innocent soldier, yesterday a Beaucy or Limousin peasant, with his cabbage-cutting knife at his side, who hangs around the nursemaids in the Luxembourg gardens, this pale young student bent over an anatomical illustration or a book, a blonde adolescent who trims his beard with scissors, take them both, infuse them with a sense of duty, confront them with each other in Carrefour Boucherat or Cul-de-sac Planche Mibray, and let the one fight for his flag and the other for his ideal, and let both imagine they are fighting for their country. The struggle will be tremendous. And the shadow that this soldier boy and this young medic project as they fight it out on humanity's great epic battlefield will equal the shadow cast by Megarion, king of tiger-teeming Lycia, wrestling with mighty Ajax, equal of the gods. XXII. Inch by inch. When there were no other leaders left alive except, at either end of the barricade, Enjolras and Marius, the center, which Courfeyrac, Joly, Bossuet, Feuilly and Combeferre had for so long defended, gave way. Without opening up a passable breach, the cannon had cut a sizable notch in the middle of the redoubt. There, the top of the wall had disappeared under the cannonball and dropped away, and the debris that had fallen, some within, some without, piling up on either side of the barricade, had ended up creating two shelves, as it were, one on the inside, the other on the outside. The shelf on the outside offered a rising slope to oncomers. Here a final assault was attempted, and this assault succeeded. The bristling mass of bayonets came at a steady run, unstoppable, and the dense battlefront of the attacking column appeared through the smoke at the top of the escarpment. This time, it was decisive. The group of insurgents defending the center fell back in frantic disorder. Then the grim love of life stirred in some. With this forest of guns taking aim at them, several no longer wanted to die. This is a moment when the instinct for self-preservation gives vent to howling, when the beast reappears in the man. They were backed up against the tall 6-story house that formed the rear of their redoubt. That house could offer salvation. The building was barricaded and walled up, as it were, from top to bottom. There was time, before the soldiers were inside the redoubt, for a door to open and close. A split second would be enough, and to those desperate men, for the door of that house suddenly to open a crack and instantly to close again meant life. Behind that house were streets, possible escape, open expanses. They started banging at the door with the butts of their guns, and kicking at it, calling out, shouting, begging, with hands pressed together. No one opened. From the dormer window on the 3rd floor, the head of the dead man gazed down on them. But Enjolras and Marius, and 7 or 8 others rallied around them, sprang forward to protect the men. Enjolras shouted to the soldiers, "Don't come any nearer." And one officer having failed to obey, Enjolras had killed him. He was now in the little inner courtyard of the redoubt, with his back against the Corinth building, sword in one hand, rifle in the other, holding open the door to the tavern, which he was barring to the assailants. "There's only one open door, this one," he shouted to the desperate insurgents. And shielding them with his body, single-handedly confronting a whole battalion, he let them slip in behind him. All of them dashed inside. Executing with his rifle, which he was now using like a cane, what stick fighters call a covered rose around his head, Enjolras fended off the bayonets around and in front of him, and was the last to go in. And there was a terrible moment when the soldiers were trying to get in and the insurgents were trying to shut them out. The door was closed with such violence that, as it slammed shut, the 5 severed fingers of a soldier who had been clinging to the doorframe could be seen stuck on the inside of it. Marius was left outside. A gunshot had just broken his collarbone. He felt himself fainting and falling. At that moment, with eyes already shut, he felt the jolt of a strong hand grabbing hold of him, and losing consciousness. He scarcely had time for this thought as it mingled with a final memory of Cosette. "I'm taken prisoner. I shall be shot." Not seeing Marius among those who had taken refuge in the tavern, Enjolras had the same thought. But they were now at the moment when each individual has time to reflect only on his own death. Enjolras fixed the bar across the door and bolted it, double-locked and padlocked it, while those outside battered at it furiously, the soldiers with the butts of their rifles, the sappers with their axes. The assailants were concentrated at that door. It was the siege of the tavern that was now beginning. The soldiers, it must be said, were full of anger. The death of the artillery sergeant had upset them, and then, more sinister, in the few hours preceding the attack it had been rumored among them that the insurgents were mutilating their prisoners and that there was the headless body of a soldier in the tavern. This kind of dire rumor is the usual accompaniment of civil war, and it was a false report of this kind that would later cause the catastrophe of Rue Transnonain. When the door was barricaded, Enjolras said to the others, "Let's sell ourselves dearly." Then he approached the table on which lay Mabeuf and Gavroche. Straight and stiff under the black cloth 2 figures could be seen, one large, the other small, and the 2 faces were roughly contoured beneath the shroud's bleak folds. A hand emerged from under that pall and hung down towards the ground.
It was the old man's. Enjolras bent down and kissed that venerable hand, just as he had kissed the old man's forehead the day before.
These were the only 2 kisses he had bestowed in his life. To cut this long story short, the barricade had fought like one of the gates of Thebes, the tavern fought like one of the houses of Saragossa.
Such resistances are obdurate. No quarter is given. No truce possible. Men are willing to die, provided they can kill.
When Suchet says, capitulate, Palafox replies, from cannon warfare to knife warfare. The storming of the Hushlup tavern lacked nothing, neither the cobblestones raining down from the windows and the roof onto the besiegers and provoking the soldiers by causing horrible injuries, nor the gunshots fired from the cellars and the dormer windows, nor the ferocity of the attack, nor the fierceness of the defense, nor finally, when the door gave way, the frenzied madness of the killing. Getting their feet entangled in the panels of the door that had been broken down and thrown to the ground, the assailants came rushing into the tavern to find not a single fighter there.
The spiral staircase, cut down with an axe, lay in the middle of the downstairs room. There were a few wounded men breathing their last. Anyone who had not been killed was on the first floor, and from there, through the hole in the ceiling that had been the staircase opening, a tremendous firing now broke out. These were the last of their cartridges. When they were used up, when these warriors facing death had no powder or bullets left, each took hold of 2 of the bottles set aside by Enjolras, mentioned earlier, and they held off the ascent of their attackers with these fearsomely fragile bludgeons. They were bottles of nitric acid. We relate these somber facts of carnage as they were. The besieged, alas, use everything as a weapon.
Greek fire brought no disgrace on Archimedes, boiling pitch brought no disgrace on Bayard.
All war is terror, and there is nothing to choose between one form and another.
Although constrained and directed upwards from below, the besiegers' rifle fire was deadly. The hole in the ceiling was soon ringed with the heads of the slain, with long, red rivulets streaming from them. The pandemonium was indescribable. Stifling, burning smoke created near night above this conflict. There are no words to describe this degree of horror. These were no longer men taking part in the now infernal struggle. These were no longer giants against titans. This was more Milton and Dante than Homer.
Fiends attacked, phantoms resisted.
It was monstrous heroism.
XCI. Sober Orestes and drunken Pylades.
Giving each other a leg up, making use of the skeletal remains of the staircase, scaling the walls, clinging to the ceiling, lashing out at the last of those resisting round the very edge of the opening, a score of besiegers, soldiers, national and municipal guardsmen, mingled together pell-mell, most disfigured by face wounds in their terrible ascent, blinded by blood, driven wild with fury, finally came bursting into the room on the first floor. Only one man was left standing there, Enjolras. Without cartridges, without a sword, all he had left in his hand was the barrel of his rifle, having broken the butt on the heads of those coming in. He had placed the billiard table between his assailants and himself. He had retreated into the corner of the room, and there, with a proud gaze, head held high, with that stump of a weapon in his hand, he was still unnerving enough to create an empty space around him. A cry was raised, "He's the leader." It was he who slew the gunner. Just as well he's taken up position over there. He can stay there. Let's shoot him where he stands.
Go ahead and shoot me, said Enjolras.
And flinging aside the stump of his rifle and folding his arms, he offered them his chest. The courage to die bravely always affects men. As soon as Enjolras folded his arms, accepting his end, the deafening noise of the fighting ceased in that room, and the chaos suddenly subsided into a kind of sepulchral solemnity. The menacing majesty of the disarmed and motionless Enjolras seemed to weigh on that tumult, and this young man, who alone had not a single injury, proud, bloodied, charming, with the indifference of the invulnerable, seemed merely by the authority of his tranquil glance to constrain this sinister rabble to kill him with respect. His beauty, at that moment enhanced by pride, was resplendent, and as if it were no more possible for him to be tired than to be wounded after the dreadful 24 hours that had just elapsed, he was pink and rosy. It might have been of him that the witness was speaking who later told the court-martial, "There was one insurgent I heard referred to as Apollo." A National Guardsman who had taken aim at Enjolras lowered his gun, saying, "I feel as if I'm going to be shooting a flower." 12 men formed a firing squad in the corner opposite Enjolras, and in silence readied their guns. Then a sergeant cried, "Take aim." An officer intervened. "Wait." And addressing Enjolras, he said, "Do you want to be blindfolded?" "No." "Was it you who killed the artillery sergeant?" "Yes." A few moments earlier Grantaire had woken up. Grantaire, remember, had been asleep since the day before, in the upper room of the tavern, seated on a chair, slumped over a table. He embodied with every fiber of his being the old metaphor dead drunk. The hideous potion of absinthe, stout and brandy had plunged him into lethargy. His table being small and of no use for the barricade, he had been left with it. He was still in the same posture, his chest slouched over the table, his head resting on his arms, surrounded by glasses, beer mugs and bottles. He had slept the sluggish sleep of the torpid bear and the sated leech. Nothing had disturbed him, neither the gunfire, nor the cannonballs, nor the canister shot that came through the window into the room where he was, nor the extraordinary commotion of the assault. He merely responded to the cannonade now and then by snoring. He seemed to be waiting there for a bullet that would save him the trouble of waking up. Several corpses lay around him, and at first glance nothing distinguished him from those deep sleepers in death. Noise does not rouse a drunkard, it is silence that wakens him. This peculiarity has been observed more than once. The collapse of everything around him increased Grantaire's prostration. Devastation lulled him. That cessation of tumult, as it were, around Enjolras was a jolt to this heavy slumber. It had the same effect as a carriage going at full gallop that suddenly stops dead. The dozing passengers are wakened. Grantaire straightened up with a start, stretched out his arms, rubbed his eyes, stared, yawned, and understood. Drunkenness that comes to an end is like a curtain tearing apart. Everything it concealed can be seen, in total, at a single glance. Everything suddenly offers itself to memory, and the drunkard who knows nothing of what has happened during the last 24 hours, even before his eyes are fully open, is aware of how things stand. Thoughts return to him with sudden lucidity. The fuddle of drunkenness, a kind of vapor that blinds the brain, dissipates and gives way to the clear, obsessive, sharply defined claims of reality. The soldiers, their eyes fixed on Enjolras, had not even noticed Grantaire, tucked away as he was in a corner and as though screened by the billiard table, and the sergeant was about to repeat his order, "Take aim," when all at once they heard a loud voice cry out beside them, "Long live the Republic!" "So say I." Grantaire was on his feet. The tremendous conflagration of all that fighting he had missed, in which he had played no part, appeared in the glittering eyes of the transfigured drunkard. "Long live the Republic," he repeated, then strode across the room and went to stand next to Enjolras, facing the guns. "Make it 2 at the same time," he said. And turning to Enjolras, he said to him deferentially, "With your permission?" Enjolras pressed his hand, smiling. He was still smiling when the burst of gunfire came. With 8 shots through him, Enjolras was left backed up against the wall as if the bullets had pinned him there. He simply bowed his head. Grantaire fell dead at his feet. A few moments later the soldiers dislodged the last of the insurgents, who had taken refuge at the top of the house. They fired through a wooden lattice into the attic. There was fighting under the eaves. Bodies were thrown out of the windows, some of them still alive. 2 light infantrymen, trying to right the shattered omnibus, were slain by 2 shots fired from the garret windows. A man in an overall was pushed out, bayonet in the stomach, and lay groaning on the ground. A soldier and an insurgent slid together down the tiles of the sloping roof, would not let go of each other, and fell, locked in a ferocious embrace.
Similar fighting in the cellar. Shouts, shots, a furious trampling. Then silence.
The barricade was captured. The soldiers began searching the houses nearby in pursuit of the fugitives.
Ziv. Prisoner. Marius was indeed a prisoner.
The prisoner of Jean Valjean. The hand that had caught him from behind as he fell, and whose sudden grasp he had felt as he lost consciousness, was that of Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had taken no part in the fighting except to expose himself to it. Had it not been for him, no one in that last phase of that desperate struggle would have thought of the wounded. Thanks to him, like an angel of mercy everywhere present among the carnage, those who fell were picked up, carried to the barroom, and their wounds dressed. In between, he repaired the barricade. But nothing that could be seen as an act of hostility or aggression, or even as self-defense, proceeded from his hands. He kept his own counsel, and he gave help. He himself had suffered only a few scratches. The bullets had avoided him. If suicide formed any part of what he had hoped to find in this place of death, on that count he had not succeeded. But we doubt that he had in mind suicide, an irreligious act. In the thick fog of battle, Jean Valjean did not appear to see Marius. The fact is, he never took his eyes off him. When a gunshot felled Marius, Jean Valjean pounced with the agility of a tiger, fell on him as if on prey, and carried him off. The vortex of the attack was at that moment so violently concentrated on Enjolras and the door to the tavern that no one saw Jean Valjean, supporting in his arms the unconscious Marius, cross the denuded floor of the barricade and disappear around the corner of the Corinth building. This corner, remember, formed a kind of promontory into the street. It shielded a few square feet of ground from cannonballs, gunfire, and the eyes of onlookers. There is sometimes a room that does not burn in a fire, and in the most tumultuous seas, in the lee of a headland or deep in a rock-bound cove, an oasis of tranquility. It was in that sort of a recess in the barricade's inner quadrangle that Eponine had breathed her last. There Jean Valjean halted, let Marius slip to the ground, leaned back against the wall and cast his eyes around him. The situation they were in was dreadful. For the moment, for 2 or 3 minutes perhaps, this stretch of wall offered shelter, but how to get away from this massacre? He recalled the plight in which he had found himself in Rue Polonceau 8 years before, and how he had contrived to escape. It was difficult then, today it was impossible. He had before him this implacable and unresponsive 6-story house whose only inhabitant seemed to be the dead man hanging out of the window. To his right he had the fairly low barricade that closed off Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Climbing over this obstacle looked easy, but visible over the top of the barricade was a line of bayonet tips. It was soldiers of the line posted beyond the barricade, on the lookout. It was obvious that to cross the barricade was to go to meet a firing squad, and that any head ventured above the top of that wall of cobblestones would serve as a target for 60 rifle shots. To his left he had the battlefield. Death lay behind the corner of that wall. What could he do? Only a bird could have found a way out of there. And a decision had to be made quickly, some expedient found, some course adopted. There was fighting going on a few steps away from him. Fortunately, everyone was intent on a single point, the door to the tavern, but if it occurred to any one soldier to go round to the back of the house, or to attack it from the side, they were done for. Jean Valjean stared at the house in front of him, he stared at the barricade beside him, then he stared at the ground with the violence of total desperation, at a complete loss, as though he would have liked to drill a hole with his eyes. By dint of staring, something vaguely distinguishable in such a state of anguish came into focus and took shape at his feet, as if it were within the power of a gaze to make the thing desired appear. A few paces away, at the foot of the small barricade so ruthlessly guarded and watched from the outside, he noticed, under a collapsed heap of cobblestones that partly concealed it, an iron grating, laid flat, flush with the ground. This grating, made of strong horizontal bars, was about 2 feet square. The surround of cobblestones that had kept it in place had been torn up, and it was as if it had been forced loose. Through the bars a dark opening could be glimpsed, something resembling a chimney flue or a cistern cylinder. Jean Valjean darted forward. His old expertise in escape flooded his mind like an illumination. Clearing away the cobblestones, lifting the grating, heaving Marius, inert as a dead body, onto his shoulders, and with that weight on his back, using his elbows and knees to help him, climbing down into that well shaft of sorts, which was fortunately not very deep, letting the heavy iron hatch drop into position above his head, thereby setting the cobblestones rolling back on top of it, finding his footing on flagstones 10 feet below the surface. All this was performed as if a frenzy, with the strength of a giant and the swiftness of an eagle. It took a few minutes, at most. Jean Valjean found himself, with Marius still unconscious, in a kind of long underground corridor. Profound peace, absolute silence, night. The sensation he had experienced when escaping from the street into the convent came back to him. Only, today it was not Cosette that he was carrying, it was Marius. Barely could he hear now, but as an indistinct murmur above him, the tremendous tumult of the tavern being taken by storm. Book 2. The Bowels of Leviathan. I. The land impoverished by the sea. Paris pours 25 million a year down the drain. Literally. How, and in what manner? Day and night. To what purpose? To no purpose. With what in mind? With nothing in mind. Why? For no reason. By means of what organ? By means of its intestine. What is its intestine? Its sewer. 25 million is the most conservative estimate produced by specialized scientific calculations. Having long proceeded by trial and error, science now knows that the most effective fertilizer is human manure. The Chinese, let us confess to our shame, knew this before we did. No Chinese peasant, it is Eckeberg who tells us this, goes to town without bringing back on either end of his bamboo pole 2 buckets full of what we call filth. Thanks to human manure, the earth in China is still as youthful as in the days of Abraham. The Chinese wheat yield is up to 100% of the seed sown. There is no guano that can compare as a fertilizer with the excrement of a capital city. A city is the mightiest of dung beetles. Using the city to manure the plain would be a sure success. If our gold is dung, our dung inversely is gold. What is done with this gold dung? It is swept into the abyss. Fleets of vessels are sent at great expense to the South Pole to collect the droppings of petrels and penguins, and the substance of incalculable wealth that we have to hand we pour into the sea. All the human and animal manure that the world wastes, if it were put back into the land instead of being thrown into the sea, would suffice to feed the world. Those heaps of excrement at boundary posts, those cartloads of muck jolted through the streets at night, those frightful vats at the municipal dumps, those fetid seepings of subterranean sludge that the pavements hide from you, do you know what they are? They are the meadow and flower, green grass, serpulid, thyme and sage, they are game, they are cattle, they are the satisfied lowing of oxen in the evening, they are fragrant hay, golden wheat, bread on your table, they are warm blood in your veins, they are health, they are joy, they are life. Such is the will of that mysterious process of creation that is transformation on earth and transfiguration in heaven. Return the stuff to the great crucible, your plentiful abundance will follow. The nutrition of the plains produces food for man. You are free to waste this wealth, and to consider me ridiculous into the bargain. That will be the triumph of your ignorance. According to statistical calculations, France alone pours away into the Atlantic through the mouths of her rivers 500 million every year. Note this, with those 500 million we could cover 1/4 of our budget expenditure. So clever is man, he prefers to throw those 500 million down the drain. It is the very substance of the people that the wretched evacuation of our sewers into the rivers, and the gigantic evacuation of our rivers into the ocean, carry away, now drop by drop, now in torrents. Every belch of our cesspools costs us 1,000 francs. This has two consequences: impoverished land and contaminated water. Hunger emanating from the fields and disease emanating from the rivers. It is common knowledge, for instance, that the Thames is at this moment poisoning London. As for Paris, it has become necessary of late to move most of the sewer outlets downstream, below the last bridge. A bitubular mechanism equipped with valves and scouring sluices and operating by suction and expulsion, an elementary system of drainage as simple as human lungs and already fully functional in many communities in England, would suffice in order to bring into our towns the clean water of the countryside and to send back into the countryside the enriched water of the towns, and this easy exchange, of paramount simplicity, would allow us to keep for ourselves the 500 million now being thrown away. People have other things on their minds. The present system, meaning to do good, does harm. The intention is good, the outcome is unfortunate. We think we are purging the city, and we are enfeebling the population. A sewer is a misapprehension. When drainage, with its dual functionality, restoring what it takes away, has everywhere replaced the sewer, a simple depletory flush system, then this, combined with the realities of a new social economy, will increase tenfold the productiveness of the land, and the problem of destitution will be significantly alleviated. Add the elimination of parasitisms, and it will be resolved. Meanwhile, public wealth goes into the river, and wastage occurs. Wastage is the word. In this way Europe is ruining itself by depletion. As for France, we have just cited the figures. Now, Paris containing 1/25 of the total French population, and Parisian guano being the richest of all, valuing Paris's share of the loss at 25 million of the 500 million that France annually denies itself is an understatement of the truth. Those 25 million, used for welfare relief and recreation, would double the splendor of Paris. The city sends them down into the sewers. So it could be said that Paris's great extravagance, its spectacular entertainment, its folie Beaujon, its festive orgy, its cascades of gold by the handful, its pomp, its luxury, its magnificence, is its sewer system. So it is that, blinded by an inadequate political economy, we drown the well-being of all, leaving it to be carried off downstream and to disappear into the abyss. There should be St-Cloud nets put in place to catch the public fortune. Economically, the matter can be summed up thus: Paris is a wastrel. This model city, Paris, this paradigm of well-designed capitals of which every nation strives to have its own copy, this metropolis of the ideal, this celebrated home of initiative, enterprise and endeavor, this center and abode of intellect, this nation city, this hive of the future, this marvelous combination of Babylon and Corinth would, from the viewpoint we have just indicated, make a Phocian peasant shrug his shoulders. Imitate Paris, and you will ruin yourself. Besides, Paris is itself an imitator, and particularly in this immemorial and senseless waste. This surprising ineptitude is not new. This is no recent folly. The ancients acted in the same way as the moderns. The sewers of Rome, says Liebig, have absorbed all the well-being of the Roman peasant. When the Roman countryside had been ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome depleted Italy, and after she had put Italy in her sewer, she put in Sicily, then Sardinia, then Africa. The sewer of Rome has engulfed the world. This cloaca offered engulfment to the city and to the universe. Urbi et orbi * eternal city, unfathomable sewer. In this as in other things Rome sets the example.
Paris follows this example with all the stupidity characteristic of intellectual cities. For the purposes of the operation on which we have just expounded, Paris has underneath it another Paris, a Paris of sewers, which has its streets, its crossroads, its squares, its blind alleys, its arteries, and its circulation, of muck, that is, without the human dimension. For there must be no flattering, not even of a great people. Where there is everything, there is also ignominy alongside sublimity. And if Paris contains Athens, the city of light, Tyre, the city of might, Sparta, the city of virtue, Nineveh, the city of wonder, it also contains Lutetia, the city of mud. In fact, therein lies the hallmark of its power, and Paris's colossal sump embodies, among monuments, that strange ideal embodied in humanity by a few men such as Machiavelli, Bacon, and Mirabeau, abject grandeur. If the eye could penetrate the surface, subterranean Paris would have the appearance of a huge madrepore coral. A sponge scarcely has more channels and chambers than the mound of earth 15 miles in circumference on which the ancient city stands. Not to mention the catacombs, which are a separate cavern, not to mention the tangled network of gas pipes, leaving aside the vast distribution system of piped running water that feeds the standpost hydrants. The sewers alone constitute an enormous murky network beneath both river banks, a maze whose guiding thread is its incline. There in the dank mist appears the rat, to which Paris seems to have given birth. 2. The ancient history of the sewer. Imagine Paris removed like a lid. A bird's eye view of the underground network of sewers will reveal a large bow, so to speak, grafted onto the river on either side. On the right bank, the orbital sewer will be this bow's main trunk, the secondary drains will be the smaller branches, and the dead-end ducts will be the twigs. This is only a simplified and half-accurate diagram, the right angle, which is the usual angle in subterranean ramifications of this kind, being very rare in vegetation. You will form a more accurate picture of this strange geometrical plan if you suppose that you are looking at some bizarre Oriental alphabet, lying flat on a dark background, all jumbled up, and the misshapen letters welded together in apparent confusion and as if haphazardly, sometimes end to end, sometimes at angles to each other. Sumpson sewers played a great role in the Middle Ages, in late antiquity, and in that ancient Orient. The plague was born of them, despots died in them. The masses regarded these beds of putrefaction, monstrous cradles of death, with an almost religious fear. The vermin pit of Benares is no less dizzying than the lion's den of Babylon. According to rabbinical texts, Tiglath-Pileser swore by the sump of Nineveh. It was from the sewer of Munster that Jan van Leyden made his false moon appear, and it was from the cesspit of Keksheb that his oriental counterpart, Makana, veiled prophet of Khorasan, made his false sun appear. The history of men is reflected in the history of waste dumps. The Gemonian steppes told the story of Rome. Paris's sewer system has been an extraordinary thing over time. It has been a burial place, it has been a place of sanctuary. Crime, intelligence, social protest, freedom of conscience, thought, theft, everything that human laws pursue or have pursued has lain hidden in that warren, the Mailloutins in the 14th century, the coat snatchers in the 15th, the Huguenots in the 16th, Morin's visionaries in the 17th, the chauffeurs in the 18th. 100 years ago the nocturnal thrust of the dagger emerged from it, the endangered scoundrel crept into it. Woodland had its caves, Paris had its sewer. The criminal underworld regarded the sewer as an annex of the Cour des Miracles, and at night that Gallic Picareria *, sly and vicious, would creep back under the Maubuée vomitorium as to a bedchamber. It was quite natural that those whose place of work in the daytime was Pickpocket Alley or Cutthroat Lane should have as their nighttime abode Cheminvert Culvert or Hurepoix Catchment Drain. Places rife with memories. All sorts of phantoms haunt these long desolate corridors. Everywhere, putridness and miasma. Now and again, an air well, where Villon on the inside talks to Rabelais on the outside. The sewer in ancient Paris is the meeting place of all things exhausted and of all things tried. Political economy sees detritus in it, social philosophy sees residue. The sewer is the city's conscience. Everything converges here, and is brought face to face here. In this ghastly place there are shadows, but there are no more secrets. Each thing has its true form, or at least its definitive form. The pile of filth has this in its favor: it does not lie. Artlessness has taken refuge here. There is Basil's mask, but you can see the cardboard in the ties, and the inside as well as the outside, and it is made more obvious by honest mud. Scapin's false nose is close by. Once civilization has no further use for its bits of grubbiness, they fall into this pit of truthfulness, where the great social downward slide ends. They are swallowed up by it, but they are on display. This farrago is a confession. No more false appearances here, no possible plastering over. Filth takes off its shirt, stark nakedness, all illusions and mirages dispelled, nothing other than what is, showing the ugly face of what is finished with. Reality and disappearance. Here, the bottom of a bottle admits to drunkenness, a basket handle tells of domestic service. There, the apple core that once had literary opinions reverts to being an apple core. The effigy on the 10-centime coin is plainly turning green. Caiaphas's spittle meets Falstaff's vomit. The gold coin from the gambling den strikes the nail from which the suicide's rope hangs. A grey fetus rolls away, wrapped in the sequins that danced at the opera last Mardi Gras. A justice's cap that passed. Judgment on men wallows next to a putridness that was a trollop's skirt. This is more than fraternity, this is intimacy. Everything that used to pretty itself is now besmirched. The last veil is torn off. A sewer is a cynic. It tells all. We like this sincerity and foulness, it is restful to the soul. When you have spent your time on earth enduring the spectacle of the airs and graces assumed by reasons of state, solemn oaths, political wisdom, human justice, professional integrity, the rigors of high office, the robes of incorruptibility, it is a relief to go into a sewer and see the filth that belongs there. It is also instructive. We said earlier, history passes through the sewer. The street Bartholomew's filter into it, drop by drop, between the paving stones. Great public assassinations, political and religious massacres, pass through this underground realm of civilization, and shove their corpses down here. To the eye of anyone given to reflection, all history's murderers are here in the hideous murk, on their knees, with a piece of their shroud for an apron, dismally cleaning up their doings. Louis XI is here with Tristan. François I with Duprat, Charles IX with his mother, Richelieu with Louis XIII, Louvois is here, Letellier is here, Hébert and Maillard are here, scratching at the stones and trying to make the traces of their actions disappear. Beneath these vaults you hear the brooms of those specters. Here, you breathe in the overwhelming fetidness of social catastrophes. You see in the corners reddish glimmerings. Terrible waters flow there, in which bloodied hands have been washed. The social observer must enter these shadows. They are part of his laboratory. Philosophy is the microscope of the mind. Everything wants to flee it, but nothing escapes it. Dodging is useless. Which side of yourself do you show when dodging? The shameful side. Philosophy trains its honest gaze on evil and does not let it escape into the void. In the fading away of things that disappear, in the dwindling of things that vanish, it recognizes everything. It reconstructs the purple from the rag and the woman from her tatters. Out of the sewer it reconstructs the city. Out of the mud it reconstructs morality. From the shard it deduces the amphora or the pitcher. From the imprint of a fingernail on a piece of parchment it recognizes the difference between the jury of the Judengasse and the jury of the ghetto. In what remains, it finds what has been good, evil, falsehood, truth, the bloodstain from the law courts, the ink blot from the cavern, the drop of candle grease from the brothel, ordeals suffered, temptations welcomed, orgies spewed up, the kink that characters have acquired in abasing themselves, the trace of prostitution in souls whose coarseness made them capable of it, and in the jerkins of Rome's street porters the imprint of Messalina's elbow. 3. Brunso. Paris's sewer was legendary in the Middle Ages. In the 16th century, Henri II attempted a survey that came to nothing. Not 100 years ago. Mercier tells us, the sewer system was abandoned, and left to itself to survive as best it could. That was ancient Paris, consigned to disputes, indecision and uncertainty. For a long time it was quite stupid. Later, 89 showed how cities come to their senses. But in the good old days the capital had little idea. It did not know how to manage its affairs either morally or materially, and was no more capable of sweeping away filth than abuses. Everything was an obstacle, everything was debatable. The sewer, for example, followed no route. People could no more find their bearings down there than they could understand each other in the city. Above ground the unintelligible, below ground the unchartable. Beneath the confusion of tongues was the confusion of tunnels. Underlying Babel was the labyrinth. Sometimes the Paris sewer took to overflowing, as though this unappreciated Nile were suddenly seized with anger. There were, disgusting to relate, inundations of sewerage. At times, this stomach of civilization failed to digest properly, resulting in a reflux from the cloaca into the city's gullet, and Paris got an aftertaste of its own excreta. There was something to be said for these bouts of remorse on the part of the sewer. They were warnings, taken very badly, in fact. The city was outraged that its filth should be so bold, and would not tolerate its return. Flush it away more effectively. The inundation of 1802 is still a vivid memory to Parisians in their 80s. The filth spread crosswise over Place des Victoires, where the statue of Louis XIV stands. It entered Rue Estionneret by the two manholes in the Champs-Élysées, Rue St. Florentin by the St. Florentin drain, Rue Pierre-Epoisson by the Sonnery drain, Rue Popincourt by the Cheminvert drain, Rue de la Roquette by the Rue de Lappe drain. It filled the gutter running down the middle of Rue des Champs-Élysées to a depth of well over 12 inches. And, to the south, the outlet into the Seine backed up, sending it into Rue Mazarine, Rue de l'Échaude and Rue de Marais, where after covering 120 yards it stopped just a few paces short of the house where Racine had lived, showing greater respect for the 17th century poet than for the king. It reached its maximum depth in Rue Saint-Pierre, where it rose 3 feet above the flagstones of the gutter, and its maximum expanse in Rue Esti-Sabin, where it stretched over 260 yards. At the beginning of this century the Paris sewers were still a place of mystery. Filth will never be well thought of, but in this instance such was its ill repute that it was regarded with dread. Paris knew in some confused way that there was underneath it a terrible cavern. People spoke of it as of that monstrous pit of Thebes teeming with 15-foot-long centipedes, and that might have served Behemoth for a bathtub. The sewerman's great boots never ventured beyond certain well-known points. It was still very close to the time when waste carts, on top of which Saint Foy fraternized with the Marquis de Créquy, discharged their loads directly into the sewers. As for any flushing, responsibility for that task was entrusted to downpours of rain, which clogged rather than cleared. Rome still allowed its waste dump a little poetry, calling it the Gemonian Steps. Paris insulted its cloaca and called it the stinkhole. Science and superstition concurred in their horror. The stinkhole was no less loathsome to hygiene than to legend. Paris's bogeyman flourished under the fetid vault of the Mouffetard drain. The corpses of the marmosettes had been thrown into the Barillery drain. Fagon had attributed the terrible malignant fever of 1685 to the great long stretch of the Marais open drain, which remained uncovered in Rue Estier-Louis, almost opposite the sign of the Gallant Messenger, until 1833. The mouth of the Rue de la Mortellerie drain was famous for the vermin that came out of it. With the sharp points of its iron grating suggestive of a row of teeth, it was like a dragon's maw in that deadly street, breathing hell over men. The popular imagination enlivened the grim Parisian sump with who knows what hideous mixture of infinitudes. The sewer was bottomless. The sewer was a bathroom. The idea of exploring these leprous regions did not even occur to the police.
To probe this unknown, to fathom this darkness, to go exploring this abyss, who would have dared?
It was terrifying. Yet someone did volunteer.
The sewer had its Christopher Columbus. One day in 1805, during one of the emperor's rare appearances in Paris, the Minister of the Interior, some Deckers or Cretet or other, attended the master's petit lever. The sound of their swords being trailed after them by all those extraordinary soldiers of the Great Republic and the Great Empire could be heard from Place du Carrousel. Napoleon's doorway was choked with heroes, men from the Rhine, the Escaut, the Adige, and the Nile, companions of Joubert, Desaix, Marceau, Hoche, Kleber, Fleuris balloonists, Mainz grenadiers, Genoa bridge builders, hussars the pyramids had gazed on, artillerymen bespattered by Junot's cannonball, cuirassiers who had taken by assault the fleet lying at anchor in the Zuiderzee. Some had followed Bonaparte across the bridge at Lodi, others had been with Murat in the trenches at Mantua, others had gone ahead of Lens along the sunken road at Montebello. There in the courtyard of the Tuileries was the whole army of that time, represented by a section or a unit, guarding
Napoleon in his sleep.
And it was the magnificent epoch when the Grand Army had Marengo behind it and Austerlitz ahead of it. "Sire," the Minister of the Interior said to Napoleon, "yesterday I saw the most intrepid man in your empire."
"What man was that?" said the Emperor brusquely. "And what has he done?"
"Sire, he's intending to do something."
"And what is that?"
"To visit the sewers of Paris." This man existed, and his name was Brunceau.
4. Unknown details.
The visit took place. It was a formidable campaign, a nocturnal battle against pestilence and asphyxiation. It was at the same time a journey of discovery. A few years ago, one of the survivors of this expedition, an intelligent workman, very young at the time, was still recounting some of the curious details that Brunceau felt obliged to leave out of his report to the prefect of police, as a discredit to the administrative style.
Disinfection procedures were very rudimentary in those days.
Brunceau had hardly gone beyond the first intersections of that subterranean network when 8 of the 20 workmen refused to go any further.
The operation was complicated. The visit involved cleaning.
So there was cleaning to be done, and at the same time surveying, noting water inlets, counting gratings and outlets, detailing the branch structure, indicating the currents where the waters divided, identifying the respective perimeters of the various sewage basins, probing the smaller drains grafted onto the main drain, measuring the maximum height of each drain and the width, at the base of the vault as well as at floor level, and lastly plotting the level of every water inlet relative to both drain floor and street. Progress was arduous.
It was not uncommon for the ladders descending into the sewers to plunge into 3 feet of sludge. The lamps guttered in the miasmic fumes.
Every now and then a sewerman was carried out unconscious. At certain points, a precipitous drop. The ground had given way, the paving had collapsed, the drain had turned into a soak pit. There was nothing solid left. A man suddenly disappeared. He was rescued with the greatest difficulty. On the advice of Fourcroy, they lighted, at regular intervals, in duly sanitized locations, big wire mesh containers filled with resin-soaked tow. The wall was covered in some places with gnarled fungi that looked like tumors. The very stone itself seemed diseased in this unbreathable atmosphere. In his exploration, Brunceau followed the direction of the flow. At the head of the 2 grand hurler channels he deciphered on a projecting stone the date 1550. This stone marked the furthest that Philibert Delorme, charged by Henri II with visiting Paris's subterranean network, had reached. This stone was the 16th century's mark on the sewer. Brunceau found the 17th century's handiwork in the Ponceau drain and the Rue Vieille du Temple drain, vaulted between 1600 and 1650, and the 18th century's handiwork in the western section of the collector channel, which was enclosed and vaulted in 1740. These two vaultings, especially the one that was less old, of 1740, were more cracked and decrepit than the masonry of the orbital sewer, which dated from 1412, when the Menilmontant freshwater brook was elevated to the rank of Paris's main sewer, a promotion similar to that of a peasant appointed chief valet to the king, something like Grosjean transformed into La Belle. In a few places, particularly beneath the Court of Justice, were identified what were thought to be the cavities of ancient dungeons actually built into the sewer.
Hideous oubliettes. An iron neck collar hung in one of these cells. They were all walled up.
There were some bizarre finds, including the skeleton of an orangutan that had vanished from the Jardin des Plantes in 1800, a disappearance probably connected with the famous and indisputable apparition of the devil in Rue de Bernardines in the last year of the 18th century. The poor devil had ended up drowning in the sewer. Beneath the long arched corridor that ends at Archimerion, a perfectly preserved ragpicker's basket excited the admiration of the experts. Everywhere, the sludge, which the sewermen had learned how to deal with intrepidly, abounded in valuable objects, gold and silver jewelry, precious stones, coins. Any giant that had sifted this cesspool would have had the riches of centuries in his sieve. Where the two branches of Rue du Temple and Rue Estiavoy divided, a curious Huguenot copper medal was found, showing a pig wearing a cardinal's hat on one side and a wolf with a tiara on its head on the other. The most surprising discovery was made at the entrance to the main sewer. This entrance had once been closed off by a grating, of which nothing but the hinges remained. From one of these hinges, arrested there in its passage, no doubt, hung a dirty shapeless rag, fluttering in the dark, not quite completely disintegrated. Brunceau brought his lantern up close and examined this tattered oddment. It was of very fine batiste, and discernible in one corner, less frayed than the others, was a heraldic coronet embroidered above these 7 letters, Labisp. The coronet was the coronet of a marquis, and the 7 letters stood for Lobspine. It was realized that what they had before their eyes was a piece of Marat's shroud. Marat in his youth had had an amorous intrigue. It was around the time that he held the post of physician to the household of the Comte d'Artois. From that affair with a great lady, a matter of historical record, he was left with this bedsheet. Casualty of fate, or souvenir. At his death, this being the only linen of any fineness that he had in his house, it was used to wrap his body. In cerements that had known carnal pleasure, old women had shrouded for burial the tragic friend of the people.
Brunceau passed on. That rag was left where it was, just as it was. Out of contempt or respect. Marat deserved both.
And besides, the mark of destiny that it bore was enough to make anyone hesitate to touch it. In any case, burial things are best left in the place they themselves have chosen. In short, it was a strange relic.
A marquise had slept in it.
Marat had rotted in it. It had been through the Pantheon and ended up with the rats in the sewer. This remnant of the bedchamber, whose every fold Watteau would once have joyfully depicted, had come to be worthy of Dante's steady gaze. The visit to Paris's underground waste disposal network lasted a full 7 years, from 1805 to 1812.
Along the way Brunceau designated, directed, and brought to completion some major works.
In 1808 he lowered the floor of the Ponceau and, creating new routes everywhere, in 1809 he extended the sewers under Rue Esti-Denis to the Fontaine des Innocents, in 1810 under Rue Freudmanteau and La Salpêtrière, in 1811 under Rue Neuve de Petit-Pérez, Rue du Mail, Rue de l'Écharpe, Place Royale, and in 1812 under Rue de la Paix and Chaussée d'Antin. At the same time he had the whole network disinfected and sanitized. In the second year of his work Brunceau was joined by his son-in-law Nargaud. So it was that at the beginning of this century the old society attended to its hidden underside and put its sewers to rights. At least that was one thing cleaned up. Full of twists and turns, creviced and fissured, in need of repaving, potholed, suddenly veering off at bizarre angles, rising and descending without any logic, fetid, feral, fearsome, steeped in darkness, its flagstones and walls scarred and gashed, horrendous. Looking back, that is what Paris's ancient sewer was like. Tunnels branching off in every direction, ducts crisscrossing, junctions, multiple intersections, radial pattern like mining trenches, with dead ends, blind alleys, saltpetre-lined vaults, foul sumps, scabrous seepings from the walls, dripping ceilings, blackness. Nothing equaled the horror of this old waste disposal crypt, Babylonian alimentary canal, cavern, catacomb, alley-riddled abyss, gigantic burrow where in the mind's eye that enormous blind mole, the past, is seen prowling through the shadows and filth that was once magnificence. This, we repeat, was the sewer of old. V. Present-day progress. Today the sewer is clean, stark, straight, as it should be. It almost realizes the ideal of what is meant in England by the word respectable. It is decent and drab, well laid out, you might almost say well turned out. It has the look of a tradesman who has come up in the world. It is almost light enough to see. The sludge observes a decorum. At first sight it might easily be mistaken for one of those underground passageways that were once so common and so useful to fleeing monarchs and princes, in the good old days when the people loved their kings. The present sewer is a fine sewer, where the pure style prevails. Driven out of poetry and having apparently taken refuge in architecture, the classic rectilinear Alexandrine verse seems inherent in every stone of this long and palely shadowed vault. Every drain is an arcade. The Rue de Rivoli is emulated, even in the sewer. The fact is, if the geometrical line has a place anywhere, it is certainly in a city's sewerage system. Here, everything must conform to the shortest route. The sewer has acquired a certain official status nowadays. Even police reports, in which it sometimes figures, are no longer disrespectful when referring to it. The words that characterize it in administrative language are formal and dignified. What used to be called a passage is now called a gallery. What used to be called a hole is now called an inspection chamber. Villon would no longer recognize his old bolt hole. This network of cellars has its immemorial population of rodents, pullulating more than ever. From time to time a season-old sewer rat dares to show its head at the window and observes the Parisians. But even these vermin are tamed, satisfied as they are with their subterranean palace. The sewer has nothing of its earlier barbarism. The rain that used to foul the sewer now flushes it. But do not be too trusting. Noxious fumes still inhabit it. It is more hypocritical than irreproachable. The Prefecture of Police and the Health Commission have done their best, but despite all the sanitization measures it exudes a faintly suspect smell, like Tartuffe after confession. What we can agree on is that since, all things considered, mucking out is a tribute the sewer pays to civilization, and from that point of view Tartuffe's conscience is an advance on the Augean stables, there has certainly been some improvement in Paris's sewer system. This is more than progress, it is a transformation. Between the old sewer and the present sewer there has been a revolution. Who brought about this revolution? The man forgotten by everyone and whose name we have mentioned, Brunso. 6. Future progress. The excavation of Paris's sewer has been no small task. The last 10 centuries have worked on it without being able to complete it any more than they have been able to finish building Paris. Indeed, the sewer suffers all the repercussions of Paris's expansion. It is a kind of hidden multi-tentacled polyp that, as the city grows above it, grows in the earth beneath. Every time the city opens up a new street, the sewer extends an arm. The old monarchy constructed only 25,480 yards of sewers. That was the situation in Paris on the 1st of January 1806. We shall have more to say about that era in due course. From then onwards the enterprise was effectively and energetically resumed and pursued.
Napoleon built 5,250 yards. These figures are interesting. Louis XVIII, 6,240, Charles X, 11,850, Louis Philippe, 97,353, the Republic of 1848, 25,570, the present regime, 77,100, in all, to date, 248,843 yards, close on 100. And 50 miles of sewers, Paris's vast entrails. An obscure, ever-expanding network, an immense and unnoticed engineering operation. As we can see, Paris's subterranean labyrinth is today more than 10 times what it was at the beginning of the century. It is difficult to imagine all the perseverance and effort it has taken to bring this sewer system to the point of relative perfection that it has now reached. It was with great difficulty that the old monarchic administration, and during the last 10 years of the 18th century the revolutionary municipal authorities, managed to lay the 15 miles or so of sewer that existed before 1806. All sorts of obstacles hindered this operation, some to do with the nature of the terrain, others inherent in the Parisian working-class population's own prejudices. Paris is built on a site strangely resistant to the mattock, the hoe, the drill, to human intervention. There is nothing more difficult to cut through and penetrate than this geological stratum on which stands the marvelous historical structure called Paris. As soon as any kind of work starts on this layer of alluvial deposits, subterranean obstructions abound, such as liquid clay, freshwater springs, hard rock, and that soft, deep mud for which the scientific term is ooze. The pickaxe makes arduous progress through calcareous layers alternating with very thin veins of clay and beds of schist, whose folia are encrusted with oyster shells coeval with the pre-Adamite oceans. Sometimes a rivulet suddenly bursts through a vault under construction and drenches the laborers working on it. Or loose mudstone is suddenly exposed and comes pouring down in a raging torrent, breaking the strongest supporting beams as if they were made of glass. Quite recently, at La Valette, where the main sewer had to be routed under the Saint-Martin Canal without interrupting navigation and without draining the canal, a crack opened up in the canal basin, and water suddenly poured into the underground tunnel, overwhelming the power of the pumps. They had to use a diver to find the crack, which was in the Grand Bassin lock, and it was not without great difficulty that the crack was filled in. Elsewhere, near the Seine, and even quite far from the river, for instance, at Belleville, Grande Rue and Passage Lunière, you come across quicksands that suck you in, where a man can disappear before your eyes. Add to that, asphyxiation by noxious fumes, being buried under cave-ins, and the ground suddenly giving way. Add to that, typhus, to which the workmen slowly succumb. In our own day, after having excavated the Clichy Gallery, with a shelf for carrying a water main from the Ourcq, work that was carried out in an open trench over 32 feet deep, after cave-ins, and by means of often foul excavations and of underpinning, having vaulted the Beavre from Boulevard de l'Hôpital down to the Seine, after having constructed the sewer line from Barrière Blanche to Chemin d'Aubervilliers in 4 months, working day and night at a depth of 36 feet, in order to save Paris from the torrential floodwaters of Montmartre and so as to provide drainage for those 22 acres of fluvial marshland that lie stagnating by Barrière de Martyrs, after having built underground, without a trench, something that had not been seen before then, 20 feet below the surface, a sewer in Rue Bardoubec, Foreman Monat died. After having vaulted over 3,000 yards of sewers all over the city, from Rue Traverse Antoine to Rue de l'Orsine, after having dealt with the stormwater flooding of Carrefour Saint-Cyr-Malfatard by installing the Arbalete drain, after having built the Estigeurs sewer on stone bedding and concrete and shifting sands, after having overseen the formidable task of lowering the floor of the Notre Dame de Nazareth sewer, Engineer Dulot died. There is no official reporting of such acts of bravery, more useful though they are than the senseless slaughter on battlefields. The sewers of Paris in 1832 were far from being what they are today. Brunceau provided the initial impetus, but it took cholera to bring about the vast reconstruction that has been carried out since. It is surprising, for example, that in 1821 part of the orbital sewer, called the Grand Canal as in Venice, was still an open drain festering in Rue de Gourds. It was not until 1823 that the city of Paris found in its pocket the 266,080 francs 6 centimes needed to cover this foulness. The three soakwells of Combat, La Cunette and Essemonde, with their outflows, cesspools, appliances and purification systems, date from only 1836. Paris's intestinal network has been rebuilt and, as we have said, increased in extent more than tenfold within the last quarter of a century. 30 years ago, at the time of the 5th-6th of June insurrection, there was still in many places more or less the original sewer. A great number of streets, now cambered, then had a gutter running down the middle of them. Very often to be seen in the declivity into which the sides of a street or a crossroad sloped were large square gratings with thick iron bars that gleamed from being polished by the feet of the crowd, dangerous and slippery for vehicles and liable to bring down horses. The official language of the Bridges and Highways Authority gave these declivities and gratings the expressive name cassis. In 1832, in countless streets, Rue d'Eletoile,
Rue Saint-Louis, Rue du Temple, Rue Vieille du Temple, Rue Notre-Dame de Nazareth, Rue Folie-Méricourt, Quai aux Fleurs, Rue du Petit Musc, Rue de Normandie, Rue Pont-aux-Biches, Rue des Marais, Faubourg Saint-Martin.
Rue Notre-Dame de Victors, Faubourg Montmartre, Rue Grange Batelier, the Champs-Élysées, Rue Jacob, Rue de Tournon, the old Gothic sewer still cynically displayed its innards.
These were long stretches of stone-lined drains under gratings, sometimes edged with boundary posts, a monumental check.
In 1806 the extent of Paris's sewers was still comparatively close to the figure recorded in 1663, 5,328 toises star. After Brunceau, by the 1st of January 1832, it was 44,000 yards. Between 1806 and 1831, an average of 820 yards were constructed every year. Since then, 8.5, even 11,000 yards of galleries have been constructed every year, of small masonry materials with hydraulic lime mortar on a concrete base. At some 200 francs a yard, the 150 miles of sewers of present-day Paris represent in the region of 50 million francs. Apart from the economic progress we mentioned at the beginning, there are serious problems of public hygiene relating to this enormous issue of Paris's sewer. Paris is sandwiched between two layers, a layer of water and a layer of air. The layer of water, lying fairly deep underground but already tapped by two borings, is supplied by the layer of greensand lying between the chalk and the Jurassic limestone. This layer may be represented as a disk of some 60 miles radius. A multitude of rivers and brooks seeps into it. In a glass of water from the Grenelle well you are drinking the Seine, the Marne, the Yonne, the Oise, the Aisne, the Cher, the Vienne and the Loire. This layer of water is wholesome, it comes from heaven in the first place, then from the earth. The layer of air is insalubrious, it comes from the sewer. All the noxious fumes of the sewer are inhaled in the city's respiration, hence this bad breath. The air taken from above a dung heap, it has been scientifically proved, is purer than the air taken from above Paris. In due course, with the help of progress, as machines improve and our knowledge increases, the layer of water will be used to purify the layer of air. That is to say, to clean the sewer. We know that by cleaning the sewer we mean returning the muck to the earth, putting dung back in the soil and manure back in the fields. As a result of this measure there will be a reduction in poverty and an improvement in health for the whole social community. At present, the spread of disease around Paris, taking the Louvre as the hub of this pestilential wheel, extends for 125 miles. It might be said that for 10 centuries the sewer has been Paris's disease. The sewer is the vice that Paris has in its blood. The people's instinct has never been wrong about this. The occupation of sewerman used to be almost as dangerous, and almost as loathsome to the people, as the occupation of knacker, regarded with horror and for so long left to the executioner. High wages were necessary to induce a builder to disappear into that fetid warren. The shaft sinker's ladder hesitated to plunge into it. It was said proverbially, to descend into the sewer is to step into the grave. And as we have said, all sorts of frightful legends shrouded in terror this colossal cesspit, this dreaded stinkhole that bears traces of the revolutions of the globe as well as of the revolutions of man, and where vestiges of all cataclysms are to be found, from the seashells of the flood to Marat's rag. Book 3. The Mire, Yet the Soul. I. The Sewer and Its Surprises. Jean Valjean, it turned out, was in the sewers of Paris. Yet another resemblance between Paris and the sea: he who plunges into it, as into the ocean, may disappear. The transition was extraordinary. In the very heart of the city Jean Valjean had found a way out of the city, and in the twinkling of an eye, the time taken to lift a manhole cover and close it again, he had passed from broad daylight to total darkness, from midday to midnight, from tumult to silence, from the maelstrom of thunderous explosions to the stagnancy of the tomb and, by a twist of fate far more remarkable even than that of Rue Polonceau, from the most extreme peril to the utmost safety. Suddenly dropping into a cellar, disappearing into Paris's secret dungeon, leaving that street where death was ubiquitous for this tomb of sorts where there was life, that was a strange moment. He remained as if bewildered for a few seconds, listening, stupefied. The pitfall of safety had suddenly opened beneath him. Celestial goodness had, in a manner of speaking, caught him by treachery. Wonderful ambushes laid by Providence. Only, the wounded man did not stir, and Jean Valjean did not know whether what he was carrying down that hole was dead or alive. His first sensation was blindness. Suddenly, he could no longer see anything. He also felt that within a moment he had become deaf. He could no longer hear anything. As we have said, thanks to the depth of earth that separated him from it, the frenzied orgy of murder that raged a few feet above reached him only faintly and indistinctly, like a deep and distant murmur. He felt solid ground under his feet. That was all. But it was enough. He extended one arm and then the other, touched the walls on both sides, and realized the corridor was narrow. He slipped, and realized the flagged surface was wet. He cautiously put one foot forward, fearing a hole, a drainwell, some abyss. He found that the paving continued. A whiff of foulness signaled to him what place he was in. After a few moments he was no longer blind. A little light came down the air well he had slipped into, and his eyes had adjusted to this cellar. He began to discern something. The passage in which he had gone to ground, no other expression better describes the situation, ended in a wall behind him. It was one of those blind alleys for which the technical term is lateral sewer. In front of him was another wall, a wall of blackness. The light from the air well gave out 10 or 12 paces from the point where Jean Valjean stood, and cast the merest deathly pallor on a few yards of the damp sewer wall. Beyond, the opacity was massive. To penetrate it seemed horrifying, and entering it like being swallowed up. Yet it was possible for a man to force his way through that wall of fog, and it had to be done. Indeed, it had to be done quickly. That grating, Jean Valjean thought, that he had noticed under the cobblestones might also be noticed by the soldiers. Everything depended on that accident of fate. They too might descend, and search this air well. There was not a minute to lose. He had put Marius down on the ground, now he gathered him up, that again is the appropriate term, settled him back on his shoulders, and set off. He resolutely entered that darkness. The truth is, they were less out of danger than Jean Valjean thought. Perils of another kind, and no less great perhaps, awaited them. After the blistering maelstrom of the fighting, the cavern of miasmas and pitfalls, after chaos, the cloaca. Jean Valjean had fallen from one circle of hell into another. When he had gone 50 paces he had to stop. A problem presented itself. The corridor ended at another passageway that cut across it. There was a choice of direction. Which way should he go? Should he turn left or right? How was anyone to find his bearings in this pitch-black labyrinth?
This labyrinth, as we have already mentioned, had a guiding thread, its incline. To follow the incline was to go down to the river. Jean Valjean realized this immediately. He told himself he was probably in the sewer of Les Halles, that if he chose to go left and followed the incline, within 15 minutes he would come to some outlet on the Seine between Pont-au-Change and Pont-Neuf, that is to say, he would appear in broad daylight in the busiest part of Paris. Perhaps he would come out at a grating in the middle of a crossroads, astounding the bystanders with the spectacle of two bloodied men emerging from the ground under their feet. The police turning up, the local guardsmen called to arms. They would be arrested before they were out. It was better to head back into the labyrinth, trust in that blackness and rely on Providence to find a way out. Going in the upward direction, he turned to the right. When he had turned the corner of the gallery, the distant glimmer of the air well disappeared, the curtain of darkness fell over him once more and he was blind again. Still he kept going, as quickly as he could. Marius's two arms were wrapped around his neck and his feet dangled behind him. He held both arms with one hand, and felt his way along the wall with the other. Marius's cheek was touching his and, being bloody, stuck to it. He felt a warm trickle, coming from Marius, dripping onto him and soaking into his clothes. But a damp warmth at his ear, which the wounded man's mouth was touching, indicated breathing, and therefore life. The passage Jean Valjean was now following was not as narrow as the first. He trudged along it with considerable difficulty. The rains of the preceding day had not yet entirely run off and had created a little stream running down the middle of the sewer floor, forcing him to keep close to the wall so as not to have his feet in the water. So he progressed, darkly. He was like the creatures of the night, groping in the invisible, lost underground in veins of shadow. Yet little by little, either because distant air wells sent a little unsteady glimmering into this opaque fog or because his eyes were adjusting to the dark, he regained some dim level of vision and began once again to perceive indistinctly now the wall he was touching, now the vault he was walking under. The pupil dilates in the dark and eventually finds light there, just as the soul dilates in misfortune and eventually finds God. Finding his way was no easy task. The layout of the sewers reflects, as it were, the layout of the streets above. There were in Paris at that time 2,200 streets. Imagine, underneath them, that forest of shadowy branches called the sewer. The network of sewers existing at that time, placed end to end, would have reached a length of 27 miles. We said earlier that, thanks to exceptional activity in the last 30 years, the present network extends to no less than 150. Jean Valjean started out under a misapprehension. He thought he was under Rue St. Denis, and unfortunately for him he was not. Under Rue St. Denis there is an old stone sewer that dates from Louis XIII and runs directly to the main sewer, the so-called Great Sewer, with only one turning to the right, at the level of the old Cour des Miracles, and a single junction, with the Saint-Martin sewer, where the four passages meet at a crossroads. But the Petit Truanderie drain, whose entrance was near the Corinth Tavern, has never connected with the Rue St. Denis sewer. It leads into the Montmartre sewer, and that is the one Jean Valjean had entered. There were plenty of opportunities for getting lost down there. The Montmartre sewer is one of the most labyrinthine of the old network. Fortunately, Jean Valjean had left behind him the Les Halles sewer, which on the map looks like a tangled host of topgallant masts. But before reaching the orbital sewer, which alone could lead him to some exit that was far enough away to be safe, there lay ahead of him more than one unwelcome encounter in more than one street corner, for streets they are, inviting him in the dark like a question mark. First, on his left, the huge Plâtrière sewer, a kind of Chinese puzzle, with its chaos of TS and ZS confused, extending under the post office and under the wheat market roundhouse right down to the Seine, where it ends in a Y. Second, on his right, the curving corridor of Rue du Cadran with its three teeth that are so many blind alleys. Third, on his left, the mail branch, complicated by a kind of fork almost at the mouth of it, zigzagging its way to the great underground chamber of the Louvre outlet,
divided up into subsections with offshoots in every direction, and last, the dead-end passage of Rue des Janeurs, not to mention little recesses here and there. If Jean Valjean had had the faintest notion of everything we have just described, he would have soon realized, merely by the feel of the wall, that he was not in the Rue St. Denis underground gallery. Instead of the old ashlar stonework, instead of the earlier style of architecture, regal and majestic even in the sewer, with paving and walls of granite and fat lime mortar costing 400 francs a yard, he would have felt beneath his hand contemporary cheapness, economic expediency, Burstone with hydraulic lime mortar on a concrete base, which costs 200 francs a yard, the so-called small bourgeois masonry. But he knew nothing of all this. He kept going, anxious but calm, seeing nothing, knowing nothing, at the mercy of fate, that is to say, in the hands of Providence. Gradually, it has to be said, a vague horror came over him. The gloom that enveloped him penetrated his spirit. He was walking within a riddle. This cloacal aqueduct is dreadful. It is vertiginously convoluted. Being trapped inside this sinister Paris is a dismal experience. Jean Valjean was obliged to find his way, and almost to fabricate it, without seeing it. In this unknown, every step he ventured might be his last. How would he get out of here? Would he find an exit? Would he find it in time? Would this colossal underground sponge with its stone pores allow itself to be penetrated and invaded? Would they encounter some unexpected concentration of inextricable darkness? Would they be baffled by the inescapable, and thwarted by the impassable? Would Marius die down here from loss of blood, and he of hunger? Having lost their way down here, would they both end up as two skeletons in some corner of this black night? He did not know. He asked himself all this and was unable to reply. The bowels of Paris are an abyss. Like the prophet, he was in the belly of the monster. Suddenly, he was taken aback. At the most unexpected moment, and having been walking in a straight line all the time, he noticed the ground was no longer rising. The water of the rivulet was following at his heels instead of coming towards him from the tips of his toes. The sewer was now descending. Why? So was he all of a sudden going to arrive at the Seine? There was great danger in this, but the danger of turning back was even greater. He pressed on. It was not towards the Seine that he was going. The ridge of higher ground on Paris's right bank drains on one side into the Seine, and on the other into the great sewer. The crest of this ridge that determines the parting of the waters follows a very capricious line. In the Estiavois sewer the highest point, which is where the flow divides, is beyond Rue Michel Comte, in the Louvre sewer it is near the boulevards, and in the Montmartre sewer, near Les Halles. It was this highest point that Jean Valjean had reached. He was heading towards the orbital sewer. He was going the right way, but he did not know it. Every time he came to a junction he would feel round the edges of the opening, and if he found that it was not as wide as the corridor he was in he did not enter it but continued on his way, rightly judging that any passage that was narrower must come to a dead end and could only lead him further from his goal, that is to say, an outlet. So it was that he avoided the quadruple trap, represented by the four mazes we have just listed, that he was faced with in the darkness. At a certain moment he realized that he was leaving behind, down here, the Paris that was paralyzed by the rioting, where the barricades had stopped all movement, and that he was now beginning to make his way under the normal, lively Paris. Overhead he suddenly heard what sounded like thunder, distant but continuous. It was the rattling of carriages. He had been walking for about half an hour, at least according to his own calculation, and he had not yet thought of taking a rest. He had merely switched hands to hold on to Marius. The darkness was more intense than ever, but its very intensity reassured him. All at once he saw his shadow in front of him. It was outlined against a faint, almost imperceptible flush that tinged with crimson the floor at his feet and the vault above his head, and to his right and to his left stole across the two slimy walls of the corridor.
Astounded, he turned round. Shafting through the thick darkness behind him, in the part of the corridor he had just passed through and at what seemed to him a vast distance, blazed some sort of dreadful star that seemed to be staring at him. This was the sinister star of the police rising up in the sewer. Moving about in some confusion behind that star were 8 or 10 figures. Black, upright, indistinct, terrifying. 2. An explanation. On the 6th of June, a search of the sewers had been ordered. It was feared that the vanquished might have taken refuge in them, and Prefect Gisket was to flush out hidden Paris, while General Bugod conducted a sweep of public Paris, a twofold combined operation that called for a twofold strategy from the armed forces, represented above ground by the army and below ground by the police. 3 units of police and sewermen explored the subterranean network of Paris, one on the right bank, the second on the left bank, the third in the heart of the city. The police were armed with rifles, truncheons, swords, and daggers. What was shining in Jean Valjean's direction at that moment was the lantern of the right bank patrol. This patrol had just visited the curving gallery and 3 blind alleys that run under Rue du Cadran. While the patrol with its lantern was checking those blind alleys, Jean Valjean had come across the entrance to the gallery, identified it as being narrower than the main corridor, and had not taken that turning. He had continued on his way. When the police emerged from the Cadran gallery, they thought they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the orbital sewer. These were in fact Jean Valjean's footsteps. The sergeant leading the patrol had raised his lantern and the squad were peering earnestly into the murk in the direction from where the sound came. It was an indescribable moment for Jean Valjean. Fortunately, though it was easy for him to see the lantern, it was not easy for the lantern to see him. The lantern was light and he was shadow. He was very far off, and blended into the darkness of the place. He shrank back against the wall and halted. He did not, in any event, realize what was moving back there. Sleep deprivation, want of food and emotional stress had made him as well slip into a hallucinatory state. He saw a brightness, and round that brightness some spectral figures. What was it? He did not understand. Jean Valjean having stopped, the noise stopped. The patrolmen listened and heard nothing, they looked and saw nothing. They conferred. There was in those days at that point in the Montmartre sewer a kind of service crossroads, which has since been dispensed with on account of the small interior lake that a buildup of torrential rains during heavy storms formed there. The patrol was able to huddle together at that crossroads. Jean Valjean saw those spectral figures form some sort of circle. Those bulldog heads came together and whispered. What this conference held by the guard dogs concluded was that they had been mistaken, there had been no noise, there was no one there, it was pointless going into the orbital sewer, it would be a waste of time, but they ought to hurry over to Saint-Merry. If there was anything to be done or any Bousingot to track down, it was in that neighborhood. From time to time, parties mend their old insults. In 1832 the word Bousingot was the interim term between the word Jacobin, which was by then down at heel, and the word demagogue, then almost unused, which has since rendered such excellent service. The sergeant gave the order to veer left down towards the Seine. Had it occurred to them to separate into 2 groups and cover both directions, Jean Valjean would have been caught. Everything hung on that. It is likely that, anticipating circumstances in which there would be fighting and the insurgents numerous, the prefecture had issued orders that the patrol was not to separate. The patrol went on its way, leaving Jean Valjean behind. Of all this movement Jean Valjean perceived nothing but the disappearance of the lantern that suddenly turned back. Before moving off, to set the police mind at rest, the sergeant fired his rifle towards the route they were giving up on, in Jean Valjean's direction. The detonation re-echoed around that underground warren like a rumbling of those titanic guts.
A bit of mortar that fell into the rivulet and made the water splash a few paces away from Jean Valjean told him that the bullet had struck the vault above his head. Slow and measured footsteps on the sewer floor resounded for a while, growing fainter and fainter with their ever-increasing distance. The group of black figures was swallowed up. A gleam of light wavered and swayed, casting on the arched ceiling a diminishing reddish glow, then vanished. Deep silence returned, pitch blackness returned, blindness and deafness laid claim to the dark once more, and Jean Valjean, not yet daring to move, remained for a long time with his back to the wall, his ears strained and his pupils dilated, watching the disappearing phantom patrol.
3. The Tailed Man.
The police in those days must be given credit for fulfilling their duty with regard to highway regulation and surveillance, unperturbed, even in the gravest of political crises. A riot was no excuse, in their eyes, for allowing malefactors free rein or for neglecting society because the government was in peril. Ordinary duties were duly carried out, unaffected by additional duties. In the midst of a huge political emergency, under threat of a potential revolution, without allowing himself to be distracted by insurrection and barricades, a policeman tailed a thief. It was precisely something of this kind that was taking place on the afternoon of the 6th of June, down by the riverside on the right bank of the Seine, a little beyond Pont des Invalides.
There is no riverbank there now.
The appearance of the place has changed. On that riverbank two men, a certain distance apart, seemed to be keeping an eye on each other, one avoiding the other. The one in front was trying to get away, the one behind was trying to catch up with him. It was like a game of chess played from afar and in silence. Neither seemed to be in a hurry, and both walked slowly, as if each were afraid that to show too much haste would make the other quicken his pace. It put you in mind of an appetite following its prey without appearing to do so deliberately. The prey was crafty and on its guard. The appropriate distinction in physical proportions between hunted ferret and hunter dog was observed. The one trying to escape was a short-necked, puny-looking individual. The one trying to catch him, a tall strapping fellow, had a tough look about him and must have been a tough man to deal with. The former, feeling he was the weaker, was avoiding the latter, but avoiding him in an intensely furious manner. Anyone able to observe him would have seen in his eyes the grim hostility of one on the run, and all the menace that there is in fear. The riverbank was deserted. There were no passers-by, not even a boatman or a dockhand on the barges moored here and there. These two men were not easily visible except from the opposite embankment, and to anyone observing them from that distance the man in front would have looked an unkempt, tattered, shady character, anxious and shivering in a threadbare overall, and the other, of conventional appearance and of some official standing, wearing the frock-coat of authority buttoned to the chin. The reader would perhaps recognize these two men if given a closer look at them. What was the objective of the pursuer? Probably to succeed in clothing the pursued more warmly. When a man dressed by the state pursues a man in rags, it is in order to make him too a man who is dressed by the state. Only, the color is all important. To be dressed in blue is glorious. To be dressed in red is disagreeable. There is a purple of the lower orders. It was probably some disagreeableness and some purple of this sort that the pursued wanted to avoid. If the pursuer was letting him walk on ahead and was not yet arresting him, it was to all appearances in the hope of seeing him end up at some assignation of significance and with some group that would make a good catch. This delicate operation is called tailing. What makes this conjecture altogether likely is that the buttoned-up man, on catching sight from the river bank of a cab passing by empty on the embankment, signaled to the coachman. The coachman understood, obviously recognized who he was dealing with, turned round and from up on the embankment began to follow the two men at walking pace. This was not noticed by the ragged and disreputable-looking individual walking ahead of them. The cab drove past the trees on the Champs-Élysées. Whip in hand, the driver could be seen, gliding along, head and shoulders above the parapet. One of the police's secret instructions to their officers contains this provision: always have a cab within reach, in case of need. While tactically maneuvering on each side with a strategy not to be faulted, these two men were approaching a ramp between the embankment and the shoreline, which at that time allowed cab drivers arriving from Passy to come down to the river to water their horses.
This ramp has since been removed in the interests of visual harmony.
Horses die of thirst, but the eye is satisfied. It was conceivable that the man in the overall was going to climb this ramp to try to escape into the Champs-Élysées, adorned with trees but on the other hand with a strong police presence, and where the other would have help at hand. This point on the embankment is not at all far from the house transported from Moret to Paris in 1824 by Colonel Braque, and known as François I's house. There is a guardhouse very close by. To the great surprise of his tracker, the man under surveillance did not go up by the watering ramp. He continued walking on the riverbank, alongside the embankment. Clearly, his position was becoming critical.
Unless he jumped into the Seine, what was he going to do?
No way of getting up onto the embankment from this point on, no more ramps, and no steps.
And they were now very close to the spot, marked by the bend in the Seine near the Pont d'Iéna, where the riverbank, becoming ever narrower, ended in a thin spit of land that disappeared into the water. There he was inevitably going to find himself trapped between the sheer wall to his right, the river to his left and ahead of him, and the law at his heels. True, this end of the riverbank was hidden from sight by a pile of debris 6 or 7 feet high, from some demolition or other. But did the man hope to conceal himself effectively behind this heap of rubble, just by going behind it? That would have been an infantile move.
It was certainly not what he had in mind. The innocence of thieves does not extend that far. This pile of debris formed a kind of mound at the water's edge with a promontory extending to the wall of the embankment. The man being followed arrived at this hillock and went round it, so he could no longer be seen by the other. Not being able to see, the other could not be seen. He took advantage of this to abandon all dissimulation and to walk very quickly. In a few moments he reached the mound of rubble and skirted it. He came to a halt on the other side, astounded. The man he was after was no longer there.
Absolutely no sign of the man in the overall.
From the rubbish heap, the river bank extended no more than about 30 paces, then it dipped down into the water lapping against the wall of the embankment. The fugitive could not have thrown himself into the Seine or climbed up the embankment without being seen by the man following him. What had become of him? The man in the buttoned-up frockcoat walked to the end of the riverbank and remained there for a moment, lost in thought, his fists fitfully clenched, his gaze searching. All of a sudden he slapped his forehead. He had just noticed, at the point where the land ended and the water began, a big, low, arched iron grating, fitted with a heavy lock and 3 massive hinges. This grating, a kind of doorway cut into the foot of the embankment, opened onto the river as much as onto the riverbank. A blackish rivulet flowed under it. This rivulet discharged into the Seine. Beyond its heavy, rusted bars some sort of dark vaulted corridor could be discerned. The man folded his arms and gave the grating a look of reproach. A look proving insufficient, he tried giving it a push. He shook it. It stood fast. It had probably just been opened, although strangely enough for such a rusty grating no sound had been heard. But it had certainly been closed again. This suggested that the man to whom this door had just opened had not a picklock but a key. This realization suddenly dawned on the man who was trying to shift the grating, and evoked from him this indignant comment, "That's really something. A government key." Then, straightaway calming down, he expressed a whole host of inner thoughts with this outburst of almost ironically delivered monosyllables. Well. 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 That said, in the hope of who knows what, either of seeing the man come out again or others go in, with the patient obsession of a pointer dog he took up a watchful position behind the heap of rubble. As for the cab, which took its cue from all his movements, it had come to a halt on the embankment above him, close to the parapet. Anticipating a lengthy wait, the coachman slipped over the muzzle of his horses the wet-bottomed bag of oats so familiar to Parisians, who, let it be said in passing, are themselves sometimes similarly treated by their governments. The rare passers-by on the Pont d'Iéna, before going on their way, turned round to look momentarily at these two motionless details in the landscape, the man on the river bank, the cab on the embankment. 4. He too has his cross to bear. Jean Valjean had resumed his progress and had not stopped again since. This progress became more and more arduous. The height of these vaults varies. The average height is about 5 feet 6 inches, and was calculated for the size of a man. Jean Valjean was forced to bend forward so as not to bump Marius against the ceiling. He had to keep crouching down, then straightening up, constantly feeling his way along the wall. The humidity of the stone and the sliminess of the floor offered poor purchase for either hand or foot. He stumbled along inside the city's ghastly dung pit. The intermittent glimmers of light from the air wells appeared only at very long intervals, and so wanly that full sunlight seemed like moonlight. All the rest was murk, miasma, opacity, darkness. Jean Valjean was hungry and thirsty, most of all thirsty, and this, like the sea, was a place full of water where a man cannot drink. His strength, which as we know was extraordinary, and thanks to his chaste and sober life very little diminished by age, was nevertheless beginning to fail. He was growing weary, and his ebbing strength increased the weight of his burden. Marius, perhaps dead, had the weight of an inert body. Jean Valjean held him so that his chest was not constricted and he could breathe as freely as possible. Jean Valjean felt rats scampering between his legs. One of them took such fright, it bit him. He felt the occasional breath of air coming through the vents at the mouths of the sewer, reviving him. It might have been 3 in the afternoon when he reached the orbital sewer. He was at first astonished at this sudden widening out. All at once he found himself in a gallery whose 2 walls his outstretched hands could not reach, beneath a ceiling that his head did not touch. The main sewer is, in fact, 8 feet wide and 7 feet high. At the point where the Montmartre sewer connects with the main sewer 2 other underground galleries, those of Rue de Provence and of Rue de l'Abattoir, join them to form a crossroads. Someone less shrewd would have hesitated between these 4 alternative routes. Jean Valjean selected the broadest, that is to say, the orbital sewer. But then, the same question, to go uphill or down? The situation was growing urgent, he thought, and he must now get to the Seine, whatever the risk. In other words, go downhill. He turned left. It was a good thing he did. For it would be a mistake to think that the orbital sewer has 2 outlets, one over towards Bercy, the other towards Passy, and that it is, as its name suggests, the underground ringway of Paris's right bank. The main sewer, which, it should be remembered, is none other than the old Menilmontant brook, if you follow it upstream comes to a dead end, that is to say, at its old starting point, its source, at the foot of the Menilmontant rise. It has no direct communication with the branch sewer that collects Paris's wastewaters from the Popincourt district and flows out into the Seine through the Amelot sewer above the ancient Halles. That branch sewer, which is complementary to the collecting sewer, is separated from it, under Rue Menilmontant itself, by a ridge that marks the divide between the waters upstream and downstream of it. If Jean Valjean had gone up that gallery, he would have ended up after untold effort, worn out, on his last legs, in the dark, at a solid wall. It would have spelled his doom. At best, by retracing his steps a little and turning into the Filles du Calvaire corridor, provided he did not hesitate at the underground intersection of Carrefour Boucherat, taking the Estée-Louis tunnel, then the street Gillis passageway on the left, then turning right and avoiding the street Sebastian Gallery, he might have been able to reach the Amelot sewer, and from there, as long as he did not get lost in the kind of F shape under the Bastille, make his way to the outlet into the Seine near the Arsenal. But for that he would have had to be thoroughly familiar with the enormous madrepore that was the sewer, in all its ramifications and all its passageways. Now, we must reiterate, he knew nothing of this terrifying network in which he was trying to find his way. And if anyone had asked him where he was, he would have replied, in the dark. His instinct served him well. Going downhill was indeed potential salvation. He went past the two corridors on his right that branched off in a claw shape under Rue Lafitte and Rue St. Georges, and the long forked corridor of Chaussée d'Antin. A little beyond a tributary that was probably the Madeleine branch sewer, he halted. He was very tired. Quite a large air well, probably the manhole in Rue d'Anjou, cast an almost bright light. With the gentleness of movement that a brother would have shown towards his wounded sibling, Jean Valjean set Marius down on the sewer ledge. Marius's blood-stained face appeared under the white light from the air well as if at the bottom of a tomb. His eyes were closed, his hair stuck to his temples like the dried bristles of paint-brushes with red paint on them, his hands limp and lifeless, his limbs cold, coagulated blood in the corners of his mouth. A clot of blood had collected in the knot of his cravat, his shirt was getting into his wounds, the cloth of his coat was rubbing the gaping gashes in the living flesh. Parting the garments with his fingertips, Jean Valjean laid his hand on Marius's chest. His heart was still beating. Jean Valjean tore the shirt, bandaged the young man's wounds as best he could and stemmed the flow of blood. Then bending over Marius, still unconscious and barely breathing, he gazed at him in that half-light with an inexpressible hatred. In disturbing Marius's clothes he had found two things in his pockets, the bread forgotten about from the night before, and Marius's note-case. He ate the bread and opened the note-case. On the first page he found the 4 lines written by Marius. Remember, my name is Marius Pontmercy. Take my body to my grandfather, Monsieur Gillenormand, at 6 Rue de Filles du Calvaire, in the Marais. Jean Valjean read these 4 lines by the light of the air well, and remained for a moment as if entirely self-absorbed, repeating under his breath, Rue de Filles du Calvaire, number 6, Monsieur Gillenormand. He put the note-case back in Marius's pocket. He had eaten, he had recovered his strength. He lifted Marius onto his back again, settled his head carefully on his right shoulder, and set off once more down the sewer. Following the Ménilmontant Valley floor, the main sewer is about 5 miles long. Over a considerable part of its course it is paved. This guiding light, the names of Paris's streets, by which we are illuminating for the reader Jean Valjean's underground progress, Jean Valjean himself did not have. There was nothing to tell him which zone of the city he was passing through, nor the distance he had covered. Only the increasing pallor of the pools of light he encountered from time to time told him that the sunlight was receding from the streets and the day would soon be drawing to a close. And the rumbling of carriages overhead having become intermittent instead of continuous, then having almost ceased, he concluded that he was no longer under central Paris but was approaching some lonely area near the outer boulevards or the furthest embankments. Where there are fewer houses and fewer streets, the sewer has fewer air wells. The gloom thickened round Jean Valjean. He nevertheless kept going, groping his way in the dark. This darkness became suddenly terrible. With sand as with women, there is a fineness that is treacherous. He could feel he was now walking in water, and that he no longer had paving underfoot, but mud. It sometimes happens, along certain coasts of Brittany or Scotland, that a man, a traveler, or a fisherman, walking on the strand at low tide far away from the shoreline, suddenly notices that for the past several minutes he has been making his way with some difficulty. The beach is like pitch beneath his feet, his soles stick to it, it is not sand anymore, it is birdlime. The strand is perfectly dry, but at every step taken, as soon as he lifts his foot, the indentation it leaves fills with water. Moreover, his eye has noticed no change. The immense beach is uniform and tranquil, the sand all looks the same, nothing distinguishes the ground that is solid from the ground that no longer is. The gleeful little cloud of sandhoppers continue frenetically leaping about the passerby's feet. The man keeps going, forges on, bears landwards, tries to get closer inshore.
He is not anxious. Anxious about what?
Only, he feels somehow as if his feet are getting heavier with every step he takes.
All at once he sinks.
He sinks 2 or 3 inches.
He is certainly not following a good course.
He stops to get his bearings.
Suddenly he glances at his feet.
His feet have vanished. They are covered by the sand. He pulls his feet out of the sand, he tries to retrace his steps, he turns back, he sinks in deeper than before. The sand is up to his ankles, he wrenches himself out of it and flings himself to the left. The sand comes halfway up his shins, he flings himself to the right, the sand comes up to his knees. Then he realizes with indescribable terror that he is caught in quicksand, and that he is beneath him that appalling medium in which a man can no more walk than a fish can swim. He throws aside his burden, if he has one, he lightens himself like a ship in distress. It is already too late, the sand is above his knees. He yells, he waves his hat or his handkerchief, the sand is gaining on him more and more. If the beach is deserted, if the land is too far away, if the sandbank is too notorious, if there is no hero in the vicinity, it is all over, he is condemned to be swallowed up. He is condemned to that terrible, long, certain, relentless burial, impossible either to delay or to hasten, that lasts for hours, that goes on interminably, that takes you standing, free, in good health, that drags you down by your feet, that with every exertion you make, with every shout you utter, draws you a little lower, that seems to punish you for your resistance by tightening its hold, that slowly sucks a man into the ground while leaving him time to watch the horizon, the trees, the verdant countryside, the smoke from the villages on the plain, the sails of the ships on the sea, the birds that fly and sing, the sun, the sky. Being swallowed by quicksand is the tomb turning into a tide and creeping up from the depths of the earth towards a living man.
Every minute spells inexorable interment.
The poor wretch tries to sit, lie down, crawl. Every move he makes buries him deeper. He draws himself up, he sinks, he feels himself being engulfed, he screams, implores, cries out to the heavens, flails his arms, despairs. Now he is up to his waist in the sand. The sand reaches his chest. All that is left of him are his head and shoulders. He throws up his hands, groans in a frenzy, digs his fingernails into the beach, tries to get a grip on this molescence, puts his weight on his elbows so as to wrest himself from that soft sheath, and sobs frantically. The sand rises. The sand reaches his shoulders, the sand reaches his throat, only his face is visible now. His mouth cries out, the sand fills it.
Silence.
His eyes are still staring, the sand closes them.
Night.
Then his forehead narrows, a tuft of hair quivers above the sand, a hand emerges, breaks through the surface, flaps and flutters, and disappears. Dreadful obliteration of a man. Sometimes the horseman is swallowed up with his horse, sometimes the carter is swallowed up with his cart. Everything founders on that strand. It is like being lost at sea, but not in water. It is land drowning a man. Land, infiltrated by the ocean, becomes a death trap. It presents itself as a plain and opens up like a wave. The abyss has such treacheries. This sinister fate, always possible on this or that seashore, was also possible 30 years ago in the sewers of Paris. Before the major works began in 1833, Paris's underground network was subject to sudden subsidences. Water would seep into certain particularly friable underlying strata. The sewer bed, whether flagged as in the old sewers or of hydraulic lime on concrete as in the new tunnels, having nothing to take its weight, dipped. A dip in a floor of this kind means a crevice. A crevice means the ground giving way. The sewer floor collapsed over a certain distance. This chasm, this gulf of mire, was called in specialist terminology an underground sinkhole.
What is an underground sinkhole?
It is the quicksands of the seashore unexpectedly encountered underground. It is the beach of Mont Saint-Michel inside a sewer. The ground, being waterlogged, dissolves, as it were. All its molecules are suspended in a soft medium. It is not earth and it is not water. Sometimes to a very great depth. There can be nothing more appalling than such an encounter.
If water predominates, death is quick, it is a submersion. If earth predominates, death is slow, it is a sinking. Can anyone imagine such a death? If sinking into the ground is terrible on the seashore, what is it in the sewer? Instead of fresh air, the full light of day, that clear horizon, those spacious sounds, those free-moving clouds and their life-giving rain, those vessels seen in the distance, that hope in every guise, passers-by likely, held possible right up to the last minute, instead of all this, deafness, blindness, a black vault, the inside of a tomb already prepared, death in the lidded mire, a slow smothering by muck, a stone coffin where asphyxia opens its claws in the filth and takes you by the throat, foulness mingled with the death rattle, sludge instead of the strand, hydrogen sulfide instead of the hurricane, excrement instead of the ocean. And the shouting, and gnashing of teeth, and writhing, and struggling, and agonizing, and this enormous city overhead, aware of nothing. The unspeakable horror of dying like that. Death sometimes redeems its atrociousness with a certain terrible dignity. In burning at the stake, in going down in a shipwreck, there can be grandeur. In the flames as in the foaming sea, a proud bearing is possible. There, a person is transfigured as he perishes. But not here. Death is filthy. It is humiliating to die. The last wavering visions are abject. Mire is synonymous with shame. It is mean, ugly, squalid. To die in a butt of Momsey, like Clarence, that is one thing; in a cesspit, like Escoubleau, that is horrible. To struggle in that is ghastly, an ignominious floundering in the throes of death. It is dark enough to be hell and muddy enough to be just a bog, and the dying man cannot tell whether he is going to become a specter or a toad. Everywhere else the tomb is sinister, here it is monstrous. The depth of the sinkholes, their extent and their density, all varied in relation to the better or worse quality of the subsoil. Sometimes an underground sinkhole was 3 or 4 feet deep, sometimes 8 or 10. Occasionally it was bottomless. Here, the mire was almost solid, there, almost liquid. A man would have taken a day to disappear into the Lumiere sinkhole, whereas he would have been swallowed up in 5 minutes by the Philippos quagmire. Mud supports a greater or lesser weight, depending on its density. A child is saved where a man is doomed. The first law of salvation is to get rid of whatever you are carrying. To throw aside his tool bag or bucket or hod, that was the first thing every sewerman who ever felt the ground give way beneath him did. The underground sinkholes had various causes: the friability of the soil, some sort of landslip at a depth beyond the reach of man, heavy summer downpours, incessant winter rains, continuous drizzle. Sometimes the weight of surrounding houses on marl or sandy soil exerted pressure on the vaults of the underground tunnels and made them buckle, or the sewer floor ruptured and split open under this crushing force. The settling of the Pantheon destroyed some of the cellars in the Montaigne Genevieve in this way, over a century ago. When a sewer caved in under the pressure of the houses, the disturbance sometimes translated into a kind of sawtooth crack between the paving stones in the street above. This rift snaked along the whole length of the cracked vault, and then, the damage being visible, it could be swiftly remedied. It also happened that often the interior devastation was not revealed by any scar on the outside. To the sewerman's misfortune. Going into the collapsed sewer unwarily, they could meet their doom. Ancient records mention several sewermen who were swallowed up in sinkholes in this way. They give several names. Among others, that of the sewerman who was engulfed by subsidence under the catchment drain in Rue Karim Prenant, a certain Blaise Poutrain. This Blaise Poutrain was the brother of Nicolas Poutrain, who was the last grave digger at the cemetery known as the Charnier des Innocents, in 1785, when the cemetery closed. There was also that young and charming Vicomte d'Escoubleau we spoke of just now,
one of the heroes of the Siege of Lerida, where they launched their attack wearing silk stockings and with violins leading the way. Surprised one night when visiting his cousin the Duchesse de Sourdis, Escublo drowned in a quagmire in the Butriolus sewer, where he had taken refuge to escape from the Duke. When informed of this death, Madame de Sourdis asked for her smelling bottle, and so busy was she sniffing her salts that she forgot to weep. In such cases, there is no love that can be counted on. The sewer quells it. Hero refuses to wash Leander's body. Thisbe holds her nose at Pyramus and says, "Phew." 6. The underground sinkhole. Jean Valjean was confronted with an underground sinkhole. This sort of subsidence was a common occurrence at that time in the subsoil under the Champs-Élysées, which presents difficulties for hydraulic works and is a poor medium for underground constructions on account of its excessive fluidity. This fluidity exceeds the looseness of the sands of even the St. Georges district, which only concrete bedding has been able to overcome, and the clayey gas-contaminated strata of the Martyrs district, which are so liquid that the only way a passage could be created under the Martyrs tunnel was by means of a cast-iron pipe. When in 1836 the old stone sewer under Faubourg Estienne, in which we now see Jean Valjean, was demolished in order to rebuild it, the quicksand that is the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées all the way down to the Seine presented such an obstacle that the operation lasted nearly 6 months, to the loud protests of riverside dwellers, particularly riverside dwellers with private mansions and carriages. The construction work was more than difficult, it was dangerous. True, there were 4.5 months of rain, and the Seine was in flood 3 times. The underground sinkhole that Jean Valjean encountered was caused by the downpour of the preceding day. Rainwater had gathered in a dip in the paving, which was ill supported by the underlying sand. Once there had been some infiltration, subsidence followed. The destabilized sewer floor had collapsed into the quagmire. Over what distance? Impossible to say. The darkness was denser here than elsewhere. It was a mud pit in a black cavern. Jean Valjean felt the paving give way beneath him. He entered this sludge. There was water on the surface, oozed down below. He had to get through it. It was impossible for him to retrace his steps. Marius was fading, and Jean Valjean exhausted. Besides, where else was he to go? Jean Valjean pressed on. In fact, for the first few steps the quagmire seemed not very deep. But as he progressed, his feet sank deeper. He soon had ooze up to his calves and water above his knees. He walked on, using both arms to hold Marius as far above the water as he could. The ooze now came up to his knees, and the water up to his waist. Already there was no turning back. He was sinking deeper and deeper. Dense enough to carry the weight of one man, this sludge could obviously not support 2. Separately, Marius and Jean Valjean would probably have made it. Jean Valjean plowed on, carrying a man who was dying or was perhaps a corpse. The water came up to his armpits. He felt he was going under. He could barely move in the depth of mud he was in. The density that offered support was also the obstacle. He was still holding Marius above him, and exerting extraordinary strength, he kept going. But he was sinking. He had only his head above the water now and his 2 arms holding up Marius. In old paintings of the flood there is a mother holding her child like this. He sank deeper still, tipping his head back to escape the water and so as to breathe. To anyone who had seen him in that gloom he would have looked like a mask floating on darkness. He could dimly see above him Marius's drooping head and ghastly pale face. He made a desperate effort, and thrust his foot forward. His foot struck something solid. A firm foothold. Just in time. He straightened up, and twisted round and rooted himself with a kind of fury on this firm foothold. It felt to him like the first step on a staircase leading back to life. This firm foothold, encountered in the ooze at the very last moment, was the beginning of the upward slope of the sewer floor, which had given way without fracturing and sagged beneath the water like an unbroken plank. Well-laid paving is cambered and has such resilience. Partly submerged but solid, this section of the floor was a proper ramp, and once on this ramp, they were saved. Jean Valjean climbed the slope and reached the other side of the quagmire. As he emerged from the water, he tripped over a stone and fell to his knees. He found this appropriate, and he remained there for a while, his soul wrapped in who knows what words addressed to God. He stood up, shivering, chilled, stinking, bowed beneath this dying man he was carrying, dripping all over with filth, his soul filled with a strange brightness.
7. Sometimes when you think you have reached your destination, you have run aground. He set off once more.
However, although he had not lost his life in the sinkhole, he seemed to have lost his strength there. That supreme effort had exhausted him. His weariness was now so great that he was obliged to catch his breath, and every 3 or 4 steps he leaned against the wall. Once he had to sit down on the ledge to change Marius's position, and he thought he would be there for good. But though his strength was gone, his willpower was not. He got up again. He walked on desperately, almost rapidly, covering some 100 paces in this way, without raising his head, almost without drawing breath, and abruptly hit a wall. He had come to a bend in the sewer, and arriving at the corner with his head down, he had walked straight into the wall. He looked up, and there in front of him at the end of the tunnel, far away, very far away, he perceived light. It was not that terrifying light this time. It was good white light. It was daylight. Jean Valjean could see the exit. A soul in torment who, from within the furnace of hell, suddenly saw the way out would feel what Jean Valjean felt. With the vestiges of its burned wings it would fly frantically towards the radiant gateway. Jean Valjean no longer felt fatigue, he no longer felt Marius's weight, he recovered his legs of steel, he ran rather than walked. The closer he came to it, the more and more distinct the exit appeared. It was a rounded arch, not as high as the gradually descending vault and not as wide as the gallery that narrowed as the vault grew lower. The tunnel ended like the inside of a funnel, the narrowing, a design fault, copied from the entrances to prisons, logical in a place of detention, illogical in a sewer, and which has since been rectified. Jean Valjean reached the exit. There he halted. It was indeed the exit, but there was no possibility of getting out. The archway was closed off by a sturdy grating, and the grating, which to all appearances rarely swung on its rusty hinges, was secured to its stone frame by a heavy lock, red with rust, that looked like an enormous brick. You could see the keyhole, and the strong bolt deeply recessed in the iron plate. It was obviously double-locked, one of those jail locks with which old Paris was so readily unsparing. Beyond the grating was the open air, the river, the light of day, the river bank, very narrow, but wide enough to walk along and get away from here, the distant embankments, Paris, that engulfing immensity in which a man so easily escapes detection, the broad horizon, freedom. To the right downstream could be seen the Pont des Hyenas, to the left, upstream, the Pont des Invalides. It would have been a good place to wait till night to slip away. This was one of the loneliest spots in Paris, the river bank opposite Gros Caillou. Flies went in and out through the bars of the grating. It might have been 8:30 in the evening. The light was fading. Jean Valjean laid Marius alongside the wall, on the dry part of the sewer floor, then walked up to the grating and clutched the bars in both hands. The shaking he gave it was frenzied, to no effect at all. The grating did not move. Jean Valjean grabbed the bars one after the other, hoping to be able to rip out the least firmly fixed and use it as a lever to lift up the gate or break the lock. Not one bar so much as shifted. The teeth of a tiger are no more firmly set in their sockets. No lever, no way of exerting pressure. The obstacle was invincible. The gate impossible to open.
So must it end here? What could he do? What was to become of them?
Go back, retrace the terrifying route he had already taken, he had not the strength for it.
Besides, how was he to go back through that quagmire from which they had escaped only by a miracle? And after the quagmire, was there not the police patrol, which they surely would not evade twice? And then, where was he to go? What direction to take? Following the incline was no guarantee of being able to get out.
Even if they were to reach another outlet, they would find it blocked by a manhole cover or a grating. Undoubtedly, every exit was likewise shut off. Chance had loosened the grating by which they had entered, but of course every other sewer mouth was closed. They had succeeded only in escaping into a prison.
It was all over.
Everything that Jean Valjean had done was useless.
God was against it.
They were both caught in death's huge sinister web, and Jean Valjean sensed the dreadful spider scuttling along those black threads quivering in the dark. He turned his back on the grating and dropped to the paving, cast down rather than seated, close to the still motionless Marius and his head bowed between his knees.
This was the last drop of anguish. Of whom was he thinking in his deep despondency?
Neither of himself nor of Marius.
He was thinking of Cosette. 8.
The torn coat flap. In the midst of this utter despair a hand was laid on his shoulder and a low voice said to him, 50-50.
Someone there, in this gloom? Nothing is more dreamlike than despair.
Jean Valjean thought he was dreaming. He had heard no footsteps.
Was it possible? He looked up.
A man stood before him.
This man was dressed in an overall.
He was barefoot, holding his shoes in his left hand. He had evidently removed them so as to be able to approach Jean Valjean unheard.
Jean Valjean had not a moment's uncertainty.
However unexpected this encounter, the man was known to him.
The man was Thénardier.
Although startled awake, as it were, Jean Valjean, being used to sudden alarms and to dealing with unexpected blows that demanded quick reactions, instantly regained complete presence of mind. Besides, the situation could not possibly get any worse. A certain degree of distress can gain no more in intensity, and Thénardier himself could add nothing to the blackness of this night.
There was an expectant pause.
Raising his right hand to his forehead as a shade against the light, Thénardier then brought his eyebrows together by narrowing his eyes, which, together with a slight pursing of the mouth, marks the shrewd attention of a man who is trying to identify another.
He did not succeed.
Jean Valjean, as we have just said, had his back to the light, and in any case was so besmirched, so filthy, and so bloodstained that in the full brightness of day he would have been unrecognizable. By contrast, with the light from the grating falling directly on him, a sepulchral leaden light, it is true, but clear in its leadenness, Thénardier, to use a striking commonplace metaphor, jumped out at Jean Valjean. This inequality of circumstance was enough to ensure some advantage to Jean Valjean in that mysterious duel that was going to take place between the two predicaments and the two men. The encounter took place between Jean Valjean obscured and Thénardier unmasked. Jean Valjean realized straight away that Thénardier did not recognize him. They considered each other for a moment in that gloom, as though sizing each other up. Thénardier was the first to break the silence.
How are you going to get out?
Jean Valjean did not reply. Thénardier continued, impossible to force the gate.
But you've got to get away from here.
That's true, said Jean Valjean.
Well, then, 50-50.
What do you mean?
You killed your man.
That's fine.
I've got the key.
Thénardier pointed to Marius.
He went on, I don't know you, but I want to help you.
You must be a friend. Jean Valjean began to understand. Thénardier took him for a murderer.
Thénardier resumed, "Listen, comrade. You didn't kill that man without seeing what he had in his pockets. You give me my half, I'll open the gate for you." And half pulling out a big key from under his tattered overall, he added, "You want to see what the key to freedom looks like? There you are."
Jean Valjean was left stupefied, as old Cornet put it, asterisk, so much so that he doubted whether what he was seeing was real. It was Providence appearing in horrible guise and the good angel coming out of the ground in the form of Thénardier. Thénardier stuffed his hand into a big pocket hidden under his overall, pulled out a rope and offered it to Jean Valjean.
"Here," he said, "I'll give you the rope into the bargain." "A rope? What for?" "You'll also need a stone, but you'll find one outside. There's a heap of rubble out there." "A stone? What for?"
"Since you're going to throw the sap in the river, you need a stone and a rope, idiot, otherwise he'd float on the surface."
Jean Valjean took the rope. There is no one who does not similarly respond automatically.
Thénardier snapped his fingers as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him.
"Now then, comrade, how did you manage to get through that sinkhole back there?"
"I haven't dared risk it myself."
"Phew! You stink." After a pause he added, "I'm asking you questions, but you're right not to answer. It's good training for when you're up in front of the examining magistrate.
Besides, if you say nothing, you're in no danger of speaking too loud. All the same, just because I can't see your face and I don't know your name, you'd be wrong to think I don't know who you are and what you want."
"The hell I don't."
"You've knocked that gentleman about a bit, now you'd like to hide him away somewhere. You need the river, that great concealer of misdemeanors."
"I'm going to get you out of trouble. Helping one of the lads when he's in difficulty, that's my pleasure." While congratulating Jean Valjean on remaining silent, he was clearly trying to make him talk. He nudged his shoulder in an attempt to get a look at him in profile, and exclaimed, yet without allowing his voice to rise, "Talking of that sinkhole, you're a fine one. Why didn't you throw your man in there?"
Jean Valjean kept quiet. Pulling right up to his Adam's apple the rag that served him as a cravat, a gesture that puts a finishing touch to a serious-minded man's air of capability, Thénardier went on, "As it happens, you maybe acted wisely. The workmen coming tomorrow to fill in the hole were bound to find the blockhead you'd left behind there, and little by little, step by step, they might have picked up your scent and caught up with you."
"Someone's been through the sewer." "Who? Where did he get out? Did anyone see him come out?"
"The police are very sharp.
The sewer's treacherous and gives you away."
"A find like that's out of the ordinary, it attracts attention, very few people take to the sewers to conduct their business, whereas the river belongs to everyone. The river's the real graveyard. After a month they fish your man out of the nets at St. Cloud."
"Well, so what? It's a dead body. Who killed him?" "Paris. And the law doesn't even investigate." "You did well."
The more talkative Thénardier was, the more uncommunicative was Jean Valjean. Thénardier nudged his shoulder again.
"Now let's settle this thing. Share and share alike. You've seen my key, show me your money." Thénardier was intense, tigerish, shifty, slightly menacing, yet amicable. There was one strange thing, Thénardier's behavior was not straightforward. He did not look entirely at ease. While not affecting any air of mystery, he kept his voice down. From time to time he placed his finger on his lips and muttered shoo. It was difficult to work out why. There was no one there but the two of them. Jean Valjean thought that other ruffians might be in some hidey hole not very far off, and that Thénardier was not anxious to share with them. Thénardier went on, "Let's settle this. How much did the sap have in his pockets?"
Jean Valjean went through his own pockets. It was his habit, remember, always to have some money on him. The grim life of expediency to which he was condemned made this a rule. On this occasion, however, he was caught unprepared. When putting on his National Guardsman's uniform the night before, immersed in his lugubrious thoughts, he had forgotten to take his wallet. He had only a few coins in his waistcoat pocket. This amounted to about 30 francs. He turned his thoroughly mud-drenched pocket inside out, and laid on the sewer floor ledge 1 20-franc gold coin, 2 5-franc, and 5 or 6 10-centime pieces. With a meaningful twist of his neck, Thénardier thrust out his lower lip. "You killed him for not very much," he said. With utter familiarity he started patting both Jean Valjean's and Marius' pockets. His main concern being to keep his back to the light, Jean Valjean let him do as he wanted. While he had his hands on Marius' coat, Thénardier, with the skill of a conjurer and unnoticed by Jean Valjean, tore off a strip, which he concealed under his overall, probably thinking this piece of cloth might later serve to identify the murder victim and the murderer. However, he found no more than the 30 francs. "It's a fact," he said, "between the both of you've got no more than that." And forgetting his agreement, 50-50, he took it all. He hesitated a little over the 10-centime coins. On second thoughts, he took them as well, muttering, "What of it? It's knifing people for too little." Having done that, once again he pulled out the big key from under his overall. "Now, comrade, you'd better go. It's like the fair here, you pay on the way out. You've paid, now get out." And he started laughing. In helpfully lending this key to a stranger and making someone other than himself go out through that gate, had he the pure and disinterested intention of rescuing a murderer? That is something we may well doubt. Thénardier helped Jean Valjean to set Marius back on his shoulders, then tiptoed, barefoot, up to the grating, beckoning to Jean Valjean to follow him. He looked out, placed his finger over his lips, and remained for several seconds as if uncertain. His inspection over, he placed the key in the lock. The bolt slipped back and the gate swung open. There was no squeaking, no creaking. It was very quiet. It was obvious that this gate and those hinges, having been carefully oiled, opened more frequently than would have been thought. This quietness was sinister. It was suggestive of furtive comings and goings, of the silent entrances and exits of men of the night, of the stealthy footsteps of crime. The sewer was evidently in collusion with some mysterious gang. This taciturn grating was a fence for stolen goods. Thénardier opened the gate a fraction, just wide enough to let Jean Valjean slip out, closed the grating behind him, turned the key twice in the lock and plunged back into the dark, making no more noise than a breath of air. He seemed to walk on the velvet paws of a tiger. A moment later that hideous providence had returned to the invisible. Jean Valjean found himself outside. 9. To the expert eye, Marius looks dead. He let Marius slip down onto the riverbank. They were outside. The noxious vapors, the darkness, the horror lay behind him. Salubrious, pure, live, joyous, freely breathable air flooded over him. All around, silence, but the lovely silence of a sunset in unclouded blue skies. Dusk had fallen. Night was coming, that great liberator, friend to all those who need a mantle of darkness to find a way out of their distress. The sky offered itself on all sides as a vast calm. The river came up to his feet with the sound of a kiss. The dialogue between the nests bidding each other goodnight in the elm trees on the Champs-Élysées could be heard overhead. A few stars, dimly pricking the pale blue of the high heavens invisible only to reverie, created tiny twinklings, scarcely perceptible in the immensity. Above Jean Valjean's head evening was unfolding all the delights of the infinite. It was that indecisive and exquisite time of day that says neither yes nor no. It was already dark enough to be able to disappear from sight within a short distance, and still light enough to be able to recognize someone at close quarters. Jean Valjean was for several seconds irresistibly overwhelmed by that awesome and gentle serenity. There are such moments of oblivion. Suffering stops harassing the wretched. Everything is lost in thought. Peace envelopes the dreamer like the night. And beneath the radiant twilight, imitating the illumination in the sky, the soul is filled with stars. Jean Valjean could not help but contemplate that vast clear darkness above him. Meditating on the majestic silence of the eternal heavens, he was bathed in ecstasy and prayer. Then abruptly, as if a sense of duty came back to him, he bent down towards Marius, and cupping some water in the hollow of his hand he gently splashed a few drops on the young man's face. Marius's eyelids remained closed, yet breath passed between his parted lips. Jean Valjean was about to dip his hand in the river again when all at once he felt an indefinable unease, that sense of having someone you cannot see standing behind you. We have already referred elsewhere to this feeling, which everyone has experienced. He turned round. As before, there was indeed someone behind him. A man of tall stature, wrapped in a long frock coat, with his arms folded and holding in his right hand a truncheon with its lead knob showing, was standing a few paces behind Jean Valjean as he crouched over Marius. The shadows playing their part, it was like some kind of apparition. A suggestible man would have been fearful because of the twilight, a level-headed man because of the truncheon. Jean Valjean recognized Javert. The reader has no doubt guessed that Thénardier's pursuer was none other than Javert. After his unexpected departure from the barricade, Javert had gone to police headquarters and given an oral report to the chief himself in a brief meeting with him, then immediately resumed his duties, which involved in particular, remember, from the note that was found on him, surveillance of the riverbank on the right side of the Seine near the Champs-Élysées, which had for some time past aroused the attention of the police. There he caught sight of Thénardier and followed him. The rest we know. And, of course, that grating so obligingly opened for Jean Valjean was an act of cunning on Thénardier's part. Thénardier sensed that Javert was still there. The marked man has an instinct that never deceives him. Some bone had to be thrown to that sleuth-hound. A murderer, what a godsend! It was the sacrifice that had to be made. By sending Jean Valjean outside in his stead, Thénardier gave the police another quarry, made them leave off pursuing him, saw to it that he was forgotten about in a bigger operation, repaid Javert for his waiting, which always flatters a spy, earned himself 30 francs, and could count on making his own escape with the help of this diversion. Jean Valjean had exchanged one plight for another. These two encounters, coming one after the other, first Thénardier and then Javert, that was hard. Javert did not recognize Jean Valjean, who, as we said, no longer looked like himself. Javert kept his arms folded, with an imperceptible movement made sure he had a firm grip on his truncheon, and said in a curt, calm voice, "Who are you?" "It's me." "And who's that?" "Jean Valjean." Javert put his truncheon between his teeth, flexed his knees, leaned forward, placed his two powerful hands on Jean Valjean's shoulders, clamping them like two vices, took a good look and recognized him. Their faces were almost touching. Javert's gaze was terrible. Jean Valjean remained inert in Javert's clutches, like a lion submitting to the claws of a lynx. "Inspector Javert," he said, "you've got me now. In fact, I've considered myself your prisoner since this morning. I wouldn't have given you my address if I was going to try to escape from you. Take me in. Just grant me one thing." Javert seemed not to hear. He kept staring at Jean Valjean. His puckered chin pushed his lips up towards his nose, a sign of fierce speculation. At length he released Jean Valjean, straightened up in one stiff movement, took a firm hold of his truncheon again, and as if in a dream murmured rather than voiced this question, "What are you doing here? And who is this man?"
He continued not to use the familiar tu form in addressing Jean Valjean.
Jean Valjean replied, and the sound of his voice appeared to rouse Javert. As a matter of fact, he's just what I wanted to talk to you about. Deal with me as you will, but help me first to take him home. That's all I ask of you. Javert's face contracted as it always did when anyone seemed to think him capable of some concession. However, he did not say no. He bent down again, pulled out of his pocket a handkerchief, which he dipped in the water, and wiped Marius's blood-stained brow. This man was at the barricade, he said in an undertone and as though talking to himself. He's the one they called Marius. A first-class spy who, when he thought he was to die, had observed everything, listened to everything and taken everything in, who spied even at the very last, and resting his elbows on the first step of the sepulchre, had taken notes. He seized Marius's hand, feeling for his pulse. He's wounded, said Jean Valjean. He's dead, said Javert. Jean Valjean replied, no. Not yet. So you brought him here from the barricade, remarked Javert. He must have been deeply preoccupied not to dwell on this harrowing rescue through the sewers, and not even to notice Jean Valjean's silence after his question. Jean Valjean, for his part, seemed to have but one thought. He spoke up again. He lives in the Marais, Rue de Filles du Calvaire, with his grandfather. I can't remember the name. Jean Valjean fumbled in Marius's coat, pulled out the note-case, opened it at the page on which Marius had written in pencil, and held it out to Javert. There was still enough indeterminate light in the air to be able to read by. Besides, Javert had in his eye the feline phosphorescence of night birds. He deciphered the few lines written by Marius, and muttered, Gillenormand, Rue de Filles du Calvaire, number 6. Then he cried, Coachman! Remember, there was a cab waiting, just in case. Javert kept Marius's note-case. A moment later the cab, which came down via the watering ramp, was on the river bank. Marius was laid on the back seat, and Javert sat next to Jean Valjean on the front seat. The door was closed and the carriage was rapidly on its way, returning along the embankment towards the Bastille. They left the embankment and turned into the streets behind. The coachman, a black silhouette on his box, whipped his thin horses. Glacial silence inside the cab. Marius, motionless, his body propped up in the corner, his head falling forward onto his chest, his arms dangling, his legs stiff, appeared to be waiting for nothing else but a coffin. Jean Valjean seemed made of shadow, and Javert of stone. And in that vehicle full of darkness, whose interior, every time it passed in front of a street lantern, was luridly bleached as if by intermittent lightning, chance brought together, in what seemed a macabre confrontation, the three tragic stillnesses, the corpse, the spectre, and the statue. X. The return of the suicidally prodigal son. At every bump in the road a drop of blood fell from Marius's hair. It was dark when the carriage arrived at number 6, Rue de Filles du Calvaire. Javert alighted first, checked at a glance the number above the carriage gate, and raising the heavy wrought iron knocker, fashioned in the old style as a billy goat and a satyr face to face, he gave it a forceful rap. One side of the gate opened a fraction, and Javert gave it a push. The porter half appeared, yawning, vaguely awake, with a candle in his hand. The whole household was asleep. People go to bed early in the Marais, especially on days of rioting. This good old neighborhood, terrified by revolution, takes refuge in sleep, just as children, when they hear the bogeyman coming, quickly hide their heads under the blanket. Meanwhile Jean Valjean and the coachman were lifting Marius out of the carriage, Jean Valjean supporting him under the armpits, and the coachman, under the knees. While carrying Marius like this, Jean Valjean slipped his hand under the young man's clothes, which were considerably torn, felt his chest, and satisfied himself that his heart was still beating. It was actually beating a little less feebly, as if the movement of the cab had brought about a certain reassertion of life. Javert called out to the porter in a tone appropriate for the government to take in the presence of a seditious individual's porter.
Someone by the name of Gillenormand?
This is the place.
What do you want with him? We've brought his son.
His son, said the porter in bewilderment.
He's dead.
Following behind Javert, ragged and filthy, Jean Valjean, whom the porter observed with some horror, shook his head at him in denial. The porter did not seem to understand either what Javert had said or Jean Valjean's shake of the head. Javert continued, he was on the barricade, and here he is. On the barricade, cried the porter. He got himself killed.
Go and wake his father.
The porter did not stir.
Go on,
Javert insisted. And he added, there'll be a funeral here tomorrow. For Javert, the incidents that occurred from day to day in the public domain were clearly categorized, which is where anticipation and supervision start, and every eventuality had its own compartment. The potential incidents were in separate drawers, as it were, from which they emerged in variable quantities depending on the occasion. On the street, there were fighting, rioting, carnival festivities and funerals. The porter confined himself to waking Basque.
Basque woke Nicolette. Nicolette woke Aunt Gillenormand.
As for the grandfather, they let him sleep on, thinking that he would anyhow find out about it soon enough. Marius was carried up to the first floor without having been seen, as it happened, by anyone else in the rest of the building, and laid on an old sofa in Monsieur Gillenormand's antechamber. And while Basque went to fetch a doctor and Nicolette opened the linen presses, Jean Valjean felt Javert tapping him on the shoulder.
He understood and went back downstairs, Javert's footsteps following behind him.
The porter watched them leave as he had watched them arrive, in a drowsy state of shock. They climbed back into the cab, and the coachman onto his box.
Inspector Javert, said Jean Valjean, grant me one more favor. What is it?
Javert asked gruffly.
Let me go home for a minute. Then do with me as you will.
Javert remained silent for a few moments, with his chin buried in the collar of his frock coat, then he lowered the front window.
Driver, he said, Rue de l'Arme, number 7. 11. A shift in the absolute.
They remained tight-lipped all the rest of the way.
What did Jean Valjean want?
To finish what he had begun. To alert Cosette, to tell her where Marius was, perhaps to give her some other useful information, to make, if he could, some final arrangements. As for himself, as for what related to him personally, it all was over.
He was in Javert's custody and he was offering no resistance.
Any other man in such a situation might perhaps have vaguely thought of the rope that Thénardier had given him, and of the bars of the first prison cell he would enter. But ever since the bishop there had been in Jean Valjean, we must emphasize, a deep religious aversion towards all violence, even against himself. Suicide, that mysterious assault on the unknown that may to a certain extent comprise the death of the soul, was impossible to Jean Valjean. At the turning into Rue de l'Arme, the cab halted, this street being too narrow for carriages to enter.
Javert and Jean Valjean got out.
The coachman humbly pointed out to Monsieur l'Inspecteur that the Utrecht velvet in his carriage was all stained with blood, by the murder victim, and with mud, by the murderer. That was the situation as he understood it. Some compensation was due to him, he added. At the same time, drawing his logbook out of his pocket, he begged the inspector to have the goodness to write in it a few words to vouch for it. Javert pushed aside the book the coachman held out to him and said, "How much is owing, including the time you were kept waiting as well as the fare?" "There's 7¼ hours, replied the coachman, "and my velvet was brand new."
80 francs, Monsieur l'Inspecteur.
Javert drew from his pocket 4 Napoleons and sent the cab away. Jean Valjean thought it was Javert's intention to take him on foot to the Blancs-Manteau police station or the one in Rue des Archives, both of which are close by. They started down the street. It was, as usual, deserted.
Javert followed Jean Valjean. They came to number 7. Jean Valjean knocked. The door opened.
"All right," said Javert.
"Go on up."
He added with a strange expression, and as if it cost him an effort to say it, "I'll wait for you here." Jean Valjean looked at Javert.
This was hardly Javert's usual way of doing things.
However, resolved as Jean Valjean was to give himself up and make an end of it, he could not be greatly surprised that Javert should now have a kind of arrogant confidence in him, the confidence of the cat that allows the mouse a freedom within the reach of its claws.
He pushed open the door, entered the building, and to the porter who, having turned in for the night, had pulled the door's release cord from his bed, he called out, "It's me." And he went upstairs.
When he reached the first floor, he paused.
Every Via Dolorosa has its stations along the way.
The window on the landing, which was a sash window, was open. As in many old houses, the staircase looked out on the street, with light coming in from there.
The street lantern, directly opposite, illuminated the stairs, which saved on lighting costs.
Either to get some air or without thinking, Jean Valjean stuck his head out of this window.
He leaned out over the street.
It is short, and the lantern illuminated it from end to end. Jean Valjean was astonished and bewildered. There was no one there.
Javert had gone. 12. The grandfather.
Basque and the porter had carried Marius, still lying motionless on the sofa where he had been laid on arrival, into the drawing room. The doctor who had been sent for came quickly.
Aunt Gillenormand was up and about.
Aunt Gillenormand went to and fro, wringing her hands in distress, incapable of doing anything other than saying, "Good Lord!
Is it possible?"
From time to time she added, "There's going to be a lot of blood spilled." When she got over her initial horror, a certain philosophical view of the situation established itself in her mind and was expressed by this exclamation, "It was bound to end this way." She did not go as far as the usual "I told you so," prompted by occasions of this kind. On the doctor's orders a trestle bed had been set up beside the sofa. The doctor examined Marius, and having ascertained that his pulse was still beating, that there was no deep wound to his chest and that the blood at the corners of his mouth came from the nasal cavity, he had him laid flat on the bed, without a pillow, with his head at the same level as his body and even a little lower, and his chest bared to facilitate his breathing.
Seeing that Marius was being undressed, Mademoiselle Gillenormand retired to her room and settled down to saying her rosary. There was no internal injury to his torso.
A bullet, stopped by his notecase, had been deflected over his ribs, making a gash that looked hideous but was not deep and therefore not dangerous. In the long underground trek the broken collarbone had been completely dislocated, and there was some serious damage there. His arms were saber-slashed. No laceration disfigured his face, but his head seemed covered with lesions.
What would result from those head wounds? Did they stop at the scalp, or did they cut into the skull? It was impossible to tell yet.
A worrying symptom was that they had caused loss of consciousness, and people do not always recover from that kind of unconsciousness. Moreover, the wounded man was exhausted by loss of blood. From the waist down, the lower part of his body had been protected by the barricade. Basque and Nicolette tore up strips of linen and prepared bandages.
Nicolette sewed them, Basque rolled them.
Not having any lint, the doctor had instead stopped the bleeding with pads of wadding. Next to the bed, 3 candles burned on a table where the case of surgical instruments lay open. The doctor bathed Marius's face and hair with cold water. A bucketful was red in an instant. The porter, with his tallow candle in his hand, provided light.
The doctor seemed sadly thoughtful.
From time to time he shook his head, as if replying to some unspoken question he had asked. A bad sign for the patient, these mysterious dialogues the doctor was having with himself. Just as the doctor was wiping Marius's face and lightly touching with his finger his still closed eyes, a door opened at the end of the drawing room and a tall, pale figure appeared. It was the grandfather. The rioting had for the past 2 days greatly preoccupied, upset and outraged Monsieur Gillenormand. He had not been able to sleep the previous night, and he had been feverish all day long. That evening he had gone to bed very early, with instructions that the whole house should be well barred, and, tired out, he had dozed off. Old men sleep lightly. Monsieur Gillenormand's bedroom was next to the drawing room, and whatever precautions might have been taken, the noise had wakened him. Surprised by the streak of light he saw under his door, he had got out of bed and groped his way towards it. With one hand on the handle of the half-open door, his head a little bent forward and doddering, his body wrapped in a straight, white, close-fitting dressing gown, like a shroud, he stood on the threshold, astounded. He looked like a ghost gazing into a tomb. He saw the bed, and on the mattress that young man, bleeding, white with the whiteness of wax, eyes closed, mouth open, lips pale, naked to the waist, slashed all over with crimson wounds, motionless, starkly lit. The grandfather shuddered from head to foot as much as ossified limbs would allow. A kind of vitreous sheen veiled his eyes whose corneas were yellowed because of his great age. His whole face acquired in an instant the ashen angularity of a skeleton skull. His arms hung loose as though a spring had broken, and his amazement was conveyed by the outspread fingers of his 2 aged hands all a-tremble. His knees were bent, exposing through the front of his dressing gown his poor bare legs, bristling with white hairs, and he murmured, "Marius." "Monsieur," said Basque, "the young gentleman has just been brought back. He joined the barricade, and—" "He's dead," cried the old man in a terrible voice. "Ah! The brigand!" Then a kind of sepulchral transfiguration straightened this centenarian, and he stood as erect as a young man. "Monsieur," he said, "you are the doctor. Start by telling me one thing. He's dead, isn't he?" The doctor, in the utmost anxiety, remained silent. Monsieur Gillenormand wrung his hands with a dreadful burst of laughter. "He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's got himself killed on the barricades. Out of hatred for me. It was to defy me that he did it. Ah! The bloodthirsty killer. That's how he comes back to me. Bane of my life, he's dead." He went to the window, threw it wide open as if he felt stifled, and standing there before the dark began talking to the night in the street outside. "Stabbed, sabered, butchered, slashed to ribbons, hacked to pieces. You see that, the wretch? He knew full well that I was waiting for him and that I had his room ready, and that I'd put beside my bed his portrait from when he was a little boy. He knew full well that he had only to come back, and that I'd been yearning for him for years, and that I sat at my fireside with my hands on my knees, not knowing what to do, and that I was at my wits' end. You knew full well, yes you did, that you had only to come home and say, 'I'm back,' and you would be master of the house, that I would obey you, and that you could do whatever you wanted with your old numbskull of a grandfather. You knew that full well, and you said, 'No, he's a royalist, I shan't go back.' And you went and joined the barricades, and you got yourself killed out of spite. To take your revenge for what I said to you about Monsieur le Duc de Berry. That's what's so appalling. Go off to bed and sleep peacefully. He's dead. This is what I wake up to." The doctor, beginning to be concerned about both parties, left Marius for a moment, and went over to Monsieur Gillenormand, and took him by the arm. The grandfather turned, gazed at him with eyes that seemed enlarged and bloodshot, and said to him placidly, "Monsieur, I thank you. I'm calm, I'm a man, I saw the death of Louis XVI, I know how to bear events. What's frightful is the thought that it's your newspapers that do all the harm. You'll have your scribblers and talkers, your lawyers and orators and tribunes, your discussions, and progress, and leading lights, and rights of man and freedom of the press, and this is how your children will be brought home to you.
Ah! Marius! It's dreadful! Killed! Dead before me! A barricade! Ah, the rogue! Doctor, you live in this neighborhood, I believe? Oh! I know you well. I see your cabriolet going by from my window. I'm going to tell you something. You'd be wrong to think I'm angry. You don't get angry with a dead man. That would be stupid. This is a child I raised. I was already old when he was still very young. He played in the Tuileries Gardens with his little spade and his little chair, and so that the keepers wouldn't complain I'd go along after him filling in with my walking stick the holes that he dug in the earth with his spade. One day he shouted, "Down with Louis XVIII." And off he went. It's not my fault. He was all rosy and blonde. His mother died. Have you noticed that all little children are blonde? Why is that so? He's the son of one of those brigands of the Loire. But children are innocent of their father's crimes. I remember when he was just so high. He couldn't pronounce his Ds properly. He had a way of talking that was so quiet and unintelligible, he sounded like a bird. I remember once, in front of the Farnese Hercules, people stood round in an admiring circle, marveling at him. He was so handsome, that child. He had a face of the kind you see in paintings. I used to scold him, I'd frighten him with my walking stick, but he knew very well it was only a joke. In the morning when he came into my room I'd grumble, but it was as if he brought the sunshine. You can't defend yourself against those youngsters. They get hold of you, they latch on, and they never let go. The truth is, there was never such a darling child. Now, what have you got to say for your Lafayettes, your Benjamin Constants and your Tirqueur de Courcelles, who get him killed? This can't be allowed to happen. He approached Marius, still ghastly pale and motionless and of whom the doctor had returned, and began once more to wring his hands. The old man's white lips moved as though unconsciously, letting out words that were barely audible, like whisperings in the last agony. Ah! Heartless lad! Ah! Clubbist! Ah! Wretch! Ah! Septembrist! Reproaches in the low voice of a dying man, addressed to a corpse. Little by little, as internal eruptions inevitably have to come to the surface, the words came in sentences again, but the grandfather seemed no longer to have the strength to utter them. His voice, so faint and hollow, sounded as if it came from the other side of an abyss. It's all the same to me, I too am going to die. And to think there's not a lass in Paris who wouldn't have been delighted to make this wretch happy. A young rogue who, instead of having fun and enjoying life, went off to fight and got himself shot down like a brute. And for whom? Why? For the Republic. Instead of going dancing at La Chaumière, as young people have a moral obligation to. What's the use of being 20 years old? The Republic. Such damn silliness. Poor mothers, go ahead and produce fine boys. Well, he's dead. That will make 2 funerals under the same carriage gate. So you got yourself into that state for the sake of General Lamarck's handsome eyes. What had that General Lamarck ever done for you? A slasher. A blatherer. To get yourself killed for a dead man. As if that isn't enough to drive anyone crazy. Make some sense out of that. Add 20. And without looking back to see if he wasn't leaving something behind. There are now poor old men reduced to dying all alone. Croak in your corner, troglodyte. Well, as it happens, so much the better, it's what I was hoping for, it'll kill me off. I'm too old, I'm 100,000 years old, by rights I should have been dead long ago. This blow will see to it. So it's all over. What a blessing. What's the good of making him inhale ammonia and all that parcel of drugs? You're wasting your efforts, you idiot doctor. Believe me, he's dead, well and truly dead. I'd know, being dead myself. He's not done things by halves. Yes, this age is vile, 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 and that's what I think of you, of your ideas, your systems, your masters, your oracles, your doctors, your good-for-nothing writers, your rascally philosophers, and of all the revolutions that for the past 60 years have been scaring the gatherings of crows and the Tuileries. And since you were pitiless in getting yourself killed like this, I shan't even grieve over your death, do you hear, murderer? At that moment Marius slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze, still clouded with lethargic amazement, rested on Monsieur Gillenormand. "Marius," cried the old man. "Marius! My little Marius! My child! My darling boy! You're opening your eyes, you're looking at me, you're alive, thank you." And he fainted. Book 4 Javert derailed. Javert had slowly walked away from Rue de l'Amarme. For the first time in his life he walked with his head bowed, and also for the first time in his life with his hands behind his back. Until that day, of Napoleon's two attitudes, only the one that expresses resolution, arms folded across the chest, had Javert ever adopted. The one that expresses uncertainty, hands behind the back, was unknown to him. Now, a change had come about. Slow and somber, his entire person bore the imprint of anxiety. Down the silent streets he went. However, he was following a route. He took a shortcut down to the Seine, reached Quai des Ormes, walked along the embankment, past La Grève, and stopped some distance from the Place du Châtelet police station, at the corner of Pont Notre Dame. There, between Pont Notre Dame and Pont au Change on the one hand, and Quai de la Mégisserie and Quai aux Fleurs on the other, the Seine forms a kind of square lake, with rapids running through it. This point in the Seine is dreaded by boatmen. There is nothing more dangerous than these rapids, in those days constricted and made turbulent by the piles of the now demolished watermill on the bridge. The two bridges, so close together, increase the peril. The water races with tremendous force under the arches. It churns there in huge and terrible swirls, it accumulates and backs up. The flow puts a strain on the bridge's piers as though trying to pull them down with great liquid ropes. Men who fall in here never reappear. The best of swimmers drown here. Javert rested both elbows on the parapet, his chin in both hands, and automatically digging fingernails into his thick side whiskers, he pondered. A change, a revolution, a catastrophe had occurred deep down inside him, and there was cause for self-examination. Javert was suffering horribly. Several hours ago Javert had ceased to be a simple man. He felt troubled. That mind, so limpid in its blindness, had lost its transparency. There was a cloudiness in that crystal. Javert was aware in his conscience of a division of duty, and he could not conceal it from himself. When he had so unexpectedly encountered Jean Valjean on the banks of the Seine, there had been inside him something of the wolf recapturing its prey and of the dog finding its master again. He saw ahead of him two paths, both equally straight, but he saw two of them. And that terrified him, having never in all his life known but one straight line. And to his deep anguish these two paths went in opposite directions. One of these straight lines excluded the other. Which of the two was the right one? His predicament was beyond words. To owe his life to a criminal, to accept that debt and to settle it, in spite of himself to be on an equal footing with a former convict, and to repay him for one service with another service, to allow himself to be told go, and in turn to say remain free, to sacrifice duty, that universal obligation, to personal considerations, and to sense in those personal considerations something that was also universal and perhaps of a higher nature, to betray society in order to remain true to his
conscience, that all these absurdities should come about and be heaped on top of him, it was this that defeated him. One thing astounded him, that Jean Valjean should have spared him. And one thing scared him rigid, that he, Javert, should have spared Jean Valjean. What had become of him? He searched and could not find himself. What was to be done now? It was bad to hand Jean Valjean over. It was bad to let Jean Valjean go free. In the first instance, the policeman sank lower than the man sentenced to the prison hulks. In the second, a convict rose above the law and trampled it underfoot. In both cases, Javert was himself disgraced. In every course that could be taken, there was ruin. Destiny comes, at certain points, to a sheer drop above the impossible, beyond which life is nothing but a precipice. Javert had come to one of those sheer drops. One of his anxieties was that he was being made to think. The very violence of all these conflicting emotions forced it on him. Thinking was something he was unused to, and something peculiarly painful for him. In thinking, there is always a degree of inner conflict, and it angered him to have that inside him. Thinking about any subject outside the narrow sphere of his duties would have been, for him, in any event, futile and stressful. But thinking on the day that had just gone by was a torture. However, he really had to examine his conscience after such upsets and give an account of himself, to himself. What he had just done made him shudder. He, Javert, contrary to all police regulations, contrary to the whole social and legal system, contrary to the entire criminal code, had seen fit to rule in favor of a release. This had suited him. He had substituted his own affairs for those of the public. Was that not unspeakable? Every time he confronted this nameless deed he had committed, he trembled from head to foot. What must he bring himself to do? There was only one course open to him, to rush back to Rue de l'Homme and have Jean Valjean imprisoned. It was clear that this was what he ought to do. He could not. Something was barring his way. Something? What? Is there anything in the world other than tribunals, sentences that have to be carried out, the police and the authorities? Javert was bewildered. An inviolable convict. A condemned criminal beyond the reach of the law. And that, by Javert's own doing. That these two men, Javert and Jean Valjean, both creatures of the law, the man meant to enforce it and the man meant to submit to it, should have come to the point of both putting themselves above the law, was that not shocking? What? Such enormities could happen and no one would be punished. Jean Valjean, outweighing the entire social order, was to remain free, and he, Javert, was to go on eating the government's bread. His reflections gradually took a terrible turn. In those reflections he might also have reproached himself with regard to the insurgent brought home to Rue des Filles du Calvaire, but he gave no thought to that. The lesser fault was lost in the greater. Besides, that insurgent was obviously a dead man and, legally, death puts an end to any pursuit. Jean Valjean, that was the load he had on his mind. Jean Valjean confounded him. All the axioms that his whole life had hinged on gave way before that man. Jean Valjean's generosity towards him crushed Javert. Other things that he remembered, and that he had once treated as lies and nonsense, now came back to him as facts. Monsieur. Madeleine reappeared behind Jean Valjean, and the two figures were superimposed on each other so that they now formed just the one figure, who was to be revered. Javert felt that something terrible was infiltrating his soul, admiration for a convict. Respect for a felon condemned to the prison hulks, is that possible? He shuddered at it, and could not escape it. In vain did he struggle, he was compelled to acknowledge in his heart of hearts the sublimity of that wretch. It was abhorrent. A beneficent wrongdoer, a compassionate, gentle, forbearing convict, ready to help, returning good for evil, returning forgiveness for hatred, choosing pity rather than vengeance, preferring to doom himself rather than to doom his enemy, saving one who had struck out against him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more akin to the angels than to man. Javert was forced to admit to himself that this monster existed.
Things could not go on like this. Of course, and this we stress, he had not yielded without resistance to this monster, this vile angel, this frightful hero, by whom he was almost as much outraged as astounded. 20 times, as he sat in that carriage face to face with Jean Valjean, the legal tiger had roared within him. 20 times he had been tempted to fall on Jean Valjean, to seize him and devour him, in other words to arrest him. Indeed, what could be simpler? To cry out at the first police station they passed, "Here's an ex-convict in violation of his parole." To call the gendarmes and say to them, "This man is yours." Then to walk away, to leave this reprobate there, to ignore the rest and not have any more to do it. This man is forever a prisoner of the law. The law will do with him what it will. What could be more just? Javert had said all this to himself. He had wanted to go further, to act, to apprehend the man and, then as now, he had not been able to. And every time his hand had convulsively reached up towards Jean Valjean's collar, as if restrained by an enormous weight, that hand had dropped down again, and in the recesses of his mind he had heard a strange voice shouting at him, "That's right. Deliver up your Savior. Then have Pontius Pilate's basin brought to you, and wash your filthy paws." Then his thoughts turned back to himself, and beside Jean Valjean, increased in stature, he saw himself, Javert, diminished. A convict was his benefactor. But then, why had he allowed this man to let him live? He had the right to be killed inside that barricade. He should have exercised that right. It would have been better to summon the other insurgents to his aid against Jean Valjean, to contrive to get himself shot. His supreme anguish was the loss of certainty. He felt he had lost his moorings. The law was no more than a broken stick in his hand. He had scruples of an unfamiliar kind to deal with. Taking place inside him was an emotional epiphany completely distinct from any legal considerations, his sole yardstick until then. Persisting in his former integrity was no longer enough. A whole order of unexpected factors was emerging, and getting the better of him. A whole new world was revealing itself to his soul: kindnesses accepted and repaid, self-sacrifice, mercy, leniency, severity constrained by pity, consideration for individuals, no more outright condemnation, no more damnation, the possibility of a tear in the law's eye, some sort of justice as laid down by God running contrary to justice as laid down by men. He perceived in the shadows the awesome rising of an unknown moral sun. He was horrified and dazzled by it. An owl with an eagle's eye view forced upon it. It was true, then, he told himself, there were exceptional cases, authority could lose face, the rules could fall short in some situations, not everything fitted into the text of the penal code, the unforeseen commanded obedience, the virtue of a convict could set a trap for the virtue of a functionary, the monstrous could be divine, destiny laid such ambushes, and he reflected with despair that he himself had not been safe from surprise. He was forced to acknowledge that kindness existed. This convict had been kind. And he himself, extraordinarily enough, had just been kind. So he was becoming depraved. He thought himself cowardly. He horrified himself. The ideal, for Javert, was not to be human, to be grand, to be sublime, it was to be irreproachable. Well, in this he had just failed. How had he come to such a pass? How had all this happened? He himself could not have told. He clasped his head in both hands, but, try as he might, he could not explain it. He had certainly always intended to turn Jean Valjean over to the law, Jean Valjean being its captive, and he, Javert, its slave. Not for a single instant while he held him had he admitted to himself that he had it in mind to let him go. It was in some sense unwittingly that his hand had opened and released him. Glimpses of all sorts of new conundrums opened up before his eyes.
He asked himself questions, and he answered them, and his answers frightened him. He asked himself, this convict, this desperado, whom I've pursued, indeed persecuted, and who has had me at his mercy, and who could have avenged himself and should have done so in consideration of both his grievance and his safety, what has he done by not taking my life, by sparing me?
His duty? No. Something more. And I, in turn, by sparing him, what have I done? My duty? No. Something more. So there is something above duty? Here he took fright.
His scales were thrown out of kilter. One pan dropped into the abyss, the other flew heavenward, and Javert was no less terrified by the one on high than by the one below. Without being in the least what is called Voltairean, or philosophical, or skeptical, on the contrary, by instinct respectful towards the established church, he knew it only as a venerable fragment of the social whole. Order was his dogma, and for him it sufficed. Since reaching manhood and becoming a servant of the state, he had made of the police more or less his entire religion, being, and we are using the words here without the least irony and in their most serious sense, being, as we have said, a spy as other men are priests.
He had a superior, Monsieur Gisquet.
Until that day he had barely given any thought to that other superior, God. He was now suddenly conscious of this new chief, God, and he felt disturbed.
He was disorientated by this unexpected presence. He did not know what to do about this superior, aware as he was that the subordinate is always supposed to defer, that he must neither disobey nor find fault, nor argue, and that, in the presence of a superior who too greatly perplexes him, the inferior has no other option but to resign. But how was a person to set about handing in his resignation to God? In any event, and it was this that he kept coming back to, for him one fact overshadowed everything else, which was that he had just committed a terrible offense. He had just closed his eyes to a recidivist in violation of his parole. He had just set a felon free. He had just robbed the legal system of a man belonging to it. This he had done. He no longer understood himself. He was not sure of being himself. Even the reasons for his action escaped him, all it did was make him dizzy. He had lived until that moment by that blind faith that breeds a grim integrity. This faith was deserting him, this integrity was failing him. Everything he had believed was disintegrating. Truths he did not want to recognize obsessed him unrelentingly. He must from now on be a different man. He suffered the strange pangs of a conscience that has suddenly undergone a cataract operation. He saw what he shrank from seeing. He felt drained, useless, out of joint with his past life, dismissed, dissolved. Authority was dead within him. He no longer had any reason for being. A terrible state of affairs. To be emotional. To be of granite, and to doubt. To be the statue of retribution, cast all of a piece in the mold of the law, and suddenly to realize that beneath your torso of bronze you have something absurd and unruly that is almost like a heart. To reach the point of returning good for good, although you have told yourself, until today, that that particular good is evil. To be the guard dog, and to start licking. To be ice, and to melt. To be pincers, and to turn into a hand. Suddenly to feel your fingers opening up. To let go. The horror of it. The man missile not knowing his way anymore, and drawing back. To be compelled to admit this to yourself, infallibility is not infallible, there can be error in dogma, all has not been said when a penal code has spoken, society is not perfect, authority is complicated by an element of vacillation, a creaking of the immutable is possible, judges are men, the law may err, tribunals may be mistaken. To see a crack in the immense blue glass of the firmament. What was going on inside Javert was the fampoux of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the shattering of an integrity irresistibly propelled in a straight line and dashed against God. Certainly, it was strange that the stoker of order, the engine driver of authority,
mounted on the unseeing, fixed-track iron horse, could be unseated by a burst of light. That the inflexible, the straight, the precise, the geometrical, the unfeeling, the perfect might be capable of deflection. That there should be for the locomotive a road to Damascus. God, always within man and, being the true conscience, defying the false, forbidding the spark to die out, commanding the ray to remember the sun, directing the soul to recognize the real absolute when confronted with the fictitious absolute, inalienable humanity, unallowable human feeling, that splendid phenomenon, perhaps the finest of all our inner marvels. Did Javert understand this? Did Javert perceive this? Was Javert conscious of this? Evidently not. But under the pressure of its incomprehensibility, its undeniability, he felt his skull cracking open. He was not so much transfigured by this miracle as a victim of it. In all this he saw only an immense difficulty in being. It seemed to him his breathing was now constricted forevermore. To have the unknown looming over him, he was not used to that. Until now, all that he had had above him had been, to his eyes, a clear, plain, limpid surface. Nothing unknown or obscure there. Nothing that was not defined, systematized, pinned down, precise, exact, circumscribed, confined, closed. No surprises. Authority was something flat. No falling within it, no dizziness in the face of it. The only unknown Javert had ever seen was down below. The irregular, the unexpected, the disorderly opening up of chaos, the possibility of sliding into an abyss, this was something to do with the nether regions, with the intractable, the wicked, the wretched. Now Javert tipped his head back, and he was suddenly terrified by this extraordinary apparition, a chasm on high. What? This was the total demolition of selfhood. This was utter confoundment. What was to be trusted? Convictions held were now in ruins. What? The chink in society's armor could be found by a magnanimous wretch. What? An honest servant of the law could suddenly find himself caught between two crimes, the crime of letting a man escape and the crime of arresting him. There was no complete certainty in the orders the state gave to its official. In duty there could be deadlocks. What? All this was real. Was it true that an old ruffian, bowed under the sentences against him, might draw himself up again and ultimately be in the right? Was this believable? Were there cases, then, in which the law, in the face of crime transfigured, had to stand back, stammering its apologies? Yes, indeed. And Javert was seeing this. And Javert was touching this. And not only was he unable to deny it, he was collaborating in it. These were actual facts. It was shocking that realities could come to be so monstrous. If realities did their duty, they would just be proofs of law. It is God who dispenses realities. So was anarchy now going to descend from on high? This being the case, and everything that might have curbed and corrected his impression was effaced by the exaggeration of anguish and by the distortion of dismay, and society, and the human race and the universe were now reduced in his eyes to hideously simplified contours. This being the case, then, punishment, the final sentence, the force of law, the rulings of sovereign courts, the magistrature, the government, prevention and repression, official wisdom, legal infallibility, the principle of authority, all the dogmas on which political and civil security rest, sovereignty, justice, the logic following from the law as it stands, the social absolute, the public truth, all this was rubble, debris, chaos. He himself, Javert, orders watchman, incorruptibility in the service of the police, society's guard dog savior, defeated and felled. And standing above all this ruin, a man wearing a green cap, and a halo around his head. Such was the cataclysm that had overtaken him, such was the frightful vision he had in his soul. And this could be endured? No. A dire state, if ever there were one. There were only two ways out of it.
One was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and return to jail the man from the prison hulks. The other. Javert left the parapet and, this time with head held high, strode towards the police station identified by a lantern on a corner of Place du Châtelet. When he got there he saw a policeman through the window, and went inside. Policemen recognize each other as colleagues just by the way they push open the door of a guardroom. Javert gave his name, showed his card to the police officer, and sat down at the guardroom table, on which a candle was burning. On the table lay a pen, a lead ink pot and some notepaper for any particulars that might need to be taken down and for night patrol reports. This table, which always comes with its straw-bottomed chair, is an institution. It exists in every police station. It is invariably graced with a boxwood saucer filled with sawdust and a cardboard pincushion box full of red sealing wafers. It is the ground floor of official style. It is with this table that the literature of the state begins. Javert took the pen and a sheet of paper, and began to write. This is what he wrote. A few observations for the benefit of the service. First, I humbly commend this to Monsieur le Préfet's attention. Second, prisoners, coming back from questioning, take off their shoes and stand barefoot on the flagstones while they are being searched. A number of them return to jail coughing. This incurs hospital expenses. Third, tailing procedures are good, with relays of agents posted at intervals, but in major cases it would be better that at least two agents were never to lose sight of each other, so that if for any reason one agent happens to fail in his duty, the other will be watching him and can take his place. Fourth, it is not clear why the special regulations of Les Madelonettes prison prohibit inmates from having a chair, even if paying for it. Fifth, at Les Madelonettes there are only 2 security bars separating the canteen, so the canteen woman can let the prisoners touch her hand. Sixth, the so-called barkers, prisoners who summon the other inmates to the visiting room, make them pay 2 sous to have their names called out distinctly. This is robbery. Seventh, for one loose thread, the prisoner in the weaving shed is docked 10 sous. This is an abuse on the part of the contractor since the cloth is nonetheless good. Eighth, it is a nuisance that visitors to La Force have to cross the youngsters' courtyard in order to reach the Ste Marielle Egyptian visiting room. Ninth, there is no doubt that everyday gendarmes are to be heard in the courtyard of police headquarters talking about the interrogation of prisoners by the magistrates. For a gendarme, who ought to be held in the highest esteem, to repeat what he has heard in the criminal investigation chambers is a serious indiscipline. 10th, Madame Henry is an honest woman. Her canteen is very clean. But it is wrong that a woman should be keeper of the solitary confinement cells. This is unworthy of the conciergerie of a great civilization. Javert wrote these lines in his steadiest and neatest handwriting, omitting not a single comma and making the paper screech under the firmness of his pen. He signed below the last line. Javert, Senior Inspector, Place du Châtelet Police Station. June 7, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Javert dried the fresh ink on the sheet of paper, folded it like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back note for the administration, laid it on the table and left the police station. The grated glass-paneled door swung shut behind him. He made his way back diagonally across Place du Châtelet, reached the embankment, and returned with automatic precision to the very spot from which he had walked away a quarter of an hour earlier. There, he rested his elbows on the parapet and found himself once more in the same pose on the same flagstone. It was as if he had not stirred. There was complete darkness. It was that sepulchral moment after midnight. A ceiling of cloud hid the stars. The sky was no more than a sinister density. In the houses on Ile de la Cite not a single light still showed. There was no one about. All that could be seen of the streets and embankments was emptiness. Notre Dame and the towers of the law court seemed features of the night. A street lantern cast its red glow on the edge of the embankment.
The silhouettes of the bridges, lying one behind the other, appeared distorted in the mist.
Rains had swollen the river.
The spot where Javert had rested his elbows was situated, remember, directly above the rapids in the Seine, over that dreadful spiral of swirling waters, turning and unturning like an endlessly driven screw.
Javert bent his head and looked down. All was black. Nothing was distinguishable.
A sound of raging foam could be heard, but the river was invisible. Now and again in those vertiginous depths a gleam of light appeared in dimly coiled water, having that power, in the most complete darkness, of capturing light from who knows where and transforming it into a snake. The light vanished and all became indistinguishable again. Down there, immensity seemed to gape. What lay below was not water, it was an abyss. The wall of the embankment, sheer, blurred, misted with spray, suddenly lost from sight, seemed like an escarpment of the infinite. Nothing could be seen, but the hostile chill of the water and the mustiness of the whetstones could be felt. A frenzied exhalation rose from that abyss. The swollen river sensed rather than seen, the tragic murmur of the torrent, the grim hugeness of the bridge's arches, the imaginable fall into that dark void. All this gloom was full of horror.
For a few minutes Javert remained motionless, watching this tenebrous orifice. He gazed on the invisible with a seemingly attentive fixity.
There was the sound of the rushing waters. Abruptly, he took off his hat and placed it on the edge of the embankment. A moment later a tall black figure, which from a distance some tardy passerby might have taken for a phantom, appeared standing on the parapet, leaned over the Seine, then straightened up again and dropped into the blackness below. There was a heavy splash. And the shadows alone were privy to the convulsions of that mysterious figure after it had disappeared under the water.
Book 5 Grandfather and Grandson. I.
Returning to the tree with the band of zinc. Some time after the events we have just related, Sieur Boulatruelle experienced great excitement. Sieur Boulatruelle is that roadmender of Montfermeil whom we have already encountered in the shadowy parts of this book.
Boulatruelle, the reader may recall, was a man with various unsettling preoccupations.
He was a stonebreaker, and a blight to travelers on the highway.
A navvy and a thief, he had a dream.
He believed there was treasure buried in the forest of Montfermeil. He hoped someday to find money in the ground at the foot of a tree.
In the meantime he was happy to seek it in the pockets of wayfarers.
However, he was being careful for now. He had just had a narrow escape. As we know, he had been rounded up with the other ruffians in Jondrette's garret. A vice may have its uses, his drunkenness had saved him. It could never be clarified whether he was there as robber or as robbed. A ruling of no case to answer, based on his well-established state of inebriation on the evening of the ambush, secured his release. And he was off back to the woods. He had returned to the Gagny-Lagny road to do his road building for the state under administrative supervision, looking downcast and extremely pensive, a little put off thieving, which had almost done for him, but turning to wine, which had just saved him, only with increased fondness. As for the great excitement he had experienced shortly after his return to his roadmender's turf-roofed hut, it was this. One morning a little before daybreak, on his way to work as usual, and maybe also to his lurking place, through the branches Boulatruelle caught sight of a man he saw only from behind, but whose physique, it seemed to him from a distance and in the half-light, was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Although a drunkard, Boulatruelle had an accurate and lucid memory, a defensive weapon indispensable to anyone slightly at odds with the law. Where the devil have I seen the likes of that man before, he wondered. But he was unable to come up with any answer, except that there was a resemblance here to someone of whom he had a vague impression in his mind. Anyway, leaving aside the identity he was unable to pin down,
Boulatruelle made some calculations and deductions.
This man was not local. He had just arrived here.
On foot, evidently.
No public transport passes through Montfermeil at that time of day.
He had walked all night. Where did he come from? Not very far away. For he had neither haversack nor bundle. From Paris, no doubt. Why was he in these woods? Why was he here at such an early hour? What had he come to do here?
Boulatruelle thought of the treasure. By delving deep into his memory, he vaguely recalled having already been on similar alert many years before with regard to someone who, it seemed to him, could be this very same man. While pondering, he had naturally enough, but not very cleverly, bowed his head beneath the very weight of his ponderings. When he looked up again, there was no sign of anyone.
The man had melted away into the forest and into the half-light.
"Damn it," said Boulatruelle. "I'll track him down. I'll find out what his business is. He's out and about at the crack of dawn for a purpose, this fellow, and I'll get to the bottom of it.
No one has any secrets in my forest that can be kept from me."
He took up his pickaxe, which was very sharp. "This," he muttered, "is something to search the ground with, and to search a man with." And, as though tying one thread to another thread, following step by step as closely as he could the route the man must have taken, he set off through the woods. After he had gone some 100 paces, the beginnings of daylight helped him. Footprints here and there in the sand, trampled grasses, crushed heather, young branches and the underwood bent back and straightening out again with a graceful slowness like the arms of a pretty woman stretching when she wakes, showed him a kind of trail. He followed it, then lost it. Time wore on. He went deeper into the forest and came to a kind of mound. An early morning huntsman passing by on a path in the distance, whistling the tune of Guillory *, gave him the idea of climbing a tree. Although old, he was agile. Right there was a very tall beech tree, worthy of Tityrus and of Boulatruelle. Boulatruelle climbed the beech tree as high as he could. It was a good idea. Scanning the solitude over in the direction where the forest is completely wild and overgrown, Boulatruelle suddenly caught a glimpse of the man. He had no sooner caught a glimpse than he lost sight of him. The man entered, or rather slipped into, a clearing some distance away screened by tall trees, but Boulatruelle knew it very well, having noticed an ailing chestnut tree there near a big pile of millstones, with a band of zinc nailed onto the bark. This clearing is the one that used to be called Blaire's Piece. The heap of stones, intended for who knows what purpose and to be seen there 30 years ago, is doubtless still there now. Nothing matches the longevity of a pile of stones, except that of a fence made of wooden planks. They are there temporarily. No wonder they last. Boulatruelle, with a joyful alacrity, dropped rather than climbed down from the tree. The lair was located, it was a matter of catching the beast. The famous dreamed of treasure was probably there. It was no small matter to reach that clearing. By the beaten paths, which make countless tiresome zigzags, it took a good quarter of an hour. Making a beeline through the thicket, which is particularly dense there, very thorny and very punishing, it took a full half-hour. Boulatruelle made the mistake of not realizing this. He believed in the beeline, a convincing optical illusion but the undoing of many a man. Through the thicket, bristly as it was, seemed to him the way to go. "Let's take the Wolves Rue de Rivoli," he said. Given to crookedness, Boulatruelle on this occasion misguidedly went straight. He plunged resolutely into the tangle of undergrowth. He had to deal with holly bushes, nettles, hawthorn, briars, thistles, and extremely prickly brambles. He was very scratched. At the bottom of the gully he found there was water to get across. At last, 40 minutes later, he reached the Blaire clearing, sweating, drenched, out of breath, torn to shreds, ferocious. Nobody in the clearing. Boulatruelle rushed to the heap of stones. It was still in place. It had not been moved. As for the man, he had vanished into the forest.
He had made his escape. Where to? In what direction? Into which thicket? Impossible to tell. And, distressingly enough, behind the pile of stones, in front of the tree with the band of zinc on it, there was freshly turned earth, a pick that had been forgotten or abandoned, and a hole. This hole was empty. "Thief!" shouted Boulatruelle, shaking his fist at the horizon. 2. Emerging from civil war, Marius prepares for domestic war. For a long time Marius was neither dead nor alive. For several weeks he had a fever accompanied by delirium and by some rather serious cerebral symptoms, caused more by the trauma of his wounds than by the wounds themselves. In the morbid loquacity of feverishness and with the grim persistence of anguish, he repeated Cosette's name for whole nights on end. The extent of some of his injuries posed a serious danger, with always the possibility, under certain atmospheric conditions, of the suppuration of large wounds being reabsorbed and consequently killing the patient. At every change of weather, at the slightest storm, the physician became anxious. "It's most important the patient has no emotional excitement whatsoever," he kept saying. The dressing of the wounds was complicated and difficult, the fixing of compresses and bandages by adhesive plaster not yet having been invented. "Nicolette used up a sheet as big as a ceiling," she said, "for lint." It was no easy matter for the chlorinated lotions and silver nitrate to defeat gangrene. As long as there was any danger, Monsieur Gillenormand, distraught at his grandson's bedside, was, like Marius, neither dead nor alive. Every day, sometimes twice a day, a white-haired gentleman, very well dressed, such was the description given by the porter, came to ask for news of the patient, and left a large packet of lint dressing. Eventually, on the 7th of September, 4 months to the day after that woeful night when Marius was brought home, dying, to his grandfather's, the doctor declared he was confident that Marius would pull through. He was on the road to recovery. But Marius had to remain more than another 2 months reclining on a chaise longue because of complications resulting from the fracture of his collarbone. There is always a last wound like that will not heal and, to the patient's great frustration, keeps him in bandages interminably. However, this long illness and this long convalescence saved him from prosecution. In France there is no anger, even governmental anger, that 6 months does not quench. In the present state of society, everyone is so much to blame for any rioting that there is a certain need to turn a blind eye afterwards. Let us add that the scandalous Gisquet decree, which called on doctors to report casualties to the police, having provoked public outrage, and not only the outrage of the public but of the king, first and foremost, the casualties were shielded and protected by that outrage. And with the exception of those who had been taken prisoner while actually fighting, the courts-martial dared not pursue any of them. So Marius was left in peace. Monsieur Gillenormand experienced every anguish to begin with, and then every ecstasy. It was very difficult to prevent him spending every night with the patient. He had his big armchair installed at Marius's bedside. He insisted that his daughter take the finest linen in the house to make compresses and bandages. As a sensible person of some seniority, Mademoiselle Gillenormand contrived to spare the fine linen while letting the grandfather believe he was being obeyed. Monsieur Gillenormand would not allow anyone to explain to him that for making lint, cambric is not as good as coarse linen, and new cloth not as good as worn cloth. He stayed for the dressing of all wounds, while Mademoiselle Gillenormand modestly absented herself. When the dead flesh was being cut away with scissors, he would say, "Ow! Ow!" Nothing was more touching than seeing him, with the gentle tremor of his advanced years, holding a cup of herbal tea to the patient's lips. He plied the doctor with questions. He did not notice that he always kept asking the same ones. The day the doctor told him that Marius was out of danger, the old man was delirious. He gave his porter a tip of 3 gold coins, each worth 20 francs. Retiring to his bedroom that evening, he danced a gavotte, clicking his thumb and forefinger like castanets,
and he sang the following song. Jean was born at Fougar, a true shepherd maid's haunt. I so adore her taunting petticoat. Love, you dwell within her, by a cunning device, lies buried deep in her eyes your quiver. I sing of the one I love more than Diane herself. My Breton Jean, and her firm bosom. Then he knelt on a chair, and Basque, who was watching through the half-open door, felt sure that he was praying. Until then, he had scarcely believed in God. At each new stage of recovery, which became more and more marked, the grandfather went into raptures. All sorts of things that he did automatically were full of light-heartedness. He went up and down the stairs without knowing why. A woman living nearby, and a pretty one at that, was quite amazed to receive a big bouquet one morning. It was Monsieur Gillenormand who had sent it to her. The jealous husband made a scene. Monsieur Gillenormand tried to sit Nicolette on his lap. He called, Marius, Monsieur le Baron. He cried, Long live the Republic. He kept on asking the doctor, There's no danger anymore, is there? He watched Marius with the eyes of a grandmother. He gazed at him fondly while he ate. He no longer recognized himself, he no longer mattered. Marius was master of the house, there was abdication in his joy, he was his grandson's grandson. In his gladness he was the most venerable of children. Fearful of tiring or bothering the convalescent, he would go behind him to smile at him. He was cheerful, happy, delighted, charming, youthful. His white hair added a gentle dignity to the cheerful radiance of his visage. When grace is combined with wrinkles, it is enchanting. There is a sort of dawning in the full bloom of old age. As for Marius, while allowing himself to be bandaged and nursed, he had one thing only on his mind, Cosette. Since the fever and delirium had left him, he had not mentioned that name again, and it might have been supposed he no longer thought of her. He kept quiet for the very reason that his soul resided in her. He did not know what had become of Cosette. The whole Rue de la Chanvrerie affair was a blur in his memory. Almost indistinguishable shadows floated in his mind, Eponine, Gavroche, Mabeuf, the Thénardiers, all his friends calamitously embroiled in the smoke of the barricade. Monsieur Fauchelevent, turning up so strangely in that bloody venture, was to him like a riddle in a storm. He could not account for his own life. He knew neither how nor by whom he had been saved, and no one around him knew. All that anyone had been able to tell him was that he had been brought back at night in a cab to Rue de Filles du Calvaire. Past, present, future were now no more than the fog of some vague idea within him. But in that fog there was one fixed point, one clear and precise outline, something of granite, a resolve, a will, to find Cosette. For him, the idea of life could not be separated from the idea of Cosette. He had decided in his heart that he would not accept one without the other, and he was unshakably determined to demand, of his grandfather, of fate, of hell, of anyone who wanted to force him to live, the return of his lost Eden. He did not hide the obstacles from himself. One detail not to be overlooked, he was not won over and was little mollified by all his grandfather's displays of concern and tenderness. For a start, he did not know about all of them. Then, in his perhaps still feverish reveries, the patient distrusted this loving kindness as a strange and novel thing, intended to subjugate him. He remained cold to it. The grandfather's poor old smile was utterly wasted on him. Marius told himself that it was fine as long as he, Marius, kept his mouth shut and did not assert himself, but when it came to Cosette he would be shown a completely different face, and his grandfather's true attitude would reveal itself. Then things would turn nasty, a resurgence of family quarrels, a clash of positions, every sarcastic remark and every objection all at once, Fauchelevent, Copelevent, wealth, poverty, wretchedness, a millstone round his neck, the future. Violent resistance. Outcome, refusal. Marius was steeling himself in advance. And then, as he regained life, his old grievances resurfaced, old sores reopened in his memory, his thoughts returned to the past. Colonel Pontmercy came between Monsieur de Lenormand and Marius himself again. He told himself there was no hope of any true kindness from someone who had been so unjust and so cruel towards his father. And with the return of his health came a kind of bitterness towards his grandfather. The old man suffered in silence. Without actually giving any sign of it, Monsieur Gillenormand noticed that not once since having been brought home and having regained consciousness had Marius called him father. True, he did not say, Monsieur. But by a certain way of turning his phrases he contrived to say neither one nor the other. Obviously, a crisis was brewing. As almost always happens in such circumstances, to prime himself, Marius skirmished before giving battle. This is called seeing how the land lies. One morning it happened that, apropos of a newspaper he chanced to pick up, Monsieur Gillenormand spoke slightingly about the convention and let slip a royalist remark about Danton, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. The men of '93 were giants, said Marius severely. The old man kept quiet and breathed not a word for the rest of that day. Marius, who still had in mind the inflexible grandfather of his early years, saw in this silence a profound concentration of anger that foreshadowed a bitter struggle, and in the innermost recesses of his psyche he stepped up his preparations for conflict. In the event of refusal, he decided, he would tear off his dressings, dislocate his collarbone, expose whatever open wounds he still had and reject all food. His wounds were his ammunition. To have Cosette or to die. With the cunning patience of the sick he waited for the right moment. That moment came. 3. Marius attacks. One day, while his daughter was tidying up the flasks and cups on the marble-top dresser, Monsieur Gillenormand bent over Marius and said to him in his fondest tone of voice, "You see, Marius, my dear, in your place I'd eat meat now rather than fish. A fried sole is excellent at the start of convalescence, but to set the patient on his feet a good cutlet is what's needed." Marius, who had regained almost all his strength, mustered it, sat up straight, rested his two clenched fists on the sheets of his bed, looked his grandfather in the eye, adopted a fearsome expression and said, "That brings me to something I have to tell you." "Which is?" "That I want to get married." "All arranged," said his grandfather. And he burst out laughing. "What do you mean, all arranged?" "Yes, all arranged. You shall have your little sweetheart." Dumbfounded and overwhelmed with amazement, Marius trembled in every limb. Monsieur Gillenormand went on, "Yes, you shall have your dear beautiful girl. She comes every day in the shape of an old gentleman to ask after you. She's been spending the whole time, ever since you were hurt, weeping and making lint. I've made inquiries. She lives in Rue de l'Amarme, at number 7. Ah! There we have it. Ah! You want her. Well, you shall have her. You've been caught out. You had your little scheme, you said to yourself, I'm going to come right out and tell that grandfather, that Regency and Directory old fossil, that antiquated dandy, that Durante turned Gérant. He too has sown his wild oats, and had his love affairs and his grisettes, and his cosettes. He's done his own prancing about, he's spread his own wings and tasted the joys of spring, he really needs to remember that. Let's just see. To battle. Ah! You take the old goat by the horns. That's fine. I offer you a cutlet and your answer is, by the way, I want to get married. There's a change of subject for you. Ah! You reckoned on some wrangling. You didn't realize I was an old coward. What do you say to that? You're cross? To find your grandfather even more foolish than yourself, you didn't expect that. The riot act you were supposed to read me, Your Honor, is wasted, that's upsetting. Well, too bad, rage away. I'm doing what you want, that shuts you up, you imbecile.
Listen. I've done some investigating, I'm a crafty one as well. She's delightful, she's respectable, it's not true about the Lancer, she's made heaps of lint, she's a jewel, she adores you. If you had died, there would have been 3 of us, her coffin would have accompanied mine. It certainly occurred to me, as soon you were better, to plant her at your bedside with no more ado, but it's only in novels that young ladies are brought just like that to the bedside of handsome wounded lads they care about. It's not done. What would your aunt have said? You were stark naked 3/4 of the time, my dear boy. Ask Nicolette, who hasn't left you for a moment, if it was possible to have a woman here. And then, what would the doctor have said? That's no cure for fever, a pretty girl. Anyway, never mind, there's nothing more to be said, it's settled, it's done, it's all sorted out, take her. That's how ferocious I am. You see, I saw that you didn't love me. I said, now, what could I do to make that brute love me? I said, look, I've got my little Cosette right here, I'm going to give her to him, then he'll surely have to love me a little, or I'll know the reason why. Ah! You thought the old man was going to rant and rage and shout no, and raise his cane at all that loveliness. Not a bit of it. Cosette, agreed. Love, agreed. I couldn't ask for more. Monsieur, please get married. Be happy, my beloved child. That said, the old man burst out sobbing. And he took hold of Marius's head and clasped it with both arms to his aged chest, and both began to weep. This is one form of supreme happiness. Father, cried Marius. Ah! So you do love me, said the old man. There was an unutterable moment. They felt choked and could not speak. Eventually the old man stammered out, that's it. He said the word. He called me father. Marius freed his head from his grandfather's arms and said gently, but father, now that I'm well, I think I could see her. All arranged, you'll be seeing her tomorrow. Father. What? Why not today? Very well, today. Today it is. You've called me father 3 times, that's well worth the price. I'm going to see to it. She'll be brought to you. All arranged, I tell you. This has already been put into verse. It's the ending of the elegy Le Jeune Malade by André Chenier who was murdered by the Cuthr, by the giants of 93. Monsieur Gillenormand thought he discerned a slight frown on Marius's brow, but, to be honest, Marius was not actually listening to him any longer and was thinking much more of Cosette than of 1793. Trembling at having introduced André Chenier so inopportunely, the grandfather went on hurriedly, murdered isn't the right word. The fact is, the great revolutionary geniuses, who were not wicked, there's no doubt about that, who were heroes, of course, found that André Chenier something of nuisance, and they had him guillot, that's to say, in the interests of public safety those great men asked André Chenier on the 7th of Thermidor if he wouldn't mind going. With his own sentence catching in his throat, Monsieur Gillenormand could not go on. Unable either to finish it or retract it while his daughter was arranging the pillow behind Marius, overwhelmed by all this emotion, the old man rushed from the bedroom as fast as his age would allow, pushed the door shut behind him and found himself, purple, choking, foaming at the mouth, his eyes popping out of his head, face to face with the dependable Basque, who was polishing boots in the anteroom. He grabbed Basque by the collar and shouted in fury, right in his face, by the devil's 100,000 tittle-tattlers, those ruffians assassinated him. Who, monsieur? André Chenier. Yes, monsieur, said Basque, terror-stricken. 4. Mademoiselle Gillenormand does not in the end disapprove of Monsieur Fauchelevent's arrival with something under his arm. Cosette and Marius saw each other again. How that meeting went it is not for us to say. There are some things we should not attempt to describe, the sun being one of them.
The whole family, including Basque and Nicolette, were assembled in Marius's room when Cosette came in. She appeared on the threshold. She seemed to be surrounded by a halo of light. Just at that moment the grandfather was about to blow his nose. He stopped short, with his nose in his handkerchief, looking over at Cosette. "Adorable," he exclaimed. Then he noisily blew his nose. Cosette was elated, enraptured, scared, in heaven. She was as bewildered with happiness as it is possible to be. She stammered, all pale, all flushed, wanting to throw herself into Marius's arms and not daring to, ashamed of showing her love in front of all these people. People have no pity for happy lovers, staying when the lovers most wish to be alone. Yet lovers have no need at all of other people. Coming in with Cosette, following behind her, was a white-haired man, grave-faced yet smiling, but with a vague and heart-rending smile. It was Monsieur Fauchelevent. It was Jean Valjean. He was very well dressed, as the porter had said, his clothes all black, all new, and with a white cravat. The porter would never have recognized in this impeccable bourgeois, in this probable lawyer, the terrifying corpse-bearer who had turned up at his door on the night of the 7th of June, tattered, muddy, hideous, haggard, his face masked with blood and filth, carrying an unconscious Marius, whom he held by the armpits. Yet his porter's instinct was aroused. When Monsieur Fauchelevent had arrived with Cosette, the porter could not help remarking privately to his wife, "I don't know why I keep thinking I've seen that face before." In Marius's room, Monsieur Fauchelevent remained to one side, as it were, by the door. He had under his arm a package much like an octavo-sized volume, wrapped in paper. The wrapping paper was greenish and looked mildewed. "Does that gentleman always carry books under his arm like that?" Mademoiselle Gillenormand, who did not like books, asked Nicolette in an undertone. "Well," replied Monsieur Gillenormand in the same tone, having overheard her, "he's a scholar." "So what? Is that his fault?" Monsieur Boulard, whom I knew, never went anywhere without a book under his arm either, and always had some old volume clutched to his heart like that. And bowing, he said aloud, "Monsieur Tranchelevent." Old Gillenormand did not do it intentionally, but carelessness about proper names was an aristocratic mannerism of his. "Monsieur Tranchelevent, I have the honor of asking you, on behalf of my grandson, Baron Marius Pontmercy, for Mademoiselle's hand in marriage." Monsieur Tranchelevent bowed. "That's settled," said the grandfather. And turning to Marius and Cosette, with both arms extended in blessing, he cried, "Permission to adore each other." They did not need to be told twice. It could not be helped. The cooing began. They spoke to each other quietly. Marius, propped up on his elbow on his chaise longue, Cosette standing beside him. "Oh my God," murmured Cosette. "I'm seeing you again. It's you. It is you. To go and join in the fighting like that. Why? It's dreadful. For the past 4 months I've been dead. Oh! How wicked it was of you to have taken part in that battle. What had I done to you? I forgive you, but you're not to do it again. A little while ago, when they came to fetch us, I still thought I was going to die, but to die of joy. I'd been so miserable. I didn't take time to dress properly, I must look a fright. What will your relatives say, seeing me with my collar all crumpled? Well, say something. You're letting me do all the talking. We're still in Rue des Elmarms. Apparently your shoulder was terrible. They told me, you could get your whole hand into it. And then, apparently you had your flesh cut away with scissors. That's the really ghastly thing. I cried my eyes out. It's strange that a person can suffer like that. Your grandfather looks very kindly. Don't move, don't put your weight on your elbow, be careful, you'll hurt yourself. Oh!
How happy I am.
So that's the last of our sorrows.
I'm completely bemused. I wanted to tell you things that I can't remember at all now. Do you still love me? We live in Rue de l'Amarme.
There's no garden.
I made lint the whole time. Look, monsieur, you see? It's your fault I have calloused fingers. Angel. Marius kept saying. Angel is the only word in the language that cannot wear thin.
No other word could withstand being so mercilessly used by lovers. Then, as there were others present, they fell silent and said not another word, confining themselves to very gently touching hands.
Monsieur Gillenormand turned to all those who were in the room and cried, "Now, speak up, the rest of you. Make some noise, everybody. Come on, a little hubbub, damn it.
So that these children can chatter together in peace." And going over to Marius and Cosette, he said to them in a very low voice, "You needn't stand on ceremony with each other."
Asterisk. Aunt Gillenormand looked on with amazement at this eruption of light into her old-fashioned home.
There was nothing aggressive about this amazement.
It was not at all the scandalized and envious gaze of a lone owl at the sight of two turtle-doves, it was the baffled gaze of a poor 57-year-old innocent. It was a life unlived seeing that triumph, love. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, her father said to her, "I told you this would happen." He remained silent for a moment, and added, "Gaze on the happiness of others." Then he turned to Cosette. "What a lovely girl! What a lovely girl! A Groise, she is. So you're going to have that all to yourself, you clever rascal. Ah! My boy, you had a narrow escape from me, you're lucky. If I were 15 years younger we'd be drawing swords to see which of us should have her." "Well now. I'm in love with you, mademoiselle. It's only natural. It's what you're entitled to. Ah! What a wonderful, charming little wedding this is going to be. Our parish is St. Denis du St. Sacrament, but I'll get a dispensation so that you can be married at St. Paul. The church is better. It was built by the Jesuits. It's more attractive. It's opposite Cardinal de Birague's fountain. The masterpiece of Jesuit architecture is at Namur. It's called St. Lou. You must go there after you're married. It's worth the journey. Mademoiselle, I'm with you entirely. I want girls to marry, that's what they're for. There's a certain St. Catherine I'd like to see not ever wearing a bonnet. To remain a virgin is a fine thing, but of cold comfort. The Bible says, multiply. In order to save the nation, we need Jeanne d'Arc. But to create the nation, we need Mère Gigon. So get married, young ladies. I really don't see the point of remaining a spinster. I know they have their own separate chapel and church, and there's the Society of the Virgin to fall back on, but heavens alive! An attractive husband worth his salt, and by the end of the year a chubby fair-haired baby boy, eager for your milk, with good rolls of fat on his thighs, kneading your breast with his little pink hands, like the smiling dawn, that's surely better than holding a candle at Vespers and chanting Teresa Bernia asterisk. The grandfather pirouetted on his 90-year-old heels, and was off again like a released spring. So, abandoning the daydreams with which you have long tarried, is it true, then, Alcippe, you are shortly to be married? By the way. What is it, father? Didn't you have a close friend? Yes, Courfeyrac. What has become of him? He's dead. That's just as well. He sat down beside them, made Cosette sit down, and took their 4 hands in his wrinkled old hands. She's delightful, this darling girl. She's a masterpiece, this Cosette. She's a mere child and a great lady. She will be only a baroness, that's a travesty, she's a born marchioness. Those eyelashes of hers. Get it firmly into your heads, children, that you've made the right choice. Love each other. Be fools in love. Love is the foolishness of men and the wit of God. Adore each other. But oh, what a shame, he added, suddenly downcast. It's only just occurred to me. More than half of what I own is in annuities. So long as I live, there's no problem, but after my death, some 20 years from now, my poor children, you'll be penniless. Your beautiful white hands, Madame la Baronne, will be spoiled trying to make ends meet. At this point they heard a deep, calm voice saying, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent has 600,000 francs. It was Jean Valjean's voice. He had not yet uttered a single word, no one even seemed aware that he was still there, he stood motionless behind all these happy people. Who on earth is this Mademoiselle Euphrasie? Asked the grandfather in bewilderment. That's me, replied Cosette. 600,000 francs, said Monsieur Gillenormand. Minus 14 or 15,000 francs maybe, said Jean Valjean. And he laid on the table the package that Aunt Gillenormand had taken for a book. Jean Valjean himself opened the package. It was a bundle of banknotes. They were divided up and counted out. There were 500 1,000 franc notes and 168 500 franc notes. In all, 584,000 francs. That's a good book, said Monsieur Gillenormand. 584,000 francs, murmured the aunt. That certainly helps matters, doesn't it, Mademoiselle Gillenormand, said the grandfather. This lucky devil Marius has managed to find in the tree of dreams a little dove who's a millionairess. So now, trust in young people's love for each other. Students find student sweethearts with 600,000 francs. Cherubino does a better job than Rothschild. 584,000 francs. Mademoiselle Gillenormand repeated under her breath. 584. Well, you might as well say 600,000. As for Marius and Cosette, all this time they were gazing at each other. They paid hardly any attention to this detail. V. Deposit your money in a forest rather than with a notary. The reader has no doubt understood without the need for any lengthy explanation that after the Champmathieu affair, Jean Valjean, thanks to his first escape, which lasted a few days, was able to reach Paris in time to withdraw from Laffitte the money earned by him under the name of Monsieur Madeleine at Montreuil-sur-Mer. And fearing that he might be recaptured, which is indeed what happened to him shortly afterwards, he had buried and hidden that money in the forest of Montfermeil, in the place known as Blair's Peace. The sum of 630,000 francs, all in banknotes, was not very bulky and contained in a box. Only, in order to protect the box from the damp, he had placed it in an oak casket filled with chestnut-wood shavings. In the same casket he had placed his other treasure, the bishop's candlesticks. Remember, he had taken the candlesticks with him when escaping from Montreuil-sur-Mer. The man seen one evening for the first time by Boulatruelle was Jean Valjean. Later, every time Jean Valjean needed money, he went to fetch it from Blair's Peace. Hence the absences we have mentioned. He kept a pick somewhere in the undergrowth, in a hiding place known only to him. When he saw Marius recovering, sensing that the time was approaching when this money might be useful, he had gone to fetch it. And it was Jean Valjean again that Boulatruelle had seen in the woods, but on that occasion, in the morning and not in the evening. Boulatruelle inherited the pick. The actual sum of money was 584,500 francs. Jean Valjean kept the 500 francs for himself. Afterwards, we'll see, he thought. The difference between that sum and the 630,000 francs withdrawn from Laffitte represented 10 years' expenditure, from 1823 to 1833. The 5 years spent in the convent had cost only 5,000 francs. Jean Valjean put the 2 silver candlesticks on the mantelpiece,
where they gleamed, to Toussaint's great admiration. Moreover, Jean Valjean knew that he was rid of Javert. It had been said in his presence, and he had checked the report in Le Moniteur, which had published the story, that a police inspector named Javert had been found drowned under a laundry boat between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf, and that a handwritten note left by this man, who was otherwise irreproachable and highly thought of by his superiors, pointed to a fit of mental aberration and suicide. The fact is, thought Jean Valjean, since he let me go free, having got hold of me, he must have been already mad. 6. The two old men do everything, each in his own way, to make Cosette happy. All the preparations for the wedding were made. The doctor, on being consulted, ruled that it could take place in February. It was then December. A few rapturous weeks of perfect happiness went by. The grandfather was not the least happy of all. He would spend a quarter of an hour at a time gazing at Cosette. "My, what a pretty girl," he would cry. "And she looks so sweet and so kind-hearted. There's no denying it, she's the most charming girl I've ever seen in my life. Later on, she'll have violet-scented virtues. In a word, she's a goddess. A man cannot but live nobly with such a creature. Marius, my boy, you're a baron, you're rich, don't take up lawyering, I beg you." Cosette and Marius had been transported suddenly from the tomb to paradise. The transition was rather abrupt, and they would have been nonplussed had they not been wonderstruck by it. "Do you understand any of this?" said Marius to Cosette. "No," replied Cosette, "but I think the good Lord is looking after us." Jean Valjean did everything, smoothed everything, harmonized everything, made everything easy. He hastened towards Cosette's happiness with as much eagerness and apparent joy as Cosette herself. As he had been mayor, he was able to solve a delicate problem, the secret of which he alone was acquainted with, Cosette's civil status. Plainly to state her origins, who knows? Might have prevented the marriage. He saved Cosette from any difficulty. He fabricated for her a family of dead people, a sure way of not raising any objections. Cosette was the last survivor of an extinct family. Cosette was not his daughter but the daughter of another Fauchelevent. Two Fauchelevent brothers had been gardeners at the Petit Picpus convent. A visit was made to this convent, providing a wealth of the most reliable information and the most respectable references. The good nuns, little suited and little inclined to fathom questions of paternity, and seeing no harm in it, had never quite known of which of the two Fauchelevents Cosette was the daughter. They said what was wanted and they said it earnestly. An affidavit establishing legal identity was drawn up. Cosette became, in law, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent. She was declared an orphan, both motherless and fatherless. Jean Valjean contrived matters so that he was appointed, under the name of Fauchelevent, as Cosette's guardian, with Monsieur Gillenormand as her deputy guardian. As for the 584,000 francs, they were a legacy left to Cosette by a deceased person who wished to remain anonymous. The original legacy was 594,000 francs, but 10,000 francs had been spent on Mademoiselle Euphrasie's education, of which 5,000 francs had been paid to the convent. This legacy, lodged with a third party, was to be handed over to Cosette on her coming of age or when she married. All of this was evidently very acceptable, especially with a sum of over 500,000 involved. There were certainly a few peculiarities here and there, but they went unnoticed. The eyes of one of the interested parties were blindfolded by love, those of the others by the 600,000 francs. Cosette learned that she was not the daughter of this old man she had for so long called father. He was just a relative. Another Fauchelevent was her real father. At any other time she would have felt devastated. But at this ineffable moment of her life it was no more than a slight shadow, a little overcasting, and she had so much to make her happy that this cloud quickly passed. She had Marius.
Now that the young man was here, the old man faded into the background. Such is life. And then, Cosette had long ago grown used to observing mysteries around her. Anyone who has had a mystifying childhood is always prepared to make certain sacrifices. But she continued to call Jean Valjean father. Cosette, in seventh heaven, was very taken with old Gillenormand. It is true that he showered her with compliments and with presents. While Jean Valjean established for Cosette a normal place in society and an unassailable civil status, Monsieur Gillenormand attended to the bridal gift basket. He enjoyed nothing so much as being extravagantly generous. He gave Cosette a gown of Binche Guépure lace that he had inherited from his grandmother. These fashions are coming back into vogue, he said. Antique things are now all the rage, and the young women of my old age dress like the old women of my childhood. He plundered his respectable pot-bellied coromandel lacquered chests of drawers that had not been opened for years. Let's get these dowagers to spill their secrets, he said. Let's see what they've been hoarding away inside them. He boisterously despoiled the bulging drawers full of clothes belonging to all his wives, all his mistresses and all his female ancestors. Pecans, damasks, lampas, painted moires, gowns of coruscating tours grosgrain, Indian cotton handkerchiefs embroidered with a washable gold thread, lengths of reversible lion silk, Genoese and Alesso lace, antique jewelry, ivory sweet containers decorated with microscopic battles, trinkets, ribbons. On Cosette he lavished everything. Enchanted, desperately in love with Marius and wildly grateful to Monsieur Gillenormand, Cosette dreamed of boundless happiness, clothed in satin and velvet. Her bridal gift basket appeared to her to be upheld by seraphim. Her soul flew off into the blue on wings of Mechlin lace. The lover's rapture was matched, as we said, only by the grandfather's ecstasy. It was as if a fanfare was sounding in Rue de Filles du Calvaire. Every morning, a new offering of bric-a-brac from the grandfather to Cosette. She was surrounded by a glorious array of finery of every conceivable kind. One day Marius, who despite his happiness was given to serious conversation, said apropos of some incident or other, "The men of the Revolution are so great, they already have the prestige of ages past, like Cato and Phocion, and every one of them seems to have an aura of antiquity." Exclaimed the old gentleman. "Thank you, Marius. That's exactly what I was trying to think of." And the next day a magnificent gown of tea-colored moire antique was added to Cosette's bridal gifts. The grandfather drew a lesson from this fancy stuff. "Love's all very well, but you must have this too. You must have the unnecessary as well as happiness. Happiness is just the essential. Season it generously with the superfluous. A palace and her heart. Her heart and the Louvre. Her heart and the great water features of Versailles. Get me my shepherdess, and have her be a duchess. Bring me Phyllis crowned with cornflowers, and allow her an income of 100,000 francs. Unfold for me beneath a marble colonnade an endless prospect of the pastoral. I accept the pastoral along with the magic of marble and gold. Happiness on its own is like dry bread. You eat, but you don't dine. I want the superfluous, the unnecessary, the extravagant, the exorbitant, that which is of no use." I remember seeing in Strasbourg Cathedral a clock as tall as a 3-story house that struck the hours, that had the goodness to strike the hours but did not look as if that was what it was made for. And having struck midday or midnight, midday, the hour of the sun, midnight, the hour of love, or any other hour you like, it gave you the moon and the stars, the earth and the sea, birds and fishes, Phoebus and Phoebe, and a whole procession of things that came out of a niche, and the 12 apostles, and the Emperor Charles V, and Eponina and Sabinus, and loads of little gilded men, playing the trumpet into the bargain. Not to mention the enchanting chimes it kept scattering into the air at all moments, no one knew why. Can a plain, ugly dial that merely tells the time equal that? I personally go for Strasbourg's great clock, and I like it better than the Black Forest cuckoo clock.
Monsieur Gillenormand raved especially about the wedding, and all the extravagances of the 18th century tumbled out in his lyrical ebullience. You know nothing of the art of festivity. Nowadays you don't know how to organize a day of pleasure, he exclaimed. Your 19th century is idealated. It lacks excess. It's ignorant of opulence, it's ignorant of nobility. It is in every respect shorn bare. Your third estate is dull, colorless, odorless, and shapeless. What your bourgeois ladies who establish themselves, as they say, dream of a pretty boudoir freshly decorated in rosewood and calico. Make way. Make way. Sieur Skinflint is marrying Mademoiselle Pinchpenny. Sumptuousness and splendor? A gold Louis stuck to a candle. That's the age we live in. I want to get back to before the Sarmatians. Ah! Even in 1787 I predicted that all was lost, the day I saw the Duc de Rohan, Prince de Lyon, Duc de Chabot, Duc de Montbazon, Marquis de Soubise, Vicomte de Thouars, peer of France, driving to Longchamps in a rattletrap. It has borne fruit. In this century people do business, they speculate on the stock exchange, they earn money and they're stingy. They're groomed and polished on the surface. They're impeccably turned out, washed, soaped, scraped, shaved, combed, waxed, smoothed, rubbed, brushed, cleaned on the outside, irreproachable, like a polished stone, discreet, neat and tidy, and at the same time, heaven knows, in the depths of their consciences lurk dung heaps and cesspools from which a cowgirl who uses her fingers to blow her nose would shrink. I confer on these present times this motto, grubby cleanliness. Don't be cross, Marius, give me permission to speak. I'm not saying anything bad about the people, you see, there's plenty I could say about your people, but I think it advisable to give the bourgeoisie a bit of a drubbing. I'm one of them. Spare the rod and spoil the child. So I'll be blunt. People today get married but they don't know how to do it anymore. Ah! It's true, I miss the graciousness of the old ways. I miss everything about them. That elegance, that chivalry, that courtesy and delicacy of manner, that delightful refinement everyone possessed, music forming part of the wedding festivities, harmonic strains above, percussive rhythms below, the dances, the joyous faces at the table, the refined madrigals, the ballads, the fireworks, the hearty laughter, the big ribbon bows and everything else that goes with it. I miss the bride's garter. The bride's garter is cousin to Venus' girdle. What does the Trojan War revolve around? Helen's garter, by Jove. Why are they fighting? Why does the divine Diomedes smash down on Marion's head that great 10-pointed bronze helmet? Why do Achilles and Hector trade great pike blows with each other? Because Helen let Paris take her garter. Given Cosette's garter, Homer would have penned the Iliad. He would have put in his poem a garrulous old fellow like me, and he would have called him Nestor. My friends, once upon a time, in the good old days, people married well. They drew up a good contract, then they had a good feast. On Cujas's departure, Camacho would arrive. But for heaven's sake, it's just that the stomach is an agreeable beast that claims its due and wants to celebrate the wedding too. You'd have a good meal, and you'd be sitting at table with a lovely dining companion wearing no insert in her décolleté and only moderately concealing her charms. Oh! Those wide, laughing mouths. And how merry people were in those days. Youth was a bouquet of flowers. No young man was complete without a spray of lilacs or a bunch of roses. Even warriors would be shepherds. And anyone who happened to be a captain of dragoons contrived to call himself Florian. Every man strove to look attractive, decking himself out in his finery. A bourgeois looked like a flower, a marquis looked like a precious stone. None wore footstraps, none wore boots. All were dashing, glossy, gleaming, golden, all of a flutter, charming, stylish, which did not prevent them from carrying a sword at their sides. Hummingbirds with beaks and claws.
It was the era of les ins galantes. One aspect of that century was daintiness, the other was magnificence. And by gosh, people enjoyed themselves. Today, people are serious. The bourgeois is miserly, his wife is a prude. Your century is an unhappy one. The Graces would be hounded for showing too much flesh. Alas! Beauty is concealed as if it were ugliness. Since the revolution, everyone wears trousers, dancing girls included. A dancer has to be serious. Your rigadoons are stiff. Stateliness is all. A man would be very vexed not to have his cravat up to his chin. The ideal of any 20-year-old whippersnapper getting married is to resemble Monsieur Royer Collard. And you know how you end up, with that kind of stateliness? Looking insignificant. Let me tell you this, joy is not only joyous, it is grand. So be merrily in love, for goodness sake. And when you do marry, marry with the excitement and giddiness and hullabaloo and hurly-burly of happiness. Solemnity in church, that's fine. But as soon as Mass is over, by heaven, the bride should be caught up in a delightful whirl. A marriage should be royal and magical. It should parade its ceremony from Rheims Cathedral to the pagoda of Chanteloup. I abhor a niggardly wedding. Gracious me! Dwell on Olympus for that one day at least. Be gods. Ah! People could be sylphs, deities of pleasure and laughter, are giraspides. They are clodhoppers. My friends, every bridegroom should be Prince Aldobrandini. Take advantage of that unique moment in life to soar with the swans and eagles into the Empyrean, even if you do have to fall back the next day among the bourgeoisie of frogs. Don't stint on nuptials, don't clip their splendor, don't scrimp on the day that you shine. A wedding isn't housekeeping. Oh, if I had a free hand, it would be glorious. Violins would be heard playing among the trees. This is my plan, sky blue and silver. I'd have the rural divinities take part in the festivities, I'd summon the dryads and nereids. The nuptials of Amphitrite, a rosy mist, naked nymphs with lovely tresses, an academician reciting poems to the goddess, a chariot drawn by sea monsters. Triton trotted on before, drawing from his conch shell sounds so enchanting he enchanted one and all. Now, I tell you, that's a plan for a celebration if ever there was one, or else, dash it all, I'm no judge. While the grandfather, in full lyrical flow, listened to himself, Cosette and Marius revelled in gazing freely at each other. Aunt Gillenormand observed all this with her imperturbable placidness. Within the last 5 or 6 months she had had a number of excitements. Marius coming home again, Marius brought back covered in blood, Marius brought back from a barricade, Marius dead, then alive, Marius reconciled, Marius engaged to be married, Marius marrying a pauper, Marius marrying a millionairess. The 600,000 francs had been the last surprise. Then, her otherworldliness, like that of a young girl taking her first communion, returned to her. She went to church regularly, said her rosary, read her prayer book, whispered Hail Marys in one corner of the house while I love you was being whispered in another, and saw Marius and Cosette indistinctly, as two shadows. She, though, was the shadow. There is a certain state of passive asceticism in which the soul, neutralized by torpor, a stranger to what may be called the business of living, has no perception, earthquakes and catastrophes aside, of any human sensation, pleasant or painful. That kind of devotion, as old Gillenormand said to his daughter, is equivalent to a cold in the head. You scent nothing of life. No bad smell, nor any good one. Anyway, the 600,000 francs settled the old maid's indecision. Her father had acquired the habit of taking so little account of her that he did not consult her about consenting to Marius's marriage. He acted impetuously, as was his way, having but a single thought, despot turned slave that he was, to satisfy Marius. As for the aunt,
that she existed and that she might have an opinion had not even occurred to him, and for all that she was a sheep, this offended her. Feeling somewhat mutinous in her heart of hearts but outwardly impassive, she said to herself, "My father has settled the question of marriage without me. I shall settle the question of inheritance without him." She was in fact rich, and her father was not. So she decided for herself. It is probable that if the match been a poor one, she would have left the couple poor. "So much the worse for his nibs, my nephew. He's marrying a pauper, let him be a pauper." But Cosette's $500,000 pleased the aunt and altered her attitude with regard to this pair of lovers. 600,000 francs commands respect, and it was obvious that she could not do otherwise than leave her fortune to these young people, seeing that they did not need it now. It was arranged that the couple should live with the grandfather. Monsieur Gillenormand was absolutely insistent on giving up his room to them, the finest room in the house. "It will rejuvenate me," he said. "It's something I've been planning to do for a long time. I've always had this idea of doing up my room." He furnished this room with a multitude of charming old curios. He had the ceiling and walls hung with bolts of some extraordinary cloth that he had and which he thought came from Utrecht, with velvet auriculas on a satin ground of buttercup yellow. It was with this cloth, he said, that the Duchesse d'Anville's bed at La Roche-Guyon was draped. On the mantelpiece he set a Dresden china figurine holding a muff against her naked stomach. Monsieur Gillenormand's library became the lawyer's chambers that Marius needed, chambers, remember, being a requirement of the Bar Council. 7. Dreamlike visions mingled with happiness. The lovers saw each other every day. Cosette came with Monsieur Fauchelevent. "It's the wrong way round like this," said Mademoiselle Gillenormand, having the intended bride come to the groom's house to be courted. But Marius's convalescence had introduced the habit, and the armchairs at Rue des Filles du Calvaire, better for tête-à-têtes than the straw-bottomed chairs at Rue de l'Homme, firmly established it. Marius and Monsieur Fauchelevent would see each other, but they were barely on speaking terms. It was as if this had been agreed. Every young girl needs a chaperone. Cosette could not have come without Monsieur Fauchelevent. For Marius, Monsieur Fauchelevent was the condition attached to Cosette. He accepted it. By addressing political issues, vaguely and without going into detail, from the viewpoint of the general improvement of the lot of all, they managed to say a little more than yes and no to each other. Once, on the subject of education, which Marius wanted free and compulsory, propagated in every form, made available to all like fresh air and sunshine, in short, to be enjoyed by the entire population, they were of one mind, and almost conversed. Marius noted on that occasion that Monsieur Fauchelevent spoke well, and even with a certain nobility of language. Yet in some indefinable way he was wanting. There was in Monsieur Fauchelevent something less than a man of the world, and something more. Inwardly and at the back of his mind Marius plied with all sorts of unasked questions this Monsieur Fauchelevent, whom he saw as simply benign and cold. There were moments when he doubted his own recollections. There was a gap in his memory, a black hole, a chasm gouged by 4 months of agony. Many things had been lost in it. He even wondered if he really had seen Monsieur Fauchelevent, so serious and so calm a man, at the barricade. Moreover, this was not the only bewilderment that past appearances and disappearances had left in his mind. It should not be assumed that he was free from all those obsessions of memory that compel us, even when happy, even when content, to look back mournfully. The head that does not turn towards vanished horizons contains neither thought nor love. At times, Marius would bury his face in his hands, and the tumultuous and ill-defined past would pass through the mental twilight in his brain. Once again, he saw Mabeuf fall, he heard Gavroche singing under fire, he felt beneath his lips Eponine's cold forehead. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Bossuet, Grantaire, all his friends rose up before him, then faded away. Were all those dear, sad, brave, charming,
tragic individuals merely figments of his imagination? Had they actually existed?
The rioting had wrapped everything in its smoke. Those great fevers create great illusions. He questioned himself. He pinched himself. All those vanished realities made him dizzy. So where were they all? Was it really true that everything was gone? Everything had dropped away into darkness, except him. Everything seemed to have disappeared as if behind a theater curtain. In life, there are such curtains that come down. God moves on to the following act. And was he himself actually the same person? He, the pauper, was now rich. He, the forsaken, had a family. He, the forlorn, was to marry Cosette. He felt as if he had passed through a tomb, and that he had gone into it black and had come out white. And the others had remained in that tomb. At certain moments all those individuals from the past, a haunting presence, formed a circle around him and saddened him. Then he thought of Cosette and regained his serenity. But nothing less than this happiness was needed to efface that catastrophe. Monsieur Fauchelevent almost had a place among those dead. Marius found it hard to believe that the Fauchelevent at the barricade was the same as this Fauchelevent of flesh and blood, so solemnly seated beside Cosette. The first was probably one of those recurrent nightmares that visited him in his hours of delirium. However, both men being reserved by nature, there was no possibility of Marius putting any question to Monsieur Fauchelevent. The idea did not even occur to him. We have already mentioned this characteristic detail. Two men who share a secret and by a kind of tacit agreement exchange not a single word on the subject. This is not as unusual as is generally believed. Only once did Marius make some attempt. He introduced Rue de la Chanvrerie into the conversation, and turning to Monsieur Fauchelevent said to him, "You know that street well?" "What street?" "Rue de la Chanvrerie." "The name of that street means nothing to me," replied Monsieur Fauchelevent in an utterly natural tone of voice. The reply, which related to the name of the street and not to the street itself, seemed more conclusive to Marius than it was. I must have dreamed it, he thought. I had a hallucination. It was someone who looked like him. Monsieur Fauchelevent wasn't there. 8. Two men impossible to find. Marius's delight, great as it was, did not wipe from his mind some other preoccupations. While the wedding preparations were underway and he awaited the appointed time, he had some difficult and meticulous research into the past carried out. He owed several debts of gratitude. He owed a debt of gratitude on behalf of his father, and he was indebted on his own account. There was Thénardier, and there was the unknown man who had delivered him, Marius, to Monsieur Gillenormand. Marius was bent on finding these two men, not intending simply to marry, to be happy and to forget them, and fearing that these unpaid debts of gratitude might cast a shadow over his life, now so bright. It was impossible to leave behind him all these painful arrears, and before joyfully embarking on the future he wanted to settle with the past. That Thénardier was a villain detracted nothing from the fact that he had saved Colonel Pontmercy. Thénardier was a scoundrel for everyone except Marius. And Marius, unaware of what had actually taken place on the battlefield of Waterloo, was unaware also of this peculiar detail, that with regard to Thénardier his father was in the strange position of owing him his life without owing him any gratitude. None of the various agents that Marius employed managed to pick up Thénardier's trail. All trace of him seemed to have been obliterated. The Thénardier woman had died in prison during the investigation of the case. Thénardier and his daughter Azelma, the only two surviving members of that sorry group, had plunged back into the shadows. The chasm of the social unknown had silently closed again over those individuals. Leaving nothing to be seen on the surface, not even that quivering, that trembling, those mysterious concentric circles indicating where something has fallen in and that a sounding may be taken there. Now that the Thénardier woman had died, now that criminal charges against Boulatruelle had been dismissed, that Claquous had disappeared and the principal defendants had escaped from prison, the trial for the ambush at the Gorbeau tenement had more or less collapsed. The affair had remained quite mystifying. The court had to be content with two small fry appearing in the dock, Panchaud alias Printanier alias Bigrenail, and Demiliard alias Dumilliards, who had been condemned after an extensive hearing to 10 years in the prison hulks. A life sentence of penal servitude was passed in absentia on their escaped accomplices.
Also in absentia, Thénardier, the ringleader, was sentenced to death.
This sentence was all that remained of Thénardier, casting its sinister light over that buried name like a candle beside a coffin. Moreover, by driving Thénardier back into the furthest depths for fear of being recaptured, this sentence added to the thickening shadows that kept the man hidden. As for the other person, as for the unidentified man who had saved Marius, the researches at first yielded some result, then suddenly came to nothing. The cab that had brought Marius back to Rue de Filles du Calvaire on the evening of the 6th of June was successfully found. The coachman declared that on the 6th of June, at the command of a police officer, he had stood by from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until nightfall on Quai de Champs-Élysées, above the outlet to the Great Sewer, that around 9 o'clock in the evening, the grating of the sewer that leads out onto the river bank opened, that a man emerged from it, carrying on his shoulders another man, who was seemingly dead, that the police officer, who was keeping watch there, had arrested the man who was alive and taken charge of the dead man, that at the command of the police officer, he, the coachman, had taken the whole lot of them in his carriage, that they had first driven to Rue de Filles du Calvaire, there they had dropped off the dead man, that the dead man was Monsieur Marius, and he, the coachman, certainly recognized him, even though this time he was alive, that they had then climbed back into his carriage, he had whipped up his horses, and a few paces from the gate to the archives someone had shouted to him to stop, that there, in the street, he was paid off, and the police officer had taken the other man with him, that he knew nothing more, that it was a very dark night. Marius, as we said, remembered nothing. All he recalled was having been seized from behind by a strong hand just as he was falling backwards into the barricade. Then, everything went blank for him. He had regained consciousness only at Monsieur Gillenormand's. He was lost in conjecture. He could not doubt his own identity. Yet how was it possible that having fallen in Rue de la Chanvrerie, he had been picked up by the police officer on the banks of the Seine near the Pont des Invalides? Someone had carried him from the district of Les Halles to the Champs-Élysées. How? Through the sewer. Unbelievable devotion. Someone? Who? It was this man that Marius was searching for. Of this man who was his savior, not a trace, not the slightest indication. Nothing. Although having to be very cautious in this regard, Marius extended his investigations as far as police headquarters. The inquiries made there led to no more elucidation than those made elsewhere. Police headquarters knew less than the cabman. They had no knowledge of any arrest having been made on the 6th of June at the mouth of the Great Sewer. They had received no police report of this incident, which was regarded at police headquarters as a cock-and-bull story. The invention of the story was attributed to the cabman. A cabman who wants a tip is capable of anything, even imagination. Yet the incident had certainly occurred, and Marius could not doubt it unless he doubted his own identity, as we have just said. Everything about this strange enigma was inexplicable. That man, that mystery man, whom the cabman had seen emerge from the great sewer grating carrying the unconscious Marius on his back, and whom the police officer, lying in wait, had arrested there and then for the crime of rescuing an insurgent, what had become of him? What had become of the officer himself? Why had this officer remained silent? Had the man succeeded in escaping? Had he bribed the officer? Why did this man not give Marius, who was totally indebted to him, some sign of life? His lack of self-interest was no less extraordinary than his devotion.
Why did that man not reappear?
Perhaps he was above recompense, but no one is above gratitude.
Was he dead? What kind of man was he?
What did he look like?
No one could tell him. The cabman replied, "It was a very dark night."
Basque and Nicolette, aghast, had eyes only for their young master, who was all covered in blood. The porter, whose candle had lighted Marius's dramatic arrival, was the only one who had noticed the man in question, and this is the description he gave of him: a dreadful-looking man. In the hope that they would prove useful to his investigations, Marius ensured that the blood-stained clothes he had on his body when he was brought back to his grandfather's house were kept.
On examination of the coat, it was noticed that one flap was bizarrely torn. There was a piece missing.
One evening, Marius was talking in the presence of Cosette and Jean Valjean about this whole peculiar story, about the countless inquiries he had made and the fruitlessness of his efforts.
The coldness in Monsieur Fauchelevent's face irritated him.
He exclaimed with an intensity that had almost a ring of anger, "Yes, that man, whoever he might be, was sublime."
"Do you know what he did, monsieur?"
"He intervened like an archangel. He must have thrown himself into the thick of the fighting, rescued me from it, opened the sewer, dragged me into it, carried me through it. He must have gone over 3.5 miles through atrocious underground tunnels, bent double, weighed down, in the dark, in the filth, over 3.5 miles, monsieur, with a corpse on his back."
"And with what object?"
"With the sole object of saving that corpse. And that corpse was myself. He said to himself, 'There may still be a glimmer of life here. I'll risk my own existence for this merest flicker.' And his existence he risked not once but 20 times. And every step was a danger. The proof being, that on emerging from the sewer he was arrested. You know, monsieur, that man did all this. And with no expectation of any reward."
"What was I?"
"An insurgent."
"What was I?"
"A defeated nobody."
"Oh. If Cosette's 600,000 francs were mine."
"They are yours," Jean Valjean interjected.
"Well," Marius went on, "I would give them away to find that man."
Jean Valjean remained silent.
Book 6. The Sleepless Night. I. The 16th of February 1833. The night of the 16th to the 17th of February 1833 was a night blessed with joy. Above was a clear sky. It was Marius and Cosette's wedding night. It had been a wonderful day.
It was not the fairy tale wedding dreamed of by the grandfather, a fantastic spectacle with a riot of cherubim and cupids above the heads of the bridal pair, a marriage scene to grace a door panel, but it was charming and delightful. The style of marriage was not the same in 1833 as it is today. France had not yet borrowed from England that supreme delicacy of abducting your wife, absconding on leaving the church, going into hiding, shameful of your happiness, and combining with the enchantments of the Song of Songs the behavior of a bankrupt. People had not yet fully grasped how chaste, delicate, and seemly it is to bundle your beloved into a jolting postchaise, punctuating the mystery of your paradise with clattering hooves, taking as your nuptial bed a bed at an inn, and leaving behind you, in some commonplace room at so much a night, the most sacred of life's memories to share company with the intimacies between the coach-driver and the serving-girl. In this second half of the 19th century in which we are now living, the mayor and his sash, the priest and his chasuble, the law and God are no longer sufficient. We must also have the postilion of Longjumeau, blue waistcoat with red facings and jingling buttons, emblem-bearing armband, knee breeches of green leather, odes directed at Norman horses with plaited tails, imitation gold braid, waxed hat, a good deal of powdered hair, an enormous whip and stiffened boots. France does not yet take elegance as far as the English nobility does, to the point of pelting the newlyweds postcoach with a hail of shabby slippers and worn-out shoes, in memory of Churchill, later Marlborough, or Malbrook, who was assailed on his wedding day by an ant's fury that was to bring him good luck. Old shoes and slippers do not, as yet, form part of our nuptial celebrations.
But, patience. With good taste becoming more widespread, we shall come to it.
In 1833, an age ago, marriage was not something that was rushed through. Strange to say, people still had the idea in those days that a wedding was an intimate and social celebration, that a patriarchal banquet did not spoil a domestic ceremony, that even excessive gaiety, as long as it was sincere, did happiness no harm, and that it was after all a good and venerable thing for the joining of these two destinies, from which a family would result, to begin at home, and for the married couple to have as witness to their union the nuptial chamber. Also, people had the audacity to marry in their own homes. So the marriage took place, following this now obsolete practice, at Monsieur Gillenormand's house. As simple and commonplace as the business of getting married might be, what with the banns to be published, the documents to be drawn up, the register office and the church, there is always some complication. There was no possibility of being ready before the 16th of February. Now, we note this detail for the pure satisfaction of being precise. The 16th happened to be Shrove Tuesday. Misgivings, doubts, particularly on the part of Aunt Gillenormand.
Shrove Tuesday, exclaimed the grandfather. So much the better. There's a proverb, a Mardi Gras wedding brings dutiful offspring. No need to worry. The 16th will do fine. Do you want to postpone, Marius? No, certainly not, replied the groom-to-be.
On with the wedding, said the grandfather. So, regardless of the public merrymaking, the marriage took place on the 16th. It rained that day, but there is always a little patch of blue in the sky attendant on happiness, which lovers see even when the rest of creation is under an umbrella. The day before, Jean Valjean had handed over to Marius, in the presence of Monsieur Gillenormand, the 584,000 francs. Since the terms of the marriage were to establish joint ownership of the whole estate, the settlement documents were straightforward.
Toussaint was of no further use to Jean Valjean. Cosette inherited her and promoted her to the rank of lady's maid.
As for Jean Valjean, there was a beautiful furnished room in the Gillenormand house especially for him, and Cosette said to him so irresistibly, "Father, I beg you," that she had more or less extracted a promise that he would come and occupy it. A few days before the day fixed for the marriage, Jean Valjean had an accident. He somehow injured the thumb on his right hand. It was not serious, and he had not allowed anyone to tend to it or dress it, or even to see his injury, not even Cosette. It did, however, compel him to swathe his hand in a bandage and to wear his arm in a sling, and prevented him from signing anything. Monsieur Gillenormand, as Cosette's deputy guardian, had signed instead. We shall not take the reader either to the register office or to the church. It is hardly ever the case that two lovers are accompanied so far. It is customary to turn your back on the drama as soon as it puts the flower in the bridegroom's buttonhole. We shall confine ourselves to noting an incident that took place, although unnoticed by the wedding party, on the way from Rue de Filles du Calvaire to the church of St. Paul. The north end of Rue St. was at that time being repaved. It was closed off above Rue du Parc Royal. The wedding carriages could not drive directly to St. Paul. There was no alternative but to take a different route, and the simplest way was via the boulevard. One of the guests remarked that it was Mardi Gras, and there would be traffic congestion on that road.
Why? Asked Monsieur Gillenormand. Because of the maskers. Excellent, said the grandfather. Let's go that way. These young people are getting married. They are about to embark on the serious part of life. To see a bit of masquerading will prepare them for that. They went by way of the boulevard. The first of the wedding coaches contained Cosette and Aunt Gillenormand, Monsieur Gillenormand and Jean Valjean. Still separated from his betrothed, according to custom. Marius followed behind, in the second.
On emerging from Rue de Filles du Calvaire, the wedding cortege joined the long procession of vehicles in an endless circuit from the Madeleine to the Bastille and from the Bastille to the Madeleine.
Maskers thronged the boulevard.
For all that it rained intermittently, Pallias, Pantaloon and Gilles were undeterred. In that good-humored winter of 1833, Paris had disguised itself as Venice.
You do not see Mardi Gras like that anymore.
Now that everything in existence is an extended carnival, there is no longer any carnival. The side lanes were crowded with passers-by and the windows with the curious. The terraces above the colonnades in front of the theaters were lined with spectators. Besides watching the maskers, they were watching that procession, typical as much of Mardi Gras as of Longchamps, of vehicles of every kind, hackney cabs, landaus, charabancs, carrioles, cabriolets, driving in orderly fashion, as close as could be to each other in strict accordance with police regulations, and as if moving on rails.
Whoever rides in these vehicles is both spectator and spectacle.
Police kept these two interminable parallel lines moving in opposite directions along the side lanes of the boulevard, and saw to it that nothing obstructed the two-way flow of the two streams of carriages, one coming down, the other going up, one heading towards Chaussée d'Antin, the other towards
Faubourg St-Antoine.
The emblazoned vehicles of France's peers and ambassadors occupied the central carriageway, circulating freely. Certain merry and magnificent pageant wagons, notably the fatted ox, enjoyed the same privilege. In this Parisian mirth, England cracked her whip. Lord Seymour's postchaise, bedeviled with a vulgar nickname, passed by with much to do. In those two lines, alongside which municipal guards went rushing like sheepdogs, good old family conveyances, packed with great-aunts and grandmothers, displayed at their doors clusters of fresh-faced children in costume, 7-year-old Pierrots, 6-year-old Pierrettes, delightful little creatures, feeling themselves officially part of the public festivities, imbued with the dignity of their harlequinade and behaving with the gravity of state functionaries. From time to time a hold-up occurred somewhere in the procession, and one or other of the two lines on either side halted until the hitch was disentangled. One impeded carriage was enough to paralyze the whole line. Then they would start moving again. The wedding carriages were in the line heading towards the Bastille and driving along the right-hand side of the boulevard. At the top of Rue du Pont-aux-Choux there was a temporary stoppage. Almost at the same moment, the other line, heading towards the Madeleine, also stopped. At that point in the line there was a masker's carriage. These carriages of maskers, or cartloads, to be more precise, are very familiar to Parisians. If they failed to appear on Mardi Gras or at a Midland festival, it would be taken as a bad sign and people would say, "There's something behind this.
There's probably going to be a change of government."
A crowd of Cassandras, Harlequins and Columbines jolting along above pedestrian passers-by, every conceivable grotesque from the Turk to the savage, strong men holding up marchionesses, fishwives who would have made Rabelais block his ears just as the Maenads made Aristophanes lower his eyes, wigs of tow, pink leggings, dandified hats, clownish spectacles, simple Simon tricorn hats with butterfly teaser attached, jeers at those on foot, hands on hips, bold stances, bare shoulders, masked faces, shamelessness unleashed, a chaotic array of insolence paraded around by a coachman crowned with flowers. Such was this institution. Greece had need of Thespis wagon, France has need of Vedas hackney cab.
Everything can be parroted, even parody.
The Saturnalia, that contortion of ancient beauty, increasingly exaggerated, ends up as Mardi Gras. And the Bacchanalia, in times past crowned with vine leaves, bathed in sunshine and revealing marble breasts in divine semi-nakedness, now debased in the wet shabbiness of the north, has ended up being called misrule. The tradition of maskers' carriages harks back to the earliest days of the monarchy. Louis' accounts allocate to the palace bailiff 20 sous, minted at Tours, for 3 coaches of street masqueraders. In our day, these gaggles of rowdy creatures are usually carted about in some lumbering old cuckoo carriage, riding on the top of it, or else the unruly crew is crowded into a hired landau with its hoods thrown back. 20 of them in a carriage for 6. They are on the inside seats, on the folding seat, on the rims of the hoods, on the shaft.
They even straddle the carriage lamps. They are standing, lying down, sitting, knees drawn up, legs dangling.
The women sit on the men's laps. This crazy pyramid can be seen from a distance above the teeming mass of heads.
These carriage loads form mountains of mirth in the middle of the throng. Call, Panard and Piron derive from such as these, enriched by slang.
The fishwives' catechism is spewed out at the people from up there. Their carriage, now monstrous with excess of cargo, has an air of conquest about it.
Uproar rides in front, pandemonium behind.
There is yelling, shrieking, bawling, bellowing, convulsing with joy. Merriment roars, sarcasm flares, jollity flaunts itself like regal purple. Two old nags draw this apotheosis of farce, the triumphal chariot of laughter.
A laughter too cynical to be candid. And indeed, this laughter is suspect. This laughter has a mission.
It is supposed to prove to the Parisians the authenticity of Carnival.
These vulgar conveyances, about which there is a sense of some indefinable darkness, set the philosopher thinking. There is a government dimension to this.
Here, you can put your finger on a mysterious kinship between public men and public women. Of course, it is sad that a conglomeration of depravity should yield a sum total of mirth, that degeneracy mounted on disgrace should titillate the masses, that espionage upholding prostitution should amuse the rabble while insulting them, that the mob should like to watch this monstrous living pile of tawdriness, half smut, half glitter, go rolling by, barking and singing, on the four wheels of a carriage, that people should clap their hands at this splendor created out of every shame, that the multitudes would have no fun if the police did not parade among them these 20-headed hydras of glee, as it were.
But what can anyone do? These cartloads of filth bedecked with ribbons and flowers are both insulted and condoned by public laughter. Everyone's laughter is the accomplice of universal degradation. Certain pernicious festivities cause the disintegration of the people and turn them into hoi polloi. And hoi polloi, like tyrants, need their jesters. The king has roquelaure, the people have palliasse.
Whenever it is not the sublime capital, Paris is the crazy capital.
Carnival is part of politics.
There is no denying it, Paris gladly gets its comedy from the disreputable. It asks of its masters, when it has masters, only one thing: put a painted face on the mire for me. Rome was of the same mind. Rome loved Nero. Nero was a colossal roisterer. By chance, as we have just said, one of these shapeless clusters of masked men and women trundled along in a vast carriage, stopped on the left-hand side of the boulevard while the wedding train stopped on the right. The carriage the maskers were traveling in saw right opposite it on the other side of the boulevard the carriage containing the bride.
"Look," said a masker. "A wedding party."
"A fake one," retorted another.
"The real party, that's us."
And, being too far off to heckle the wedding party, and in any case afraid of police intervention, the two maskers looked elsewhere. The whole carriage load of maskers had their work cut out a moment later when the multitude began to jeer at them, which is the way a crowd embraces masquerades, and the two maskers who had just spoken had to stand up to the throng along with their comrades, needing every barb in Les Hally's repertoire to respond to the great mouthfuls they were getting from the people. A frightful exchange of metaphors between the maskers and the crowd ensued. Meanwhile, two other maskers in the same carriage, an elderly-looking Spaniard with an enormous nose and an enormous black mustache, and a gaunt fishwife, a very young girl, with a mask over her eyes, had also noticed the wedding party, and while their companions and the passers-by were exchanging insults, they were speaking to each other in low voices. What they said was drowned by the tumult, and lost in it. The gusts of rain had drenched the open carriage.
The February wind is not warm.
In replying to the Spaniard, the fishwife in her skimpy dress shivered, laughed, and coughed. This was their conversation.
Now fancy that. What, Darren asterisk. Do you see that old boy? What old boy? Over there, in the wedding caravan in front, on this side. The one with his arm and a black scarf? Yes. Well, I'm sure I know him. Ah.
Je veux qu'on me fauche le colabre, et n'avoir de ma vioque d'ivousaille, tonorgue ni mésig, si je ne colombe pas ce pantinois-là.
Today Paris belongs to those who call it Pantin.
If you lean over, can you see the bride? No. And the groom? There's no groom in that caravan. Bah! Unless it's the other old boy.
Go on, lean right over, try and see the bride.
I can't.
All the same, that old boy that's got something wrong with his paw, I know him, I'm sure of it.
What's the good of knowing him? There's no telling. It could just turn out to be useful.
As if I cared about old codgers.
I know him. Know him all you like. How the devil has he got in on the party? Well, we're in on it, too. Where's it coming from, that wedding party? How should I know? Listen. What? You'd better do something. What? Get down off our caravan and tail * that wedding party. What for? To find out where it's going and who's in it. You being young, hurry up and get down, ma fée, run. I can't leave the carriage. Why not? I've been hired. Blast!
I owe my day's work as fishwife to the prefecture.
You're right.
If I leave the carriage, the first inspector that sees me's going to arrest me.
As you well know. Yes, I know.
Today I'm in Pharos pay.
All the same. That old man's plaguing me.
Old men plague you.
And you're not even a young girl.
He's in the first carriage.
What of it? In the bride's caravan. So he's the father. What do I care? I tell you, he's the father. He's not the only father in the world. Listen. What? I can only go about masked. Here I'm hidden, no one can see me. But tomorrow, there'll be no more maskers. It's Ash Wednesday. I'll risk being run in section. I'll have to go to ground again. But you're free. Not that free. More than I am anyhow. Well, so what? You've got to try and find out where that wedding party's going. Where it's going? Yes. I know that. Where's it going, then? To the Cadran Blue. It's not that way, for a start. Well, La Rapie, then. Or somewhere else. It's free to go anywhere. Wedding parties can go anywhere. That's not the point.
I tell you, you've got to try and find out for me whose wedding that is that the old boy's with, and where they live.
Oh sure. Are you joking?
That'll be easy to track down. A week later, a wedding party that went through Paris on Mardi Gras.
A tecante * in a haystack.
Very likely, that is.
Never mind, you've got to try. Understand, Azelma?
The two lines on either side of the boulevard started moving again, in opposite directions, and the masker's carriage lost sight of the bride's caravan.
2.
Jean Valjean still has his arm in a sling.
To have one's dream come true. Who has granted that? There must be elections for it in heaven. Unknowingly, we are all candidates. The angels vote. Cosette and Marius were elected.
At the register office and in church, Cosette was dazzling and charming. It was Toussaint, assisted by Nicolette, who had dressed her. Cosette wore over a white taffeta petticoat her binche guipure lace dress, with an English point lace veil, a necklace of fine pearls and a coronet of orange blossom. All in white, and in this whiteness she was radiant.
It was a consummation of exquisite purity and its transfiguration into brilliance. She might have been described as a virgin in the process of becoming a goddess. Marius's splendid hair was lustrous and perfumed. Visible here and there, beneath the thick curls, were pale lines, scars from the barricade. Superb, with head held high, incorporating more than ever in his dress and in his manner all the elegant distinction of Barras's day, the grandfather led Cosette to the altar. He was standing in for Jean Valjean, who, with his arm in a sling, was unable to offer his hand to the bride. Jean Valjean, dressed in black, followed behind, smiling. Monsieur Fauchelevent, the grandfather said to him, "This is a marvelous day. I vote for an end to affliction and sorrow. There must be no more sadness anywhere from now on. By heaven! I decree joy. Suffering has no right to exist. Really, it's an insult to the azure of the skies that there should be any unhappy men. The problem doesn't lie with man, who is fundamentally good. The seat and ministry of all human miseries is hell, in other words the devil's Tuileries. Well now, here I am, talking like a demagogue. For myself, I've no longer any political opinions. Let all men be rich, that's to say, happy, I'll confine myself to that." When, with all the ceremonies completed, after having declared every possible yes before the mayor and before the priest, after having signed the registers at the town hall and the sacristy, after having exchanged rings, after having knelt side by side in the smoke from the censer under the white Moor canopy, and hand in hand, admired and envied by all, Marius in black, she in white, preceded by the master of ceremonies in colonel's epaulets striking the flagstones with his halberd, between serried ranks of marveling onlookers, they emerged from the wide-open church door, ready to climb back into their carriage. Now, when it was all over, Cosette still could not believe it. She stared at Marius, she stared at the crowd, she stared at the sky, it seemed that she might be afraid of waking. Her amazed and anxious look gave her an indefinable charm. For the return home they both took the same carriage, Marius seated beside Cosette. Monsieur Gillenormand and Jean Valjean opposite them. Taking a step backwards and removing herself from the foreground, Aunt Gillenormand was in the second vehicle. "My children," said the grandfather, "you're now Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne, with an income of 30,000 francs. And Cosette, leaning as close as could be to Marius, caressed his ear with this angelic whisper, "So it's true. I've taken your name. You and I are one." These two creatures were resplendent. At that irrevocable and irrecoverable moment, at the dazzling intersection of all youth and all joy, they were the realization of Jean Préveur's verses. The ages of the two of them together did not add up to 40. It was a marriage of sublimity. These two children were two lilies. They were not seeing each other, they were contemplating each other. Cosette beheld Marius in a nimbus. Marius beheld Cosette on an altar. And on that altar and in that nimbus, the two apotheoses somehow essentially blending, in a haze for Cosette, in a burning blaze for Marius, was the abstract ideal, the actual reality, the meeting of kiss with dream, the nuptial pillow. All the torment they had suffered was returning to them in exultation. It seemed to them that their sorrows, sleeplessness, tears, anguish, terrors, despair, had become caresses and rays of light and were making yet more blissful the coming moments of bliss. And that their griefs were but so many handmaidens now putting the finishing touches to their joy. How good it is to have suffered! Their unhappiness was the halo to their happiness. The long agony of their love was culminating in an ascension. The same enchantment dwelt in both souls, subtly distinguished by sensual pleasure in Marius and by modesty in Cosette.
They whispered to each other, "We'll go back to see our little garden in Rue Plumet."
The folds of Cosette's gown lay on Marius.
Such a day is an ineffable mixture of dream and certainty,
possession and conjecture. There is still time ahead to imagine what is to come.
It was an indescribable emotion, that day, to be there at noon and to be dreaming of midnight. The rapture of these two hearts spilled over onto the crowd and gladdened passers-by. People stopped outside St. Paul and Rue St. Antoine to see, through the carriage window, the orange blossom quivering on Cosette's head. Then they returned home to Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Triumphant and radiant, side by side with Cosette, Marius climbed the staircase where he had been dragged up, dying. The poor, gathered at the door for their share of the purses, blessed them. There were flowers everywhere. The house was no less perfumed than the church, after the incense, roses. They thought they heard voices singing in the infinite, they had God in their hearts, destiny appeared to them like a ceiling of stars, they saw above their heads the glow of sunrise. Suddenly the clock struck. Marius gazed at Cosette's lovely bare arm and at the rosy charms vaguely discernible through her lace bodice, and Cosette, seeing Marius's gaze, blushed to the roots of her hair.
A good number of the Gillenormand family's old friends had been invited.
Cosette was mobbed, everyone wanting to be the first to call her Madame la Baronne. Officer Théodule Gillenormand, now a captain, had come from Chartres, where he was garrisoned, to attend the wedding of his cousin Pontmercy.
Cosette did not recognize him.
Used to being found attractive by women, he, for his part, no more remembered Cosette than he remembered any other woman.
How right I was not to believe that story of the Lancer, old Gillenormand said to himself. Cosette had never been more affectionate towards Jean Valjean.
She was at one with old Gillenormand. While he built joy into aphorisms and maxims, she exuded love and kindness like a perfume.
Happiness wants the whole world to be happy.
When she spoke to Jean Valjean, her voice regained the inflections it had had when she was a little girl. She caressed him with her smile. A banquet had been laid out in the dining room.
Light as bright as day is the necessary accompaniment of great joy.
Mist and obscurity are not acceptable to those who are happy.
They do not consent to be somber. Night, yes; shadows, no. If there is no sunlight, sunlight must be created.
The dining room was a kaleidoscope of brilliance. In the center, above the glittering white table, a baguette crystal Venetian chandelier with all kinds of colored birds, blue, violet, red and green, perched among the candles. Round the chandelier, girandole candelabras, on the walls, 3-branched and 5-branched mirrored sconces, mirrors, crystal, glass, tableware, porcelain, majolica, earthenware, gold plate, silverware, everything sparkled and rejoiced. The empty spaces between the candelabras were filled with bouquets, so where there was not a light, there was a flower.
Softly playing Haydn quartets in the antechamber were 3 violins and a flute.
Jean Valjean was sitting on a chair in the drawing-room behind the door, its open leaf almost concealing him. A few moments before everyone took their seats at table, as if on a sudden impulse Cosette came and gave him a deep curtsy, holding out her bridal gown with both hands, and with a tenderly mischievous glance asked him, "Father, are you pleased?"
"Yes," said Jean Valjean, "I am pleased." "Well, then, laugh."
Jean Valjean began to laugh. A few moments later Basque announced that dinner was served. The guests, preceded by Monsieur Gillenormand with Cosette on his arm, entered the dining room and settled around the table in the requisite order. 2 large armchairs were positioned to the right and left of the bride, the first for Monsieur Gillenormand, the other for Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Gillenormand took his seat.
The other armchair remained empty. They looked around for Monsieur Fauchelevent.
He was no longer there. Monsieur Gillenormand called Basque over. "Do you know where Monsieur Fauchelevent is?"
"Indeed, monsieur," replied Basque. Monsieur Fauchelevent instructed me to tell Monsieur that he was in some pain from his injured hand and would be unable to dine with Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne. That he begged to be excused, and he would come tomorrow. He's just left." That empty armchair cast a momentary chill on the jollity of the wedding banquet. But, regardless of Monsieur Fauchelevent's absence, Monsieur Gillenormand was there, and the grandfather beamed for two. He declared that Monsieur Fauchelevent had done well to retire early if he was in pain, but it was a mere scratch. This declaration sufficed. Besides, what is one dark corner in such an abundance of joy? Cosette and Marius were in one of those selfish and blissful moments when a person has no other faculty but the perception of happiness. And anyway, Monsieur Gillenormand had an idea. Heavens! This armchair is empty. Come over here, Marius. Your aunt will allow it, even though she has a claim on you. This armchair's for you. It's legitimate, and it's charming. Fortunatus beside Fortunata. Applause from the whole table. Marius took Jean Valjean's place beside Cosette, and as things turned out, Cosette, at first sad at Jean Valjean's absence, ended by being happy about it. As long as Marius was the replacement, Cosette would not have regretted the absence of God. She put her own sweet little foot, shod in white satin, on top of Marius's. With the armchair occupied, Monsieur Fauchelevent was out of mind, nothing was missing. And 5 minutes later the whole table, from one end to the other, was laughing with all the ebullience of forgetfulness. At dessert, on his feet, with a glass of champagne in his hand, half filled so that the 92-year-old's trembling did not make it spill, Monsieur Gillenormand toasted the married couple. "You can't escape 2 sermons," he exclaimed. "This morning you had the priest's, this evening you shall have your grandfather's. Listen, I'm going to give you a piece of advice: adore each other. I'm not beating about the bush, I'm coming straight to the point: be happy. The only creatures of wisdom are turtle doves. Philosophers say, moderate your joys. I say, give free rein to your joys. Be fiendishly smitten. Be frantically in love. The philosophers talk nonsense. I'd like to ram their philosophy down their throats. Can there be too many perfumes, too many rosebuds coming into bloom, too many nightingales singing, too many green leaves? Can there be in life too much dawnlight? Can lovers love each other too much? Can they be too attractive to each other? Beware, Estelle, you're too pretty. Beware, Nemorin, you're too handsome. What an absurdity! Is it possible to be too enchanting, too beguiling, too charming towards each other? Is it possible to be too much alive? To be too happy? Moderate your joys? Nothing of the kind. Down with philosophers. Wisdom is rejoicing. Rejoice, and let us rejoice. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? Is the Sanchii diamond called the Sanchii because it belonged to Harley de Sanchii or because it weighs 106 carats? What do I know? Life is full of such problems. The important thing is to have the Sanchii, and to be happy. Let us be happy without quibbling. Let us blindly obey the sun. What is the sun? It's love. Whoever says love, says woman. Aha! Now there's an almighty power, womankind. Ask that demagogue Marius if he's not the slave of that little tyrant Cosette. And of his own free will, the craven fellow. Womankind. Regardless of any Robespierre, woman reigns. I'm no royalist anymore, except as regards that particular royalty. What is Adam? The realm of Eve. No 89 for Eve. There used to be the royal scepter surmounted with a fleur-de-lis, there used to be the imperial scepter surmounted with a globe, there used to be Charlemagne's iron scepter, there used to be Louis the Great's gold scepter, The revolution bent them between thumb and forefinger like worthless straws.
Broken, done with, destroyed. No more scepter.
But go on, have a revolution against the little patchouli-scented embroidered handkerchief.
I'd like to see it. Try. Why is it resistant? Because it's just a piece of frippery. Ah, you're the 19th century? Well, what of it? We were the 18th century.
And we were as foolish as you are. Don't imagine, because your killer of young men is called Cholera morbus and your bourrée is called the cachucha, that you've changed very much in the universe.
Basically, women must always be loved. I defy you to find any way out of that. These she-devils are our angels. Yes, love, women, kisses, it's a circle I defy you to escape. And as for myself, I should be only too happy to re-enter it. Which of you has seen the star Venus rising in the infinite, coming all beneath her, looking down on the waves like a woman, the great charmer of the abyss, the Celimene of the ocean? The ocean, now there's a churlish Alceste. Well, grumble as he may, when Venus appears he can't help but smile. That brute beast is tamed. We're all like that. Anger, fury, thunderbolts, foam up to the ceiling.
A woman comes on the scene, a star rises, and we're groveling.
Marius was fighting 6 months ago. Today he's getting married. Well done. Yes, Marius, yes, Cosette, you're right.
Be bold in existing for each other, caress each other, make us burst with rage that we can't do likewise, idolize each other. Gather in your two beaks all the little wisps of happiness that there are on earth, and build yourselves a nest for life out of them. By God, to love, to be loved, the splendid miracle of being young.
Don't think you invented it. I've dreamed, I've imagined, I've sighed. I, too, have had a moonlight soul.
Love is a child 6,000 years old. Love is entitled to a long white beard. Methuselah is a youngster compared with Cupid. It is by being in love that, for 60 centuries, men and women have got by. The devil, who is cunning, started to hate man.
Man, who is even more cunning, started to love woman.
That's how he's done himself more good than the devil has done him harm. This clever tactic dates all the way back to the Garden of Eden. It's an old trick, my friends, yet as new a find as ever. Take advantage of it. Be Daphnis and Chloe until you become Philemon and Baucis. See to it that when you are together you lack for nothing, and that Cosette is for Marius the sun, and Marius is for Cosette the universe. May fair weather, for you, Cosette, be your husband's smile. May rain, for you, Marius, be your wife's tears. And may it never rain in your household. You've landed the winning number in the lottery, love and matrimony. You've won the big prize, look after it well, keep it under lock and key, don't squander it, adore each other, and never mind the rest. Believe what I'm telling you. It's good sense. Good sense cannot lie. Be a religion to each other. Every man has his own way of adoring God. Heavens above. The best way to adore God is to love your wife. I love you. That's my catechism. Whoever loves is orthodox. Henri Iv's oath places sanctity between feasting and drunkenness. Ventre Saint Gris, * mine is not the religion of that oath. Women have been left out. This amazes me in an oath coming from Henri IV. My friends, long live women. I'm old, so I'm told. It's amazing how young I'm feeling right now. I'd like to go and listen to shepherds' pipes playing in the woods. These children, contriving to be beautiful and happy, that makes me tipsy. I'd get married myself if anyone would have me. It's impossible to imagine that God could have made us for anything else but this, to idolize, to preen, to be a dove, to be a peacock, to bill and coo from morning till night, to admire ourselves in our own little woman, to be proud, triumphant, to strut, that's the aim of life. That, if you please, is what we thought in our day, when we were young. Ah, heavens alive! There were such lovely women then, such pretty little faces, such budding beauties. I made my conquests among them. So love each other. Without love between each other, I really don't see what point there would be in having spring, and I personally would ask the good Lord to pack up all the beautiful things He shows us and take them away, and put the flowers, the birds, and the pretty girls back in His box. My children, this fond old man gives you his blessing. The evening was lively, merry, congenial. The grandfather's supreme good humor set the tone for the entire celebration, and everyone took their cue from this noncentenarian conviviality. There was a little dancing, there was a deal of laughter. It was a delightful wedding. Lou Bonhomme. Jotty's asterisk could have been invited. Indeed, he was present in the person of old Gillenormand. There was hurly-burly, then silence. The bridal couple disappeared. A little after midnight the Gillenormand house became a temple. Here we stop. On the threshold of wedding night stands a smiling angel with a finger to its lips. The soul goes into spiritual contemplation before this sanctuary where the celebration of love occurs. There must be glimmerings of light above such houses. The joy they contain must escape as brightness through the stones of the walls, and appear as faint streaks in the dark. It is impossible that this sacred and faithful celebration does not cast into the infinite a celestial radiance. Love is the sublime crucible in which the fusion of man and woman takes place. The one being, the triple being, the final being, the human trinity proceeds from it. This birth of two souls in one must thrill the darkness. The lover is priest, the ravished virgin is awestruck. Something of that joy ascends to God. Where there is true marriage, that is to say, where there is love, there is an element of the ideal. A nuptial bed creates a glimpse of dawn among the shadows. If it were given to the eye of flesh to perceive the awesome and enchanting visions of the higher life, it is probable that we should see a throng of dark heads around the luminous house, figures of the night, unknown winged creatures, elusive wayfarers of the invisible, bending down, giving their blessings, pointing out to each other the virgin wife, sweetly awed, with the reflection of human bliss on their divine faces. If in that superlative moment the newlyweds, dazed with sensual pleasure and believing themselves to be alone, were to listen, they would hear in their bedroom the rustling of a confusion of wings. Perfect happiness implies fellowship with the angels. That obscure little bedchamber has the whole heavens for its ceiling. When two mouths, sanctified by love, come together in procreation, it is impossible that above that ineffable kiss there would not be a quivering amid the immense mystery of the stars. These are the true joys. No other joy, save these. Love is the only ecstasy. All the rest is weeping. To love, or to have loved, is enough. Ask for nothing more. There is no other pearl to be found in life's shadowy convolutions. To love is an achievement. 3. The inseparable companion. What had become of Jean Valjean? Straight after having laughed, at Cosette's sweet bidding, when no one was paying him any attention, Jean Valjean got up and slipped away unnoticed to the antechamber. This was the very room he had entered 8 months earlier, blackened with mud, blood and gunpowder, bringing the grandson back to his grandfather. The old paneling was garlanded with foliage and flowers. Musicians were seated on the sofa where Marius had been laid. Basque, in black coat, knee breeches, white stockings and white gloves, was arranging circlets of roses around each of the dishes to be served. Jean Valjean showed him his arm in a sling, told him to explain his absence, and left. The casement windows of the dining room looked out onto the street. Jean Valjean remained for several minutes standing motionless in the dark beneath those windows ablaze with light. He listened. The hubbub reached his ears. He heard the grandfather giving his loud, grandiloquent speech, the violins, the clink of plates and glasses, the bursts of laughter, and in all that merry din he distinguished Cosette's sweet, happy voice.
Et left rue des Filles du Calvaire and returned to rue de l'Homme Armé.
To get back there he went via rue St. Louis, rue Culture St. Catherine, and rue Blancs-Manteau. It was a slightly longer route, but it was the one that for the past 3 months he had been in the habit of taking with Cosette every day between rue de l'Homme and rue des Filles du Calvaire, avoiding the crowds and the muddiness of rue Vieille du Temple. This route that Cosette had taken excluded, for him, any other. Jean Valjean arrived back home. He lighted his candle and went upstairs. The apartment was empty. Not even Toussaint was still there. Jean Valjean's footsteps resounded in the rooms more than usual. All the cupboards were open. He went into Cosette's bedroom. There were no sheets on the bed. The ticking cupboard pillow, without pillowcase or lace trimmings, was lying on the folded blankets at the foot of the stripped mattress, on which no one was ever to sleep again. All the little feminine objects dear to Cosette had been taken away. Nothing remained except the heavy furniture and the 4 walls. Toussaint's bed was stripped too. Only one bed was made up and seemed to be expecting someone, that was Jean Valjean's bed. Jean Valjean looked at the walls, closed a few cupboard doors, and moved back and forth from one room to another. Then he found himself back in his own room, and put his candle down on a table. He had taken his arm out of the sling and was using his right hand as if it did not hurt. He drew near his bed, and his eyes rested. Was it by chance? Was it intentionally? On the inseparable of which Cosette had been jealous, the little case he always had with him. On arriving at rue de l'Homme on the 4th of June, he had put it on a little round table at his bedside. He approached this table with a kind of animation, took a key from his pocket, and opened the valise. He slowly drew from it the garments in which, 10 years earlier, Cosette had left Montfermeil, first the little black dress, then the black shawl, then the good stout pair of child's shoes that Cosette could almost still have worn, so small were her feet, then the good thick fustian vest with sleeves, the knitted petticoat, the apron with pockets, then the woolen stockings. These stockings that prettily retained the shape of a little leg were scarcely any longer than Jean Valjean's hand. All of these things were black. It was he who had brought these clothes for her to Montfermeil. As he removed them from the case, he laid them on the bed. He was thinking. He was remembering. It was winter, a very cold December. She was shivering, half naked and in rags, her poor little feet all reddened in their wooden clogs. He, Jean Valjean, had her taken out of those rags and dressed in these mourning clothes. The mother lying in her grave must have been pleased to see her daughter wearing mourning for her, and above all to see that she was warmly clad. He thought of the forest of Montfermeil. They had passed through it together, Cosette and he. He thought of what the weather had been like, of the leafless trees, the birdless forest, the sunless sky. It was delightful, all the same. He arranged the tiny garments on the bed, the shawl next to the petticoat, the stockings beside the shoes, and he looked at them one by one. She was only so high, she carried her big doll in her arms, she put her gold coin in the pocket of that apron, she laughed, they walked along together hand in hand, she had no one in the world but him. Then his venerable white head fell forward onto the bed, that stoical old heart broke, his face buried itself, so to speak, in Cosette's clothes, and anyone who had passed by on the stairs at that moment would have heard tremendous sobs. 4. Immortale Jacur asterisk. The terrible struggle of old, of which we have already seen several phases, began once more. Jacob wrestled with the angel for only one night. Alas! How many times have we seen Jean Valjean forced to grapple with his conscience in the dark, and struggling frantically against it? A desperate struggle. At certain moments it is the foot that slips, at other times the ground that gives way. How many times had that conscience, passionately devoted to goodness, fastened on him and overpowered him?
How many times had unrelenting truth held its knee against his chest? How many times, floored by the light, had he begged for mercy? How many times had that implacable light shone within him and over him by the bishop, compelled him to be dazzled when he wanted to be blinded? How many times, in combat, had he got back on his feet, clung to the rock, resorted to sophistry, been dragged through the dust, sometimes overthrowing his conscience, sometimes overthrown by it? How many times, after an equivocation, after delivering a specious and perfidious argument dictated by selfishness, had he heard his angry conscience cry in his ear, trying to pull a fast one? You wretch! How many times had his rebellious mind groaned convulsively in the face of clear duty? Offering resistance against God. Sweating in agony. What secret wounds that only he could tell were bleeding? What abrasions to his pitiful existence! How many times had he risen, bleeding, bruised, broken, enlightened, with despair in his heart, with serenity in his soul? And vanquished, he felt himself the victor. And having wrenched him apart, tortured him with red-hot pincers, broken him on the wheel, his conscience, standing over him, formidable, luminous, come, said, now, go in peace. But after such a grim struggle, what a dismal peace, alas! Yet that night Jean Valjean felt he was fighting his last battle. He was faced with an agonizing question. Predestined fates do not all follow a direct route. They do not run straight before the one who is predestined. They have dead ends, blind alleys, obscure turnings, daunting crossroads offering several alternative routes. Jean Valjean at that moment had come to a halt at the most perilous of these crossroads. He had reached the ultimate parting of the ways between good and evil. He had this shadowy intersection before his eyes. Yet again, as had already happened to him in other sad vicissitudes, two paths lay before him, one tempting, the other appalling. Which one was he to take? Pointing to the one that appalled was the mysterious forefinger that we all perceive whenever we stare into the dark. Once again Jean Valjean faced a choice between the dreadful haven and the alluring ambush. Is it, then, true? A soul may be cured, but not of its fate? What an horrendous thing! An incurable destiny. This is the question he was faced with. How was Jean Valjean to behave with regard to Cosette and Marius' happiness? It was he who had wanted that happiness, it was he who had created it. He himself had plunged it into his own entrails, and reflecting on it at that moment, he could feel the kind of satisfaction felt by an armorer who, on pulling from his chest a knife all reeking with blood, recognizes on it his own trademark. Cosette had Marius, and she was his. They had everything, even wealth. And this was Jean Valjean's doing. But now that it existed, now that it was there, what was he, Jean Valjean, to do about this happiness? Would he impose himself on it? Would he treat it as if it belonged to him? Granted, Cosette belonged to another, but would he, Jean Valjean, retain as much of Cosette as he could? Would he remain the kind of father he had been until now, little seen, but respected? Would he feel no concern about going into Cosette's house? Would he, without saying a word, bring his past to that future? Would he present himself there, as if by right, and with a pall of darkness hanging over him take a seat at that glowing hearth? Would he, smiling, take the hands of those innocents in his own two tragic hands? Would he warm his feet, with the infamous shadow of the law trailing behind them, at the Gillenormand drawing room's peaceful fireside? Would he share his fate with Cosette and Marius? Would he deepen the blackness on his own brow, and the shadow on theirs? Would he bring to their two shares of happiness his third share of catastrophe? Would he continue to say nothing? In a word, would he be destiny's sinister mute alongside these two happy creatures? Only a person used to the vagaries of fate will dare look up when certain questions appear before him in all their horrible starkness.
A choice between good and evil lies behind this stern question mark.
What are you going to do? Asks the Sphinx.
Jean Valjean was used to being put to the test. He stared intently at the Sphinx.
He examined every facet of the inexorable problem. That dear soul Cosette was this castaway's raft. What was he to do? Cling to it, or let go?
If he clung to it, he escaped disaster. He returned to the sunlight, he let the briny water drip from his garments and his hair, he was saved, he lived.
Were he to let go?
In that case, the abyss. Thus, painfully, he debated in his mind. Or to be more accurate, he struggled, he lashed out furiously within himself, now against his will, now against his conviction. It was a blessing for Jean Valjean to have been able to weep.
It may have brought him light.
But the beginning was ferocious. A storm broke inside him, more furious than that previous storm that had driven him to Arras. The past came back to him, seen from the present. He compared, and he sobbed. Once the floodgate of tears had opened, the man was convulsed with despair. He felt thwarted.
Alas!
In this all-out fight between our selfishness and our duty, when we give ground step by step before our uncompromising ideal, bewildered, frenzied, incensed to find ourselves yielding, disputing the territory, hoping for possible escape, seeking a way out, what sudden and sinister resistance from the wall at our back?
To feel the sacred shadow standing in our way. The inexorable. Invisible. What an obsession! So no one is ever done with conscience. Make the best of it, Brutus. Make the best of it, Cato. Being God, conscience is fathomless.
Into this well you throw your lifetime's work, you throw your fortune, your riches, you throw your success, your liberty or your country, you throw your well-being, your rest, your joy.
More. 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 Empty the vessel. Tip up the urn.
In the end you must throw in your heart. Somewhere in the mists of times past there is a hellish vat like that.
Is it not forgivable eventually to refuse? Can the inexhaustible be thus entitled? Is it not beyond human capacity to endure endless chains?
Who would blame Sisyphus or Jean Valjean for saying, enough?
The compliance of matter is limited by friction. Is there no limit to the compliance of the soul? If perpetual motion is impossible, can perpetual self-sacrifice be demanded?
The first step is nothing, it is the last step that is hard.
What was the Champmathieu affair compared with Cosette's marriage and all that it entailed?
What is that, returning to the prison hulks, compared with this, being reduced to nothingness? Oh, first downward step, how somber. Oh, second step, how black.
How was a man not to turn back this time? Martyrdom is sublimation, corrosive sublimation.
It is a torture that consecrates. You can consent to it for the first hour. You seat yourself on the red-hot iron throne, you place on your head the red-hot iron crown, you take the red-hot iron globe, you accept the red-hot iron scepter, but the fiery mantle is yet to be donned.
And is there not a moment when the poor wretched flesh revolts and you abdicate suffering?
At length, Jean Valjean attained the calm of exhaustion. He pondered, he reflected, he considered the alternatives in the mysterious balance of light and dark.
Impose his penal servitude on those two radiant children, or be the author of his own irrevocable engulfment?
Cosette sacrificed on the one hand, he himself on the other.
What choice did he make? What decision did he come to? What was his ultimate response to fate's interrogation, which cannot be suborned? Which door did he decide to open? Which side of his life did he resolve to close off and condemn? Of all the bottomless precipices that surrounded him, which did he choose? To which extreme did he resign himself? To which of these abysses did he give the nod? His dizzying deliberations went on all night long. He was there until daylight, in the same attitude, bent over on that bed, prostrate, perhaps crushed, alas! Beneath the enormity of fate, fists clenched, arms extended at right angles to his body, like one crucified, removed from the cross and thrown face down on the ground. For 12 hours, the 12 hours of a long winter's night, he remained there, frozen, without lifting his head and without uttering a word. He was as still as a corpse, while his mind slithered and soared, now like the hydra, now like the eagle. Seeing him motionless like that, anyone would have thought he was dead. All of a sudden he shuddered convulsively, and his mouth, pressed to Cosette's clothes, kissed them, and the onlooker saw that he was alive. Who? Which onlooker? Since Jean Valjean was alone, and there was no one else there. The onlooker in the shadows. Book 7. The Last Drop in the Chalice. I. The Seventh Circle and the Eighth Heaven. The day after a wedding is a quiet one. People respect the self-absorption of the happy couple. And their belated sleep too, a little. The bustle of visits and congratulations does not begin until later. On the morning of the 17th of February it was a little past midday when Basque, while busy doing the antechamber, with a cloth and feather duster under his arm, heard a light tap at the door. The caller did not ring the bell, which was considerate on such a day. Basque opened the door and saw Monsieur Fauchelevent. He ushered him into the drawing-room, still cluttered and topsy-turvy, and looking like the battlefield of the previous day's celebrations. "My goodness, monsieur," remarked Basque, "we did wake up late." "Is your master up?" asked Jean Valjean. "How is monsieur's arm?" replied Basque. "Better." "Is your master up?" "Which one? The old one or the new one?" "Monsieur Pontmercy." "Monsieur le Baron," said Basque, drawing himself up. A man is a baron most of all to his servants. Something of his being so redounds on them. They have what a philosopher would call the reflected glory of the title, and that flatters them. A militant republican, as he had proved, Marius was now a baron, it needs to be said in passing, in spite of himself. A small revolution had taken place within the family with regard to this title. By this time it was Monsieur Gillenormand who prized it and Marius who had no use for it. But Colonel Pontmercy had written, "My son will bear my title." Marius obeyed. And besides, the woman in her beginning to emerge, Cosette was delighted to be a baroness. "Monsieur le Baron?" Basque repeated. "I'll go and see. I'll tell him that Monsieur Fauchelevent is here." "No. Don't tell him it's me. Tell him that someone wants to speak to him in private, and don't give any name." "Ah," said Basque. "I want to surprise him." "Ah." Basque reiterated, giving himself the second "ah," as an explanation of the first. And he went out of the room. Jean Valjean was left on his own. The drawing-room, as we have just said, was in total disorder. It seemed as if anyone listening carefully might still have been able to hear the faint hubbub of the wedding. On the parquet floor were all kinds of flowers that had fallen from garlands and headdresses. The burned-down candles added wax stalactites to the chandelier's crystals. Not a single piece of furniture was in its rightful place. In various corners 3 or 4 armchairs, drawn up together in a circle, appeared to be continuing a conversation. The general effect was pleasing. There is a certain lingering charm about the aftermath of a celebration. It had been a happy occasion. On those untidy chairs, among those fading flowers, beneath those extinguished lights, thoughts had been joyful. Sunshine was replacing chandelier, brightly entering the drawing-room. Several minutes went by. Jean Valjean remained motionless on the spot where Basque had left him.
He was very pale. His eyes were deep-set, and so sunken in their sockets by sleeplessness that they almost disappeared. His black coat had the tired creases of a garment that has been worn all night. The elbows were white with the fluff left on cloth from rubbing against bed linen. Jean Valjean stared at the window outlined by the sun on the parquet floor at his feet. There was a sound at the door. He looked up. Marius came in, head high, a smile on his lips, an ineffable radiance on his face, a clear forehead, a triumphant look in his eye. He had not slept, either. "It's you, father," he exclaimed, on seeing Jean Valjean.
That idiot. Basque was being so mysterious. But you've come too early. It is only 12:30. Cosette's sleeping. That word father, said by Marius to Monsieur Fauchelevent, conveyed supreme happiness. As we know, there had always been aloofness, coldness and constraint between them, an iciness that needed to be broken or to melt. Marius felt so elated that the aloofness lessened, the ice dissolved, and Monsieur Fauchelevent was for him, as for Cosette, a father. He went on, the words pouring out of him, which is characteristic of these divine transports of joy. "How glad I am to see you. If you only knew how much we missed you yesterday. Good morning, father. How is your hand? Better, isn't it?" And satisfied with the comforting reply he had given himself, he continued. "The two of us have talked about you a great deal. Cosette is so fond of you. Don't forget you have a room here. We want no more of Rue de l'Amarme. We want no more of it at all. How could you go and live in a street like that, a street that's seedy, and surly, and ugly, that has a barrier at one end, where it feels cold, a street you can't enter? You'll come and live here. And from today. Or you'll have Cosette to reckon with. She intends to have us under her thumb, I warn you. You've seen your room, it's right next to ours, it looks out over the gardens. The lock's been fixed, the bed's made, it's all ready, you just have to move in. Cosette has put by your bed a big old wingback chair covered with Utrecht velvet, and said to it, reach your arms out to him. In the acacia bushes outside your windows there's a nightingale that comes every spring. It'll be there in another 2 months. You'll have its nest on your left and ours on your right. At night it will sing, and in the daytime Cosette will talk. Your room faces due south. Cosette will put your books in it for you, your Captain Cook's Voyage and the other one, by Vancouver, all your belongings. I believe there's a small case that you're attached to, I've arranged a little place of honor for it. You've won over my grandfather, he likes you. We shall live together. Do you play whist? My grandfather will be overjoyed if you play whist. It'll be you that takes Cosette out for a walk on the days when I'm in court. You'll give her your arm, you know, the way you used to in the Luxembourg Gardens. We're absolutely determined to be very happy. And you shall be included in our happiness, do you hear, father? Now, you're lunching with us today? Monsieur, said Jean Valjean, I have something to tell you. I am an ex-convict. The limits of perceptibility can be transcended just as much for the mind as for the ear by shrillness of sound. Those words, I am an ex-convict, coming out of Monsieur Fauchelevent's mouth and entering Marius's ear, exceeded the bounds of possibility. He had the feeling that something had just been said to him, but he did not know what. He was left baffled. Then he noticed that the man speaking to him looked ghastly. Completely absorbed in his own bliss, he had not until that moment noticed that terrible pallor. Jean Valjean untied the black scarf supporting his right arm, unrolled the bandage around his hand, bared his thumb and showed it to Marius. There's nothing wrong with my hand, he said. Marius stared at the thumb. There never was anything wrong with it, Jean Valjean went on. Indeed, there was no trace of any injury. Jean Valjean continued, for respectability's sake,
it was better I didn't attend your wedding.
I kept away as much as I could.
I faked this injury so as to avoid being an imposter, so as not to invalidate the marriage contract in any way, so as not to have to sign anything.
Marius stammered out, "What does this mean?" "It means," replied Jean Valjean, "that I've been in the prison hulks."
"You're driving me out of my wits," cried Marius, appalled.
"Monsieur Pontmercy," said Jean Valjean, "I was 19 years in the prison hulks. For theft. I was then given a life sentence. For theft. For re-offending. At the present moment I'm in breach of parole."
In vain did Marius attempt to shrink from reality, deny the facts, resist the evidence. It had to be faced. He began to understand and, as always happens in such instances, he understood too much. He shuddered at an horrendous moment of illumination. An idea that made him tremble went through his mind. He discerned for himself in the future a blighted destiny.
Tell all," he cried.
"You're Cosette's father." And he stepped back 2 paces in unutterable horror. Jean Valjean raised his head with such majesty that he seemed to grow taller and almost reach the ceiling.
"In this, monsieur, you will have to believe me.
And although the solemn oath of the likes of us is not accepted in law," here he paused, then with a kind of sovereign and sepulchral authority, articulating slowly and dwelling on every syllable, he added, "you will believe me. I, the father of Cosette. Before God, no. Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy, I am a peasant from Faverolles. I used to earn my living by pruning trees. My name is not Fauchelevent, but Jean Valjean. I am not related to Cosette. Rest assured."
"Who's to prove that to me?"
Marius stammered.
"I do. Since I tell you it is so."
Marius looked at this man. He was dour and calm. No lie could issue from such calm.
That which is ice-cold is sincere.
There was a sense of truthfulness in that sepulchral chill.
"I believe you," said Marius.
Jean Valjean bowed his head, as though in acknowledgment, and went on.
"What am I to Cosette? A passer-by.
10 years ago I didn't know of her existence. I love her, it's true. When you've seen a child as a little girl, you love that child, being already old yourself. When you're old, you feel like a grandfather to all little children. You're capable, it seems to me, of imagining that I have something resembling a heart. She was an orphan. Fatherless and motherless. She needed me. That's why I began to love her. Children are so defenseless that the first person that comes along, even a man like me, can be their protector. That was my role with regard to Cosette. I don't think that so little can be called a good deed. But if it is a good deed, then let's say I did it. Put it down as a mitigating factor. Today Cosette goes out of my life. Our 2 paths separate. From now on I can do no more for her. She is Madame Pontmercy. She has a new guardian angel. And Cosette is the better off for it. All is well. As for the 600,000 francs, you haven't mentioned them, but I anticipate your thoughts. They were held in trust. How did they come to be entrusted to me? What does it matter? I've returned what had been entrusted to me. No more can be asked of me. To complete the reversion of the funds I'm declaring my real name. That's something else to do with me. I personally want you to know who I am." And Jean Valjean looked Marius straight in the face. All Marius's feelings were turbulent and incoherent. Certain blasts of destiny create these waves in our souls. We have all had those moments of distress when everything falls apart inside us. We say the first thing that occurs to us, which is not always exactly what should be said. There are sudden revelations that we cannot bear, that befuddle us like noxious wine. Marius was so astounded by the new situation he was faced with that he spoke to this man almost as if he were angry with him for making his confession. "For goodness sake, why are you telling me all this?" he exclaimed. "What is it that's forcing you to? You could have kept your secret to yourself. You've not been exposed, or hounded, or tracked down. You have some reason for cheerfully coming out with such a revelation. Tell me the rest. There's more to be said. Why are you making this confession? For what motive?" "For what motive?" replied Jean Valjean in a voice so quiet and subdued that it sounded more as if he were talking to himself than to Marius. "For what motive, indeed, has this convict just said, I am a convict? Well, yes. The motive is a strange one. It's honesty. Listen, the unfortunate thing is the attachment I have in my heart. It is especially when you're old that such attachments are strong. Your whole life collapses around you, they withstand. Had I been able to rip out this attachment, to break it, to undo the knot or cut through it, to go far away, I would have been safe. All I had to do was leave. There are coaches in Rue du Boulois. You're happy, I go away. I've tried to break this attachment, I've pulled and pulled, it held firm, it didn't break, I was tearing my heart out with it. So I said, I can't live anywhere else but here. I have to stay. But of course, you're right, I'm a fool, why not just stay? You offer me a room in this house, Madame Pontmercy is fond of me, she said to this armchair, reach your arms out to him. Your grandfather asks for nothing better than to have my company, he likes me, we shall all live together, eating at the same table, I shall give my arm to Cosette, sorry, it's just habit, to Madame Pontmercy, we shall have but one roof, one table, one fire, the same place at the fireside in winter, the same walk in summer, that's happiness, that's joy, that's everything. We shall live as a family. As a family. At that word Jean Valjean looked fierce. He folded his arms, glared at the floor under his feet as if he would have liked to gouge out an abyss there, and his voice was suddenly thunderous. As a family? No. I don't belong to any family. I don't belong to yours. I don't belong to the family of men. In houses where people are at home together, I have no place. There are families, but not for me. I'm the poor wretch. I'm on the outside. Did I have a father and mother? I almost doubt it. The day I gave that child away in marriage, that was the end of it, I saw that she was happy, and with the man she loves, and that here was an old gentleman, two angels married to each other, every happiness in this house, and that all was well, and I said to myself, you keep out of there. I might have lied, it's true, deceived you all, remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. So long as it was for her sake, I was capable of lying. But now that it would be for my sake, I must not. I had only to remain silent, it's true, and everything would have continued as before. You ask me what it is that forces me to speak? An odd thing, my conscience. Yet to remain silent would have been very easy. I spent the night trying to persuade myself of it. You're hearing my confession, and what I've just told you is so extraordinary, you're entitled to hear it. So yes, I spent the night arguing with myself. And I had some very good arguments. Well, I did my best. But there are two things in which I did not succeed, in breaking the attachment that holds me here, tethered, bound, fastened by the heart, and in silencing someone who speaks softly to me when I'm alone. That's why I've come here to you this morning to confess all. All, or nearly all. There's no point in talking of what is of no concern to anyone else. I keep that to myself. Whatever is of any importance, you know. So I've taken my mystery and brought it to you. And I've laid open my secret before your eyes. It wasn't an easy decision to take. I wrestled all night long. Ah! You think I didn't tell myself that this was no Champmathieu affair,
that by concealing my name I wasn't doing anyone any harm, that the name of Fauchelevent was given to me by Fauchelevent himself out of gratitude for something I did for him, and that I could surely keep it, and that I'd be happy in that room you're offering me, that I wouldn't be a nuisance, that I'd be in my own little corner, and that while you had Cosette I'd have the thought of being in the same house as her. Each of us would have had a share of happiness. Continuing to be Monsieur Fauchelevent, that put everything right. Yes, except for my soul. Even with every outward joy, the depths of my soul would have remained black. It's not enough to be happy, you have to be content. So I'd have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. So I'd have hidden my true face. So amid your plenitude of joy I'd have harbored an enigma. So amid your brightness I'd have harbored darkness. So without any warning I'd have brought the prison hulks right into your home, I'd have sat at your table with the thought that if you knew what I was you'd turn me away. I'd have allowed myself to be waited on by servants who, had they known, would have said, "How dreadful." I'd have made you rub elbows with one that by rights you'd have nothing to do with, I'd have rooked you of your handshakes. In your house, respect would have been shared between the venerable white-haired and the criminal white-haired. In your most intimate moments, when all hearts thought themselves entirely open to each other, when we four were together, your grandfather, you two, and me, there would have been a stranger present. I'd have been living alongside you, and my sole concern never to shift the lid on my ghastly pit. So I, a dead man, would have imposed myself on you, the living. For I would have condemned to be with me forever. All three of us, you and Cosette and I, would have been wearing the green cap. Aren't you shuddering? I'm no more than the most oppressed of men, that would have made me the most monstrous. And that crime I'd have been committing every day. And that lie, I'd have been perpetrating every day. And that face of night I'd have been wearing every day. And my criminal contagion I'd have been passing on to you every day. Every day. To you, my dear ones, you, my children, my innocents. To keep quiet is nothing? To remain silent is simple? No, it's not simple. There's a silence that lies. And my lie, and my fraudulence, and my baseness, and my cowardice, and my treachery and my crime, I'd have drunk drop by drop, spat out, then drunk again, finishing at midnight and starting over again at midday, and my good morning would have lied, and my good night would have lied, and I'd have slept with that, I'd have eaten that with my bread, and I'd have looked Cosette in the face and responded to an angel's smile with the smile of the damned, and I'd have been an abominable villain. Why? For the sake of being happy. Happy. Have I any right to be happy? I'm one of life's outcasts, monsieur. Jean Valjean broke off. Marius was listening. Such an unfolding of thoughts and anguish cannot be interrupted. Jean Valjean lowered his voice again, but this was no longer a subdued voice, it was a grim voice. You ask why I speak of this? I've not been exposed, or hounded, or tracked down, you say. Yes, I have been exposed. Yes, I have been hounded. Yes, I have been tracked down. By whom? By myself. It is I who bar my own way, and I drag myself, and push myself, and arrest myself, and indict myself. And when an individual holds himself, he's firmly held. And grabbing at his own coat and pulling it towards Marius, he went on, do you see this hand? Don't you think, the way it holds this collar, it won't let go? Well, this is nothing compared with the grip of conscience. If you want to be happy, monsieur, you must never understand duty. For once you've understood, it's implacable. You'd almost think it punishes you for understanding, but no, it rewards you. For it places you in a hell where you sense God at your side. You've no sooner torn yourself apart than you're at peace with yourself. And with heart-rending deliberation he added, Monsieur Pontmercy, I am, though not in the accepted sense of the word, an honest man. It is by degrading myself in your eyes that I raise myself in my own.
This has already happened to me once before, but it was less painful then.
It was nothing. Yes, an honest man.
I wouldn't be, if through some fault of mine you continued to respect me, but now that you despise me, I am. It is my sorry fate that, only ever able to command respect that is fraudulently obtained, that respect humiliates me and inwardly oppresses me, and if I'm to have any self-respect others must despise me.
Then I hold my head up high.
I'm a convicted felon who obeys his conscience.
I know how unlikely that is. But what do you expect me to do about it? That's the way it is. I've made promises to myself. I'm keeping them. There are some encounters that bind us, some fortuitous incidents that lay responsibilities on us.
You see, Monsieur Pontmercy, things have happened to me in the course of my life. Jean Valjean paused again, swallowing his saliva with an effort, as if his words had a bitter aftertaste, and went on. When you have such a dreadful thing looming over you, you have no right to make others share it without their knowledge, you have no right to pass on to them your disease, you have no right to let them slide into your abyss without their noticing, you have no right to let your red jacket trail over them, you have no right cunningly to foist your own wretchedness on the happiness of others. To go near those who are healthy, and to touch them in the dark with your invisible ulcer, is grotesque. For all that Fauchelevent lent me his name, I have no right to use it.
He may have given it to me, I couldn't take it. A name is a personal identity.
You see, monsieur, I've thought a bit, I've read a bit, peasant though I am.
And I understand things.
You see how well I express myself.
I've educated myself.
So yes, to take someone else's name and to go by that name is dishonest. The letters of the alphabet can be misappropriated like a purse or a watch. To be a false signature in flesh and blood, to be a living skeleton key, to enter the homes of honest people by picking their locks, never more to have a direct gaze, always to be shifty-eyed, to be vile on the inside, no, 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 no. Better to suffer, to bleed, to weep, to tear the skin off your flesh with your fingernails, to spend your nights writhing in anguish, to eat your heart and soul out. That's why I've just told you all this. Cheerfully, as you say. He breathed heavily, then uttered these last words, in the past I stole a loaf of bread for the sake of living. Today, for the sake of living, I don't want to steal a name. For the sake of living.
Marius broke in. Haven't you need of that name if you're to live?
Oh, I know what I'm saying, said Jean Valjean, slowly nodding his head several times in succession. There was a silence. Neither of them spoke, each lost in unfathomable thoughts. Marius had sat down at a table, and he rested the corner of his mouth on one crooked finger. Jean Valjean paced back and forth. He stopped in front of a mirror and stood there motionless. Then, as though in response to some inward reasoning, gazing at the mirror in which he did not see himself, he said, "Whereas now I feel relieved." He started moving about again, and walked to the other end of the drawing room. As he turned round he noticed that Marius was watching him. Then in an indescribable tone of voice he said, "I dragged my leg a little."
Now you understand why.
Then he turned right round to face Marius. "And now, monsieur, imagine this, I've said nothing, I've remained Monsieur Fauchelevent, I've taken my place in your house, I'm one of you, I'm in my room, I come to breakfast in the morning in my slippers, in the evening we all three of us go out to the theatre, I accompany Madame Pontmercy to the Tuileries and to Place Royale, we're together, you think of me as one of you. One fine day, there I am, there you are, we're chatting, we're laughing, suddenly you hear a voice call out this name, Jean Valjean. And then the dreaded hand of the police emerges from the shadows and rips off my mask." Once more he fell silent. Marius had leapt to his feet with a shudder. Jean Valjean spoke again, "What do you say to that?"
Marius's silence answered for him.
Jean Valjean continued. "You can surely see that I'm right not to keep quiet. Listen, be happy, be in heaven, be the angel of an angel, be in the sun and content yourself with that, and don't worry about the way some poor devil goes about unburdening his heart and doing his duty. You have before you, monsieur, a miserable wretch." Marius slowly walked across the drawing room, and when he was close to Jean Valjean offered him his hand. But Marius had to move forward and take that hand, which was not presented. Jean Valjean was unresponsive, and it seemed to Marius that he shook a hand of marble.
"My grandfather has friends," said Marius. "I'll obtain your pardon."
"There's no point," replied Jean Valjean.
"I'm believed to be dead, that's enough."
"The dead aren't kept under surveillance.
They're supposed to rot away quietly. Death is the same thing as a pardon."
And freeing the hand that Marius was holding, he added with a sort of inexorable dignity, "Besides, doing my duty, that's the friend on whose help I can call. And I need only one pardon, that of my conscience." At that moment the door at the other end of the drawing room opened gently a fraction, and Cosette's head appeared. Only her sweet face was visible. She was wonderfully disheveled, and her eyelids were still swollen from sleep. With the gesture of a bird sticking its head out of the nest, she glanced first at her husband, then at Jean Valjean, and cried out to them, laughing. It was like seeing a smile in the heart of a rose. "I bet you're talking politics."
"How silly, when you could be with me."
Jean Valjean gave a start.
"Cosette," faltered Marius.
And he fell silent.
Two guilty men, you would have thought.
Radiant, Cosette continued to gaze at them both, looking from one to the other. There were in her eyes what might have been glimpses of paradise.
"I've caught you red-handed," said Cosette. "I just heard through the door my father Fauchelevent talking about conscience. Doing your duty, that's politics, that is. I won't have it."
"It's only the day after, there should be no talk of politics."
"It's not right." "You're wrong, Cosette," said Marius, "we're talking business. We're discussing the best way to invest your 600,000 francs.
"That's not the be-all and end-all," Cosette interjected.
"I'm here. Am I not wanted?"
And resolutely coming through the door, she entered the drawing room. She wore a loose-fitting white dressing gown, with wide sleeves and countless pleats, that fell from her neck down to her feet. There are in the golden heavens of old Gothic paintings such charming robes, in which angels are clad. She studied herself from head to foot in a big mirror, then exclaimed in a burst of inexpressible ecstasy, "Once upon a time there was a king and a queen.
Oh! How happy I am!"
That said, she curtsied to Marius and to Jean Valjean. "Now," she said, "I'm going to settle down beside you in an armchair. We're having breakfast in half an hour. You can talk about whatever you like. I know that men have to talk. I'll be very good." Marius took her by the arm and said to her lovingly, "We're talking business." "By the way," replied Cosette, "I opened my window. A flock of blackcaps just arrived in the garden, birds not maskers.
Today's Ash Wednesday, but not for the birds."
"I tell you, we're talking business, my dear Cosette, so go away and leave us for a while.
We're discussing figures. You'll be bored."
"You're wearing a lovely cravat this morning, Marius. You look very stylish, Monseigneur."
"No, I shan't be bored. I can assure you, you'll be bored." "No. Seeing as it's you. I shan't understand, but I shall listen."
"When you hear the voices of those you love, you don't need to understand the words they say.
To be here together, that's all I want. I'm staying with you, so there." "My darling Cosette."
"Out of the question."
"Out of the question." "Yes."
"Very well," said Cosette.
"I would have told you some news.
I would have told you that my grandfather is still asleep, that your aunt is at mass, that the chimney is smoking in my father Fauchelevent's room, that
Nicolette has sent for the chimney sweep, that Toussaint and Nicolette have already quarreled, that Nicolette is making fun of Toussaint's stammering. Well, you'll be none the wiser. Ah. So it's out of the question?
You'll see, gentlemen, I too will say, it's out of the question.
Who's going to be caught out, then? Please, darling Marius, let me stay here with you too. Truly, we must be left alone. Well, do I count as someone?
Jean Valjean said not a word.
Cosette turned to him. First of all, father, I want you to come and kiss me. What are you doing there, saying nothing instead of standing up for me? Whoever gave me such a father? You see how very unhappily married I am. My husband beats me. Come, kiss me right now.
Jean Valjean moved towards her.
Cosette turned to Marius. As for you, I'm pulling a face at you.
Then she offered her forehead to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean took a step closer.
Cosette stepped back. Father, you're pale. Is your arm hurting you? It's healed, said Jean Valjean. Did you sleep badly? No. Are you sad? No. Kiss me.
If you feel well, if you slept well, if you're happy, I shan't scold you. And again she offered him her forehead. Jean Valjean kissed that forehead, on which there was a heavenly gleam.
Smile. Jean Valjean obeyed. It was the smile of a ghost. Now, defend me against my husband.
Cosette, exclaimed Marius.
Be cross with him, father. Tell him I must stay. Surely you can talk while I'm here. You really must think me very stupid. What you're saying is quite extraordinary. Business, putting money in a bank, now isn't that complicated.
Men behave mysteriously over nothing.
I want to stay. I'm very pretty this morning. Look at me, Marius.
And with an adorable shrug of the shoulders and an indescribably exquisite sulkiness, she looked at Marius. Something like a flash of lightning passed between those two. That someone else was present was of little importance.
I love you, said Marius. I adore you, said Cosette. And they fell irresistibly into each other's arms.
Now, said Cosette, adjusting a fold of her dressing gown with a triumphant little pout, I'm staying.
That, no, said Marius imploringly. We have something to finish. Still no? Marius took on a serious tone of voice. I assure you, Cosette, it's out of the question. Ah. You're putting on your manly voice, monsieur. Very well, I'm going. You, father, didn't support me. Gentlemen, husband, papa, you're tyrants. I'm going to tell grandfather. If you think I'm coming back to fawn on you, you're mistaken. I'm proud. From on now I'll wait for you to come to me. You'll see, you're the ones who'll be bored without me. It's just as well that I'm going. And she left the room. 2 seconds later, the double doors opened again, her fresh rosy face appeared between them and she called out, I'm very cross. The door closed again and gloom re-established itself. It was as though, unwittingly, a stray sunbeam had suddenly shone through the dark. Marius made sure the doors were properly closed. Poor Cosette, he murmured. When she finds out. At these words Jean Valjean trembled in every limb. He stared at Marius with a distraught expression in his eyes. Cosette! Of course, it's true, you're going to tell Cosette. It's only right. I hadn't thought of that. A man has the strength for one thing, but not for another. Monsieur, I beseech you, I beg you, monsieur, give me your most solemn word, don't tell her. Isn't it enough that you should know?
I could have spoken of it of my own accord without being forced to. I would have told the universe, everybody, it didn't matter to me. But she doesn't know what it means, she'd be appalled.
A convicted felon.
She'd have to have it explained to her, to be told, he's a man condemned to penal servitude. One day she saw the chain gang go by.
Oh my God.
He collapsed into an armchair and hid his face in both hands. There was no sound to be heard, but from the shaking of his shoulders you could see that he was weeping. Silent tears, terrible tears.
Sobbing is suffocating.
A kind of convulsion seized him. He fell back in the chair as though to catch his breath, letting his arms hang loose and letting Marius see the tears streaming down his face, and Marius heard him murmur, so low that his voice seemed to come from a fathomless depth, "Oh,
I wish I could die."
Rest assured, said Marius, I'll keep your secret to myself. And less compassionate, perhaps, than he ought to have been, but obliged for the past hour to get used to something dreadful that had been sprung on him, seeing a convicted felon being superimposed little by little, before his very eyes, on Monsieur Fauchelevent, gradually overtaken by that grim reality and led unavoidably by the nature of the situation to recognize the gap that had just opened up between this man and himself, Marius added, it's inconceivable that I shouldn't mention what was entrusted to you, which you have so faithfully and honestly handed over.
That is an act of integrity. It's fair that you should be given some recompense. Name the sum yourself, and you shall have it. Don't be afraid to set it very high.
Thank you, Monsieur. Jean Valjean replied softly. He remained thoughtful for a moment, unconsciously rubbing the tip of his forefinger across his thumbnail, then, raising his voice, everything's more or less settled.
There's one last thing.
What's that? After what seemed the longest hesitation, his voice failing him, almost unable to breathe, Jean Valjean mumbled rather than said, now that you know, monsieur, you being the master, do you think I oughtn't to see
Cosette any more?
I think that would be best, replied Marius coldly. I shan't see her ever again, murmured Jean Valjean. And he headed towards the door. He put his hand on the door handle, the catch gave, the door stood ajar. Jean Valjean opened it wide enough to pass through, stood motionless for a second, then closed the door again and turned to Marius. He was no longer pale, he was ashen. There were in his eyes no tears now, but a kind of tragic intensity. His voice had become strangely calm again. Listen, monsieur, he said, with your permission, I'll come and see her.
I assure you it's my dearest wish.
If I'd not wanted to see Cosette, I wouldn't have made the confession I made to you, I'd have gone away. But wanting to stay where Cosette is and to continue to see her, I honestly had to tell you all.
You follow my reasoning, don't you? It's understandable enough.
You see, for more than 9 years now I've had her with me. We lived first in that tenement on the boulevard, then in the convent, then near the Luxembourg Gardens. That was where you first saw her.
You remember her fluffy blue hat? Then we were in the Invalids neighborhood, where there were railings and a garden, Rue Plumet.
I lived in a little backyard from where I could hear her piano. Such was my life. We were never apart. That went on for 9 years and a few months. I was like a father to her, and she was my child. I don't know whether you understand, Monsieur Pontmercy, but to go away now, never to see her again, never to speak to her again, to be left with nothing at all, that would be hard. If you think there's no harm in it, I'll come and see Cosette now and again.
I won't come often. I won't stay long.
You could say that I'm to be received in the little room downstairs.
On the ground floor.
I'd be happy to come in by the back door, the servants' entrance, but people might wonder at that. It would be better, I think, if I came in by the same door as everyone else.
Truly, monsieur.
I'd still very much like to see a little of Cosette.
As seldom as you like.
Put yourself in my place,
it's all I have left.
And besides, we must be careful.
If I no longer came at all, it would give a bad impression, people would find that odd. For instance, what I could do is come in the evening, when it's beginning to get dark.
You shall come every evening, said Marius, and Cosette will be waiting for you. You are kind, monsieur, said Jean Valjean. Marius bowed, happiness led despair to the door, and these two men parted. 2. The obscurities that a revelation may contain. Marius was shocked. The kind of reserve he had always felt with regard to the man he was used to seeing Cosette with was now explained to him. There was something mysterious about this person that his instinct warned him against. This mystery was the most terrible disgrace, penal servitude. This Monsieur Fauchelevent was the convicted felon Jean Valjean. Suddenly discovering such a secret amid your happiness is like finding a scorpion in a turtle-dove's nest. Was the happiness of Marius and Cosette now condemned to this association? Was it an irreversible state of affairs? Was acceptance of this man attached to the marriage that was now consummated? Was there nothing to be done about it? Had Marius also married the convict? It is all very well being crowned with light and joy, all very well enjoying that great purple moment in life, being happy in love. Shocks of this kind would compel even the archangel in his ecstasy, even the demigod in his glory, to quake. As always in such dramatic turnabouts, Marius wondered whether he had anything to blame himself for. Had he lacked discernment? Had he lacked caution? Had he been unintentionally thoughtless? A little, perhaps. Had he embarked on this love affair that had led to his marriage to Cosette without sufficient regard to her circumstances? He acknowledged, so it is, by a series of successive acknowledgments about ourselves to ourselves, that life improves us little by little, the fanciful and visionary side of his nature, a kind of inner haze typical of many constitutions and which, in the paroxysms of passion and of sorrow, expands with the soul's changing temperature and entirely takes over, so that the individual is reduced to no more than a fog-bound consciousness. We have more than once pointed to this trait in Marius's personality. He remembered that in the euphoria of his love, in Rue Plumet, during those 6 or 7 ecstatic weeks, he had not even spoken to Cosette of that puzzling drama in the Gorbeau tenement in which the victim had behaved so strangely, remaining silent during the fighting and taking flight afterwards. How was it that he had not spoken of this to Cosette? Yet it was so recent and so terrible. How was it that he had not even mentioned the Thénardier's name, and particularly on the day he encountered Éponine? Now he could hardly explain to himself his silence at the time. He was aware of it, though. He remembered his giddiness, his intoxicating passion for Cosette, love absorbing everything, each transporting the other into the realms of the ideal, and perhaps, too, like the little touch of reason mingling with that delightful and intense state of emotion, some underlying instinct to conceal and to blot from his memory the dreadful incident in which he feared any involvement, in which he wanted to play no part, from which he shied away, and of which he could be neither narrator nor witness without also accusing. Besides, those few weeks had gone by in flash. There had been no time for anything except loving each other. In any case, all things considered, weighed up, examined, supposing he had told Cosette about the Gorbeau ambush, supposing he had mentioned the Thénardier's name to her, whatever the consequences might have been, even if he had discovered that Jean Valjean was a convicted felon, would that have changed him, Marius? Would that have changed Cosette? Would he have backed away? Would he have adored her any the less? Would he have married her any the less? No. Would it have changed anything that happened? No. Nothing to regret, then, nothing for which to reproach himself. Everything was fine. There is a God for those drunkards called lovers. Marius had blindly followed the path he would have chosen had he been able to see clearly. Love had blindfolded him, to lead him where? To paradise. But this paradise now had a hellish association. Marius's former reserve with regard to this man, this Fauchelevent who had become Jean Valjean, was now mingled with horror.
Admittedly, in his horror there was some pity, and even a certain astonishment.
This thief, this hardened thief, had returned something given to him in trust.
600,000 francs. He was the only person who knew about it. He might have kept it all, he handed it all over.
Furthermore, he had of his own accord revealed his situation.
Nothing obliged him to do so.
If it was now known who he was, that was his doing. There was in this admission something more than an acceptance of humiliation, there was an acceptance of danger. For a convict, a mask is not a mask, it is a refuge. A false name is safety, and he had rejected that false name. He, the convicted felon, might have been able to hide forever within a respectable family. He had resisted that temptation.
And with what motive? A guilty conscience.
He had explained this himself with a convincing ring of truth. In short, whatever this Jean Valjean might be, he was undoubtedly an awakening conscience. Some sort of mysterious rehabilitation had begun in him. And, to all appearances, compunction had long been master of this man. Susceptibility to what is right and what is good is not in the nature of a coarse disposition.
Awakening of conscience is grandeur of soul. Jean Valjean was sincere.
This sincerity, visible, palpable, undeniable, evident in the very grief it caused him, made further inquiries unnecessary, and conferred authority on everything this man said.
Here, for Marius, was a strange inversion of circumstances. What did Monsieur Fauchelevent excite? Suspicion. What did Jean Valjean inspire? Trust.
Brooding on his assessment of this baffling Jean Valjean, Marius noted assets, he noted liabilities, and he tried to strike the balance. But all this was going on as if in a blizzard. Striving to form a clear idea of the man and pursuing, so to speak, Jean Valjean into the depths of his mind, Marius kept losing him and finding him again, in a relentless fog. The money held in trust honestly returned, the integrity of his confession, that was good. It created some sort of thinning of the cloud, then the cloud darkened again.
Confused as Marius's memories were, some shadow of them came back to him. What was that incident in the Jondrette garret all about? Why, instead of lodging a complaint when the police arrived, had the man fled? Here. Marius found the answer.
Because the man was a former convict in breach of his parole.
Another question, why did the man come to the barricade? For now Marius clearly visualized that memory, resurfacing amid this emotional turmoil like invisible ink exposed to heat.
This man was at the barricade. He did not take part in the fighting. What had he gone there for? At this question a spectre arose and replied, Javert. Marius now remembered perfectly the grim sight of Jean Valjean dragging Javert, securely bound, outside the barricade, and he could still hear the dreadful pistol shot from round the corner of the Mondétour alleyway. There was probably no love lost between the police spy and the convict.
They got in each other's way.
Jean Valjean had gone to the barricade to take his revenge. He had arrived late.
It was likely that he knew Javert had been taken prisoner there.
The Corsican vendetta has penetrated certain sections of the lower depths and prevails as law there. It is so uncomplicated that it does not surprise even souls that have half repented. And such hearts are so constituted that a criminal who has begun to repent may have scruples about theft, but not about revenge. Jean Valjean had killed Javert. At least, that seemed plain enough.
Then the final question.
But to this one there was no answer.
Marius was tortured by this question. How was it that Jean Valjean's life had for so long been linked with Cosette's? What sinister game of providence was it that had put that child in contact with this man? So are coupling manacles forged on high, too, and does God take pleasure in pairing angel with demon? So crime and innocence can be roommates in the mysterious prison hulk of wretchedness? In that procession of the condemned called human destiny, is it possible for two beings, one clear-browed, the other fearsome, one bathed through and through in the divine purity of dawn, the other forever caught in the ghastly glimmer of eternal lightning, to walk side by side? Who could have brought about that unaccountable pairing? How, as a result of what extraordinary circumstances, did that heavenly child and that old criminal come to share each other's life? Who could have bound the lamb to the wolf, and, yet more incomprehensible, the wolf to the lamb? Because the wolf loved the lamb, because that savage creature adored the weak one, because for 9 years the angel's stay and support had been the monster. Cosette's childhood and adolescence, her development, her virginal growth towards life and light, had been protected by that anomalous devotion. At this point the question shed, as it were, like fallen leaves, countless enigmas. Abysses opened up at the bottom of abysses, and Marius could no longer focus his mind on Jean Valjean without feeling dizzy. What on earth was this chasm of a man? The old symbols in Genesis are eternal. In human society as it is now, until the day when a greater light transforms it, there will always be two men, one of the higher order, the other of the lower. The one who embraces good is Abel. The other, who embraces evil, is Cain. Who was this tender-hearted Cain? Who was this villain piously absorbed in the adoration of a virgin, looking after her, raising her, watching over her, honoring her, and, foul as he was, enfolding her in purity? Who was this sink of iniquity who had so venerated this innocence as not to leave a single stain on it? Who was this Jean Valjean who had brought up Cosette? Who was this figure of darkness whose sole concern had been to preserve from every shadow and every cloud the rising of a star? This was Jean Valjean's secret. It was also God's secret. Faced with this dual secret, Marius retreated. In a way, the one reassured him about the other. God was as visible in this affair as Jean Valjean was. God has his instruments. He uses whatever tool he chooses. He is not answerable to man. Do we understand the ways of God? Jean Valjean had worked at Cosette. He had somewhat created that soul. This was undeniable. So what? The workman was dreadful, but the work was wonderful. God performs his miracles as he pleases. He had fashioned darling Cosette, and he had employed Jean Valjean to do so. He had chosen for himself this strange collaborator. What justification have we to ask of him? Is this the first time the dung heap has helped spring to produce the rose? These were the answers Marius gave himself, and he told himself they were good answers. On all the points we have just raised he dared not, without admitting to himself that he dared not, press Jean Valjean. He adored Cosette, Cosette was his, Cosette was splendidly pure. That was enough for him. What further illumination did he need? Cosette was light. Does light need to be illuminated? He had everything. What more could he want? Everything, is that not enough? Jean Valjean's personal affairs did not concern him. And considering that man's faithful shadow, he clung to the wretch's solemn declaration, I'm nothing to Cosette. 10 years ago I didn't know she existed. Jean Valjean was an itinerant. He had said so himself. Well, now he was moving on. Whatever he had been, his role had ended. From now on there was Marius to play the part of Cosette's protector. Cosette had looked to the heavens for her own kind, her lover, her husband, her celestial mate. Taking flight, winged and transfigured, Cosette left behind on earth her empty, ugly chrysalis, Jean Valjean. In whatever mental circles Marius kept turning, he always came back to a certain horror of Jean Valjean. A sacred horror, perhaps, for as we have just mentioned he sensed a quid divinum in this man. But for all that anyone could do, and whatever extenuating circumstances might be sought, there was no avoiding the fact: the man was a convicted felon, that is to say, a creature who did not even have a place on the social ladder, being beneath the lowest rung. After the very least of men comes the convicted felon. Among the living, the convict is no longer, so to speak, among his like. The law has dispossessed him of all the humanity of which it can divest a man. On penal matters Marius, although a Democrat, still upheld the unforgiving system, and about those whom the law punishes he was at one with the law. Let us say, he had not yet made full progress. He had not yet reached the stage of distinguishing between what is written by man and what is written by God, between law and rightfulness. He had not examined and weighed the right that man asserts to deal in the irrevocable and the irreparable. He was not outraged by the words punitive justice. He found it natural that certain infringements of the written law should entail eternal suffering, and he accepted social damnation as a civilized proceeding. He was still at this stage, although bound to advance later, his nature being good and with the basic potential to progress. In this climate of thought in his own mind, Jean Valjean appeared to him as hideous and repulsive. He was an outcast. He was a convict. This word was for him like the sound of the trumpet on the day of judgment. And after considering Jean Valjean for a long time, his final gesture was to turn his head away. Vade retro star. It has to be recognized and even stressed that, although he had interrogated Jean Valjean to the point that Jean Valjean had said, "You're hearing my confession," there were 2 or 3 crucial questions that Marius had not asked him. It was not that they had not occurred to him, but he was afraid of them. The Jondrette garret? The barricade? Javert? Who knows where the revelations might have ended? Jean Valjean did not seem like a man who would falter, and who knows whether Marius, after having urged him on, would not have wanted to restrain him? Have we not all, at certain critical junctures, after having asked a question blocked our ears so as not to hear the answer? It is especially where love is concerned that such cowardice arises. It is not wise to question ominous situations too closely, particularly when the indissoluble side of our own lives is inextricably involved. Some terrible light might be shed by Jean Valjean's desperate explanations, and who knows whether the hideous glare would not have been reflected on Cosette? Who knows whether it would not have left some infernal glimmer on that angel's brow? The diffuse light of sheet lightning is still lightning. Fate creates such fellowships, when innocence itself is stamped with crime by the somber law of reflected coloration. The purest faces may retain forever the reflection of some dreadful association. Rightly or wrongly, Marius was afraid. He already knew too much. He sought obliviousness rather than illumination. Frantically, he carried Cosette away in his arms and closed his eyes to Jean Valjean. That man was darkness, a living and terrible darkness. How could anyone dare fathom it? It is terrifying to question the blackness of night. Who knows what the reply will be? The light of dawn might be darkened forever by it. In this state of mind it was an agonizing predicament for Marius to think that this man would have any further contact with Cosette. Those dreadful questions that he had shrunk from asking, and that might have led to a final and implacable decision, he now almost reproached himself for not asking. He considered himself too good, too kind, let us say the word, too weak. This weakness had drawn him into making a rash concession. He had allowed himself to feel sympathy. He had been wrong. He should simply have refused to have anything more to do with Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean was the sacrifice he should have made to save the rest. He should have rid his house of the man. He blamed himself, he blamed the onrush of that whirlwind of emotions that had deafened and blinded him, and led him astray. He was dissatisfied with himself. What was to be done now? Jean Valjean's visits were deeply objectionable to him. What was the good of having that man in his house? What was to be done? Now he was flummoxed. He did not want to delve, he did not want to probe, he did not want to sound his own depths. He had promised, he had allowed himself to be drawn into promising. Jean Valjean had his promise. Even when given to a convict, especially when given to a convict, a man must keep his word. All the same, his first duty was to Cosette. In short, he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Marius turned over in his mind all these confused thoughts, passing from one to the other and agitated by all of them. Hence a deep disquiet. It was not easy for him to hide this disquiet from Cosette, but love is a talent, and Marius succeeded. Besides, he put some seemingly aimless questions to Cosette, she being as white as a dove in her innocent candor and suspecting nothing. He spoke to her about her childhood and her youth, and he became more and more convinced that this convicted felon had been for Cosette everything good, fatherly and respectable that a man can be. Everything that Marius had glimpsed and assumed was real. That vicious nettle had loved and protected this lily. Book 8. The Waning Twilight. The downstairs room. The next day at nightfall Jean Valjean knocked at the carriage entrance of the Gillenormand house. It was Basque who let him in. Basque was in the courtyard at that very moment, as if by order. It sometimes happens that a servant will be told, "Look out for Monsieur So-and-so when he's due to arrive." Without waiting for Jean Valjean to come over to him, Basque said, "Monsieur le Baron has told me to ask Monsieur whether he wants to go upstairs or remain downstairs?" "Downstairs," replied Jean Valjean. With the utmost respect, it must be said, Basque opened the door to the downstairs room and said, "I'll go and tell Madame you're here." The room Jean Valjean entered was a damp and vaulted room on the ground floor, serving as a storeroom when needed, facing the street, red-tiled, and ill-lit by a window with iron bars over it. This room was not one of those worried by feather duster, ceiling brush, or broom. The dust lay undisturbed there. There were no arrangements for the persecution of spiders. A splendid web, extremely large, very black, adorned with dead flies, hung over one of the window panes. Small and low-ceilinged, the room was furnished with a stack of empty bottles piled in a corner. The walls, distempered with a yellow ochre wash, were peeling in large flakes. At one end was a black-painted wooden mantelpiece with a narrow shelf. There was a fire burning in it, which suggested that Jean Valjean had given the reply that had been expected, downstairs. 2 armchairs stood on either side of the fireplace. Between the chairs, by way of a carpet, lay an old bedside rug, more threadbare than woolly. The room was lit by the fire in the hearth and the half-light coming through the window. Jean Valjean was tired. He had not eaten or slept for several days. He sank into one of the armchairs. Basque returned, set a lighted candle on the mantelpiece and withdrew. Jean Valjean, his head drooping and his chin resting on his chest, was aware of neither Basque nor the candle. All of a sudden he rose as if with a start. Cosette was behind him. He did not see her come in, but he sensed it. He turned round. He gazed at her. She was adorably beautiful. But what he looked on with that penetrating gaze was not her beauty but her soul. "Really," exclaimed Cosette. "The idea of it! Father, I knew you were quaint, but I'd never have expected this. Marius tells me it was you who insisted that I see you down here." "Yes, it was. I expected that reply. You'd better watch out. I warn you, I'm going to make a scene. First things first. Kiss me, father." And she offered him her cheek. Jean Valjean stood stock still. "You're not moving. I see. Sign of guilt. But never mind, I forgive you. Jesus Christ said, 'Turn the other cheek.' Here it is."
And she offered him her other cheek. Jean Valjean did not stir. It was as though his feet were nailed to the ground.
"This is getting serious," said Cosette. "What have I done to you? Now I'm upset. You'll have to make it up to me. You must have dinner with us." "I've already eaten." "That's not true. I'll have Monsieur Gillenormand give you a telling off. Grandfathers are meant for scolding fathers. Now, come upstairs with me to the drawing room. Right now."
Out of the question.
Cosette lost a little ground here. She stopped giving orders and started questioning.
"But why? And you choose the ugliest room in the house to see me in. It's horrible here." "You know," Jean Valjean corrected himself, "Madame knows I'm perverse, I have my quirks."
Cosette clapped her little hands together. "Madame knows. That's new too. What does this mean?"
Jean Valjean turned on her that heart-rending smile in which he sometimes took refuge.
"You wanted to be Madame. And you are." "Not to you, father. Don't call me father. What? Call me Monsieur Jean. Jean, if you like." "You're not father anymore? I'm not Cosette anymore? Monsieur Jean? What do you mean by this?" "But this is revolution." "What's happened? Come now, just look me in the face. And you won't live with us. And you don't want my room. What have I done to you? Is there something wrong?" "Nothing." "Well then, everything's just as usual." "Why are you changing your name?" "Well, you've changed yours."
He smiled again with that same smile and added, "Since you are Madame Pontmercy, I can surely be Monsieur Jean."
I'm at a complete loss to understand. This is all absurd. I shall ask my husband's permission for you to be Monsieur Jean. I hope he won't agree to it. You're making me very unhappy.
A person can have his quirks, but not at the cost of upsetting his dearest Cosette.
It's wicked.
You're a good man, you've no right to be cruel.
He did not reply.
In a movement that brooked no resistance, she snatched both his hands and, raising them towards her face, pressed them to her neck, underneath her chin, which is a deeply affectionate gesture.
"Oh," she said to him. "Be good."
And she went on, "This is what I call being good, being obliging, coming to live here, going for our lovely little walks again. There are birds here, like in Rue Plumet, living with us, leaving that miserable place in Rue de l'Homme, not giving us puzzles to work out, being like everyone else, having dinner with us, having breakfast with us, being my father."
He freed his hands. "You don't need a father anymore, you have a husband."
Cosette flared up.
"I don't need a father anymore. Really, to things like that, lacking all common sense, a person just doesn't know what to say."
If Toussaint were here, Jean Valjean went on, like someone having to seek authority and clutching at any straw, she would be the first to agree it's true that I've always had my own ways.
It's nothing new. I've always loved my own dark corner.
But it's cold here.
There's not enough light to see. And that's awful, wanting to be Monsieur Jean. I don't want you to stand on ceremony with me.
Just now, on my way here, replied Jean Valjean, I saw a piece of furniture in Rue Estilouis.
In a cabinet maker's shop. If I were a pretty woman, I'd treat myself to that piece of furniture. A very nice dressing table. The latest style. What you call rosewood, I think. It's inlaid. Quite a large looking glass.
It has drawers.
It's pretty. Ooh.
The nasty bear, replied Cosette. And with supreme charm, setting her teeth and drawing back her lips, she hissed at Jean Valjean. It was one of the Graces copying a cat. I'm furious, she went on. Ever since yesterday, you've all been infuriating me. I'm very upset. I don't understand. You're not defending me against Marius. Marius won't support me against you. I'm all alone. I prepare a room nicely. If I could have put the good Lord in there, I'd have done so. I'm left with an unwanted room on my hands. My tenant lets me down. I order a delightful little dinner from Nicolette. Your dinner's not wanted, madam. And my father Fauchelevent wants me to call him Monsieur Jean and to see him in a horrible old damp and ugly cellar where the walls are moldy and there are empty bottles for glassware and spiders' webs for curtains. You're quaint, I accept that, it's the way you are, but people who get married are granted some respite. You shouldn't have started being quaint again straight away. So you're going to be perfectly content in your dreadful Rue de l'Amarme. I was truly in despair there myself. What are you holding against me? You're being very unkind. Shame on you. And suddenly serious, she gazed intently at Jean Valjean and added, Are you angry with me, then, because I'm happy? Sometimes, unknowingly, artlessness strikes very deep. This question, simple for Cosette, for Jean Valjean was a penetrating one. Cosette meant to scratch. She tore. Jean Valjean paled. For a moment he did not reply, then in a tone of voice that no words can describe, and talking to himself, he murmured, Her happiness, that was the purpose of my life. God can sign my exit pass now. Cosette, you're happy. I've served my time. Ah, you called me Cosette, she cried. And she threw her arms around his neck. Overcome with emotion, Jean Valjean clasped her frantically to his breast. He almost felt that she was his again. Thank you, father, said Cosette. Her impulsiveness was going to become agonizing for Jean Valjean. He gently freed himself from Cosette's arms, and took his hat. Well, said Cosette. I take my leave of you, madam, there are people waiting for you. And from the threshold he added, I called you Cosette. Tell your husband that won't happen again. Forgive me. Jean Valjean left the room, leaving Cosette astounded by this enigmatic farewell. 2. Stepping further back. Jean Valjean came the next day, at the same time. Cosette asked him no questions this time, expressed no astonishment, voiced no protest about feeling cold and made no mention of the drawing room. She avoided saying either father or Monsieur Jean. She allowed herself to be addressed formally as madam. Only, her joyfulness was slightly diminished. She would have been sad, had she been capable of sadness? It is likely that she and Marius had had one of those conversations between lovers in which the man says what he wants, explains nothing, and the woman is satisfied. Lovers' curiosity does not extend very far beyond their own love. The downstairs room had been tidied up a little. Basque had removed the bottles, and Nicolette the spiders. Every following day brought Jean Valjean at the same time. He came every day, not having the strength to take Marius's words other than literally. Marius arranged to be absent when Jean Valjean came. The household became used to Monsieur Fauchelevent's new incarnation. Toussaint was a help in this. Monsieur has always been like this, she kept saying. The grandfather issued this statement, he's an eccentric. And that was that. In any case, at the age of 90 there is no possibility of a new attachment, there is only accidental juxtaposition, a newcomer is bothersome. There is no more room. Habits are already acquired. Monsieur Fauchelevent, Monsieur Tranchelevent, old Gillenormand asked for nothing better than to be spared that gentleman. He added, nothing more commonplace than eccentrics like that.
They do all kinds of strange things. For no reason.
The Marquis de Canaples was worse. He bought a palace in order to live in the garret.
It's the fanciful way that some people behave. No one had any insight into the pernicious underside. In any case, who could have guessed such a thing?
There are swamps in India. The water looks extraordinary, inexplicable, quivering when there is no wind, agitated where it should be calm.
You look on the surface of these turbulences without cause, you do not see the hydra crawling about in the depths.
In the same way, many men have a secret monster, a malady that they nurture, a dragon that gnaws at them, a despair that inhabits their darkness.
Such a man looks like any other, going about his business.
No one knows that he has inside him a terrible parasitic pain with countless teeth, which lives inside this poor wretch, who is dying of it.
No one knows that this man is an abyss. His waters are stagnant but deep.
From time to time, a disturbance the onlooker cannot account for occurs on the surface.
A mysterious ripple forms, then vanishes, then reappears, an air bubble rises and bursts.
It is not much, it is terrifying. It is the breathing of the unknown beast. Certain strange habits, arriving when others leave, being self-effacing while others show off, on all occasions remaining cloaked in what may be called the wall-colored mantle, seeking out the lonely path, preferring the deserted street, not getting involved in conversation, avoiding crowds and festivities, appearing to be comfortably off and living frugally, and rich as you are, having your key in your pocket and your candle at the porter's lodge, entering by the side door, going up by the back stairs, all these insignificant oddities, ripples, air bubbles, fleeting ruffles on the surface, often emanate from sinister depths.
Several weeks went by in this way.
A new life gradually took over Cosette, the social relationships that marriage creates, visits, domestic responsibilities, those things of great importance, pleasures. Cosette's pleasures were not costly, they numbered but one, being with Marius. The great occupation of her life was to go out with him, to be with him. It was for them always a fresh joy to go arm in arm, out in the sun, out on the street, without hiding themselves, in the presence of everyone, the two of them on their own.
Cosette had one vexation. Toussaint could not get on with Nicolette, unity between two old maids being impossible to establish, and she left. The grandfather was in good health. Marius pleaded the occasional court case.
Living peacefully with the new couple, as part of the same household, Aunt Gillenormand led that ancillary life that satisfied her.
Jean Valjean came every day.
The loss of intimacy, the formality, the Madame, the Monsieur Jean, all this made him different for Cosette. The pains he had himself taken to detach her from him were succeeding. She became more and more cheerful and less tender-hearted. Yet she still loved him, and he sensed it. One day she said to him suddenly, "You used to be my father, you're no longer my father, you used to be my uncle, you're no longer my uncle, you used to be Monsieur Fauchelevent, now you're Jean. So who are you? I don't like all this. If I didn't know how kind-hearted you are, I'd be frightened of you." He still lived in Rue de l'Amarne because he could not bring himself to move away from the neighborhood where Cosette lived. At first, he stayed only a few minutes with Cosette, and then left. Gradually he got into the habit of making his visits less brief. It was as if the days growing longer gave him the authorization to do so. He arrived earlier and left later. One day Cosette forgot herself and called him father. A gleam of joy lit up Jean Valjean's dour old face. He corrected her. "Call me Jean." "Ah. True enough," she replied with a burst of laughter. "Monsieur Jean." "That's better," he said. And he turned away so that she would not see him wipe his eyes. 3. They remember the garden in Rue Plumet. That was the last time. After that glimmer, total extinction followed. No more familiarity, no more being greeted with a kiss,
never again that word of such sweet intensity, father.
At his own request and with his own collusion, he was driven from his every joy, one after the other. And he suffered the misery, after having lost Cosette entirely in one day, of then having to lose her all over again little by little.
The eye eventually adjusts to dingy light.
In short, to see Cosette every day was enough for him. His whole life was concentrated in that 1 hour. He sat beside her, he gazed at her in silence, or he talked to her of years past, of her childhood, of the convent, of her young friends of that period. One afternoon, it was one of the first days of April, already warm, still fresh, the sun's moment of great gladness. In the surrounding gardens outside Marius and Cosette's windows were the stirrings of an awakening. The hawthorn was about to blossom, an array of gillyflowers bejeweled the old walls, yawning pink snapdragons poked through cracks between the stones, there were daisies and buttercups starting to spangle the grass, white butterflies were making their first appearance of the year. The wind, that fiddler at the eternal wedding dance, was rehearsing in the trees the first notes of that great dawn symphony which the old poets called the springtide. Marius said to Cosette, "We said we'd return to see our garden in Rue Plumet.
Let's go there. We mustn't forget it."
And they flew off like two swallows towards springtime.
This garden in Rue Plumet was like a dawn to them.
Already they had something behind them in life that was, as it were, the springtime of their love.
The house in Rue Plumet, taken on a lease, still belonged to Cosette.
They went to that garden and to that house. There they rediscovered themselves, there they forgot themselves.
That evening, at the usual hour, Jean Valjean came to Rue des Filles du Calvaire.
Madame went out with Monsieur and has not yet returned, Basque told him.
He sat down in silence and waited an hour. Cosette did not return. He bowed his head and left.
Cosette was so elated with her outing to their garden and so delighted to have spent a whole day reliving the past that she talked of nothing else the next day. She failed to realize that she had not seen Jean Valjean.
"How did you get there?" Jean Valjean asked her. "On foot." "And how did you return?" "In a cab."
For some time Jean Valjean had noticed the frugal life led by the young people. He was troubled by it. Marius's frugality was severe, and for Jean Valjean the full meaning of that word applied.
He ventured a question. "Why haven't you a carriage of your own? A nice coupe would cost you only 500 francs a month. You're wealthy." "I don't know," replied Cosette. "It's the same thing with Toussaint," Jean Valjean went on. "She's gone."
"You haven't replaced her."
"Why not? With Nicolette, I've no need of anyone else." "But you ought to have a lady's maid." "I have Marius, don't I?"
"You ought to have a house of your own, servants of your own, a carriage, a box at the theater."
"Nothing's too good for you. Why not take advantage of being wealthy? Wealth adds to happiness." Cosette said nothing.
Jean Valjean's visits did not get any shorter.
Far from it. When the heart is on the slippery slope, there is no stopping it.
When Jean Valjean wanted to prolong his visit and for time to be forgotten, he sang Marius's praises. He declared him handsome, noble, courageous, witty, eloquent, kind-hearted.
Cosette outsang him.
Jean Valjean would start anew.
They could go on and on. Marius.
That word was inexhaustible. There were volumes in those 6 letters. In this way Jean Valjean contrived to stay a long while. To see Cosette, to be at her side and to forget, that was so sweet to him. It was the dressing of his wound. It happened several times that Basque came twice to say, "Monsieur Gillenormand has sent me to remind Madame la Baronne that dinner is served."
On those days Jean Valjean went home very thoughtful. So was there any truth in that comparison with the chrysalis that had come to Marius's mind? Was Jean Valjean indeed a chrysalis that would persist, and come visiting its butterfly? One day he stayed even later than usual. The next day he noticed there was no fire in the hearth. Well now, he thought. No fire. And he gave himself this explanation: it's perfectly simple. It's April. The cold weather is over. Heavens! It's so cold down here, exclaimed Cosette when she came in. Not at all, said Jean Valjean. So was it you who told Basque not to light a fire? Yes. It will very soon be May. But we keep the fires going until June. Down here in the cellar you need one all year round. I thought a fire was unnecessary. That's just another of your ideas, Cosette replied. The next day there was a fire. But the 2 armchairs were set by the door at the far end of the room. What's the meaning of this? Thought Jean Valjean. He fetched the armchairs and put them back in their usual position by the fire. Yet he was encouraged by that relit fire. He kept their little chat going even longer than usual. As he rose to take his leave, Cosette said, "My husband said a strange thing to me yesterday." What was that? He said to me, Cosette, we have an income of 30,000 francs. 27 that are yours, and 3 from my grandfather. I replied, that makes 30. He went on, would you have the heart to live on 3,000? I replied, yes, on nothing. As long as it was with you. And then I asked, why do you ask? He replied, just to know. Jean Valjean did not say a word. Cosette probably expected some explanation from him. He listened in dejected silence. He returned to Rue de l'Amarme. He was so deeply lost in thought that he went to the wrong entrance, and instead of going into his own building he went into the building next door. It was only when he had almost reached the 2nd floor that he noticed his mistake and went back down again. His mind was bursting with speculation. It was plain that Marius had his doubts about the origin of those 600,000 francs, that he feared some contaminated source. Who knows? He might even have discovered that the money came from him, Jean Valjean, and faced with that suspect fortune, he hesitated and was loath to take it for himself, preferring to remain poor, he and Cosette, rather than be rich on dubious wealth. Besides, Jean Valjean began vaguely to sense that he was being excluded. The next day he experienced something of a shock on entering the downstairs room. The armchairs had disappeared. There was no chair of any kind. Honestly, cried Cosette when she came in. No armchairs. Where on earth are the armchairs? They're gone, replied Jean Valjean. This is really too much. Jean Valjean stammered out, it was I who told Basque to remove them. And why was that? I'm staying only a few minutes today. Not staying long is no reason to remain standing. I think Basque needed the chairs for the drawing room. Why? You probably have company this evening. We're not expecting anyone. There was nothing more Jean Valjean could say. Cosette shrugged. Asking for the chairs to be removed. The other day you had the fire put out. How peculiar you are. Goodbye, murmured Jean Valjean. He did not say, goodbye, Cosette. But it was beyond him to say, goodbye, madame. He went away, crushed. This time he had understood. The following day he did not come. Cosette did not realize until later that evening. Why, she said, Monsieur Jean didn't come today. And she felt a slight pang, as it were, but she was hardly aware of it, being immediately distracted by a kiss from Marius. He did not come the day after. Cosette did not notice,
she whiled away her evening and slept through the night as usual, and it occurred to her only when she awoke. She was so happy. She very quickly sent Nicolette to Monsieur Jean's house to find out if he was ill, and why he had not come the day before. Nicolette brought back Monsieur Jean's reply. He was not ill. He was busy. He would come soon. As soon as he could. In fact, he was going away on a short trip. Madame would remember, he was in the habit of going away from time to time. There was no need to worry. They need not be concerned about him. On being admitted to Monsieur Jean's house, Nicolette had repeated to him her mistress's exact words. That Madame had sent her to find out why Monsieur Jean had not come the day before. I haven't been for 2 days, Jean Valjean said softly. But his remark made no impression on Nicolette, who said nothing about it to Cosette. 4. Attraction and extinction. During the last months of spring and the first months of summer 1833, the occasional passerby in the Marais, shopkeepers, people idling at their doorways, noticed an old man, neatly dressed in black, who every day at the same time, towards nightfall, emerged from Rue de l'Amarme, on the Rue Sacrée de la Bretonnerie side, walked past Blanc's Manteau up to Rue Culture Estée Catherine, and at Rue de l'Écharpe turned left into Rue Estée Louis. There he would walk slowly, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, his head straining forward, his eyes fixed undeviatingly on a point, always the same, that seemed for him starry and was none other than the corner of Rue des Filles du Calvaire. The nearer he got to that street corner the more his eyes brightened. A kind of joy lit up his gaze like an inner dawn, he had a spellbound look of fondness, his lips moved slightly as if he were talking to someone he could not see, he smiled vaguely, and advanced as slowly as possible. It was as though, while wanting to get there, he was afraid of the moment when he would be very close to his destination. When there were only a few houses between him and the street that seemed to be attracting him, his pace slowed to the point that at times an observer might have thought he was not advancing at all. The shaking of his head and the fixity of his gaze brought to mind the magnetic needle seeking the pole. However long he managed to protract his arrival, arrive he must. He would come to Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Then he would stop. He would tremble. With a doleful timidity he would crane his head around the corner of the last house. And he would gaze into that street. And there was in that tragic gaze something that resembled the dazzling brilliance of the impossible and the reflection of an inaccessible paradise. Then a tear that had slowly gathered in the corner of his eye and grown large enough to fall would trickle down his cheek, sometimes stopping at his mouth. The old man tasted its bitterness. So he would remain for several minutes, as if made of stone. Then he would go home by the same route, at the same pace, the light fading from his eyes as he moved away. Little by little, the old man ceased to go as far as the corner of Rue des Filles du Calvaire. He would stop halfway, in Rue Estée Louis, sometimes a little further off, sometimes a little closer. One day he stopped at the corner of Rue Culture Estée Catherine and looked towards Rue des Filles du Calvaire from a distance. Then he silently shook his head, as if denying himself something, and he turned back. Soon he no longer came even as far as Rue Estée Louis. He would arrive at Rue Pavie, shake his head and turn back. Then, he no longer went beyond Rue des Trois Pavilions. Then, no further than Blanc's Manteau. He was like the pendulum of a clock that does not get wound, its arc shortening until it stops altogether. Every day he emerged from his house at the same time, he would set off on the same expedition, but he no longer completed it, and it was perhaps unawares that he kept curtailing it. His whole face expressed this one notion: what's the use? His gaze was dull, no brightness now. The tear, too, was gone, it no longer gathered in the corner of his eye. Those contemplative eyes were dry. The old man's head still strained forward. His chin wobbled occasionally. The folds in his gaunt neck were pitiful. Sometimes, when the weather was bad, he carried an umbrella under his arm, which he did not open.
The local women said, "He's simple-minded." Children would follow after him, laughing. Book 9. Ultimate Darkness, Ultimate Dawn. I
pity the unhappy, but make allowances for the happy.
It is a terrible thing to be happy. How it satisfies those who are. How they regard it as enough in itself. How, having attained the false purpose of life, happiness, they forget the true purpose, duty. Let us say, however, that we would be wrong to blame Marius.
Before his marriage, as we have explained, Marius had asked Monsieur Fauchelevent no questions, and since his marriage he had been afraid to ask Jean Valjean any. He regretted the promise he had let himself be drawn into making. He had told himself time and again that he had been wrong to make that concession to despair. He had contented himself with keeping Jean Valjean away from his house little by little, and causing him to fade as much as possible from Cosette's mind. Somehow he always put himself between Cosette and Jean Valjean, feeling confident that if she did not see him she would not think of him. It was more than just a fading away, it was an eclipse. Marius did what he judged to be necessary and right. He thought he had serious reasons, which we have already seen, and others that will become apparent later, for getting rid of Jean Valjean, without harshness, but without weakness either. Chance having brought him into contact with a former employee of the Laffitte banking house during a trial in which he acted as advocate, he had, without searching it out, come by some mysterious information, which in fact he had not been able to investigate out of respect for that very secret he had promised to keep, and out of consideration for Jean Valjean's perilous position. Right then, he believed he had a solemn duty to fulfill, the restitution of those 600,000 francs to someone he was searching for with the utmost discretion. In the meantime, he refrained from touching that money. As for Cosette, she was not party to any of these secrets, but it would be harsh to condemn her either. Marius exercised an overpowering magnetism over her, which caused her, instinctively and almost automatically, to do what he wanted. Sensing Marius's will with regard to Monsieur Jean, she conformed to it. Her husband did not need to say anything to her, she yielded to the undefined but clear pressure of his unspoken intentions, and obeyed blindly. Her obedience in this instance consisted in not remembering what Marius forgot. She did not have to make any effort to do this. Without herself knowing why, and without there being any blame attached to it, her soul had become so much her husband's that what was steeped in shadow in Marius's mind became obscured in hers. Let us not go too far, however. As regards Jean Valjean, this forgetting about him and letting him fade from her mind were merely superficial. She was being thoughtless rather than forgetful. Essentially, she loved the man she had for so long called her father. But she loved her husband even more. This is what had upset somewhat the balance of her heart, now favoring one side only. Cosette would sometimes speak of Jean Valjean, and wonder. Then Marius would allay her worries. "I think he's away. Didn't he say he was going on a trip?" That's true, thought Cosette. He was in the habit of disappearing like this. But not for so long. 2 or 3 times she sent Nicolette to Rue de l'Homme to find out whether Monsieur Jean had returned from his journey. Jean Valjean sent back the answer no. Cosette inquired no further, needing only one thing on earth, Marius. Let us say also that Cosette and Marius too had been away. They had been to Vernon. Marius had taken Cosette to his father's grave. Marius had gradually withdrawn Cosette from Jean Valjean. Cosette had not resisted. Besides, what in certain cases is far too harshly called the ingratitude of children is not always something as reprehensible as people believe. It is the ingratitude of nature. Nature, as we have said elsewhere, looks ahead. Nature divides the living into those arriving and those departing. Those departing are turned towards the shadow, those arriving towards the light. Hence, a divergence that for the old is inevitable, and for the young unintentional. This divergence, at first imperceptible, slowly increases, like all separations, into branches.
Without becoming detached from the trunk, those branches grow away from it.
It is not their fault. Youth goes where there is gladness, towards rejoicings, bright lights, love.
Old age is directed towards the end.
They do not lose sight of each other, but they are no longer bound together.
Young people feel the chill of life, old people, that of the tomb. Let us not blame these poor children. 2. Last flickerings of the lamp without oil.
One day Jean Valjean descended the stairs, went a few steps down the street, sat on a boundary post, the very same one on which Gavroche had found him lost in thought on the night between the 5th and 6th of June. He remained there a few minutes, then went back up again.
That was the last swing of the pendulum.
The next day he did not go out of the house.
The day after that, he did not get out of bed.
His doorkeeper, who prepared his frugal meals, a little cabbage or a few potatoes with a bit of bacon fat, glanced at the brown earthenware plate and exclaimed, "But my poor dear man, you didn't eat yesterday."
"I certainly did," replied Jean Valjean. "The plate's untouched. Look at the water jug. It's empty." "That proves you drank, it doesn't prove you've eaten."
"Well," said Jean Valjean, "perhaps I was hungry only for water? That's called thirst, and not eating at the same time is called fever."
"I'll eat tomorrow. Or on Saint Never's Day."
"Why not today? Would any reasonable person say, 'I'll eat tomorrow'?
Fancy leaving the whole plateful without even touching it.
And my Vitelot potatoes were so good." Jean Valjean took the old woman's hand. "I promise I'll eat them," he said in his kindly voice. "I'm cross with you," replied the doorkeeper. Jean Valjean saw hardly any other human being apart from this good woman. There are streets in Paris that no one ever comes along and houses that no one ever visits. He lived in one of those streets and in one of those houses. In the days when he was still going out he bought from an ironmonger, for just a few sous, a little copper crucifix that he hung on a nail opposite his bed. That gibbet is one that is ever good to behold. A week went by without Jean Valjean taking so much as a single step in his room. He stayed in bed the whole time. The doorkeeper said to her husband, "The old man upstairs isn't getting up anymore, he's not eating, he won't last long. That's a case of heartache, that is. No one's going to convince me that his daughter hasn't made a bad marriage." Her husband replied, with the ring of marital supremacy in his voice, "If he's rich, let him see a doctor. If he's not rich, let him go without. If he doesn't see a doctor, he'll die."
"And if he does see one?"
"He'll die," said her husband. The doorkeeper began scratching with an old knife at the weeds growing out of what she called her pavement, and as she pulled out the weeds she muttered, "It's a shame.
Such a decent old man. He's as white as a sheet."
She caught sight of a local doctor going past the end of the street. She took it upon herself to ask him to go upstairs. "It's on the 2nd floor," she said.
"You can just walk in."
Since the old man doesn't stir from his bed anymore, the key's always left in the door. The doctor saw Jean Valjean and spoke to him. When he came downstairs again, the doorkeeper questioned him. "Well, doctor?" "The poor fellow is very poorly indeed."
"What's the matter with him?"
"Everything and nothing. He's a man who in all probability has lost a loved one."
"People die of that."
"What did he say to you?"
"He told me he was fine."
"Will you be coming back, doctor?"
"Yes," replied the doctor.
"But it's another, not I, who had better come back." 3. A quill pen feels heavy to the man who lifted Foch 11's cart.
One evening Jean Valjean had difficulty raising himself on his elbow.
He felt his wrist and could not find his pulse. His breathing was shallow, and now and then stopped.
He realized he was weaker than he had ever been.
Then, no doubt under the pressure of some preoccupation of paramount importance, he made an effort, sat up, and dressed. He put on his old workman's jacket. Now that he did not go out anymore, he had reverted to it and preferred it. He had to pause many times while dressing.
Just getting his arms into the sleeves of his jacket left him with sweat trickling from his brow.
Since being on his own, he had moved his bed into the antechamber so as to inhabit as little as possible of that deserted apartment. He opened the case and unpacked Cosette's outfit.
He laid it on his bed. The bishop's candlesticks were in place on the mantelpiece. He took out of a drawer 2 wax candles and put them in the candlesticks. Then, although it was still broad daylight, it was summer, he lit them. You sometimes see candles lit in broad daylight like that, in rooms where the dead lie. Every step he took, moving from one piece of furniture to another, tired him, and he had to sit down. This was not ordinary weariness that consumes energy in order to renew it.
These were the last of all possible movements, these were the final drops of exhausted life squeezed out in debilitating efforts that will never be renewed. The chair into which he sank was placed in front of that mirror, so disastrous for him, so providential for Marius, in which he had read on the blotter Cosette's reversed handwriting. He saw himself in this mirror, and did not recognize himself. He was 80 years old. Before Marius's marriage he would have passed for scarcely 50. The last year had counted for 30. What he bore on his forehead was no longer the wrinkling of old age, it was the mysterious mark of death. The gouging of that pitiless fingernail could be sensed there. His cheeks sagged. The skin on his face was of a color to suggest that earth was already upon it. Both corners of his mouth drooped, as in that mask the ancients used to sculpt on tombs. He stared into space with an air of reproach. He looked like one of those great tragic beings who have been wronged by someone. He was in that state, the last phase of despondency, in which sorrow no longer flows freely. It is, as it were, coagulated. There is a sort of clot of despair in the soul. Darkness had fallen. Laboriously, he dragged a table and the old armchair over to the fireside, and placed on the table a pen, some ink, and some paper. That done, he fainted. When he regained consciousness, he felt thirsty. Unable to lift the jug, he tilted it with difficulty towards his mouth, and took a gulp. Then he turned towards the bed, and still seated, for he could not remain standing, he gazed at the little mourning dress and at all those cherished objects. Such contemplations last for hours that seem like minutes. Suddenly he shivered, felt the chill gaining on him. He rested his elbows on the table lit by the bishop's candles, and picked up the pen. As neither pen nor ink had been used for a long time, the nib was curled over, the ink had dried. He had to get up and put a few drops of water into the ink, which he could not manage without stopping and sitting down 2 or 3 times, and he had to write with the back of the pen. From time to time he wiped his brow. His hand shook. Slowly, he wrote these few lines. Cosette, I give you my blessing. I'm going to explain. Your husband was right to make me realize that I ought to stay away, although he is a little mistaken in what he believed, but he was right. He is a good man. Always love him dearly after I am dead. Monsieur Pontmercy, always love my darling child. Cosette, someone will find this note, this is what I want to tell you, you will see from the figures, if I have the strength to remember them, listen carefully, that money is rightfully yours. To explain everything, white jet comes from Norway, black jet comes from England, black glass jewelry comes from Germany. Jet is lighter, more precious, more costly.
We can make imitation jet in France as in Germany.
What is needed is a little anvil 2 inches square, and a spirit lamp to soften the wax. The wax used to be made with resin and lampblack, and cost 4 francs a pound.
I thought of making it with shellac and turpentine.
It costs no more than 30 sous, and is much better.
Earrings are made out of violet glass glued with this wax to a little black iron mounting. The glass must be violet for iron-mounted jewelry, and black for gold-mounted jewelry.
Spain buys a great deal of it. It is the country of jet. Here he broke off, the pen fell from his fingers, he was overcome by one of those desperate sobs that at times welled up from the depths of his being. The poor man held his head in both hands, and pondered. Oh, he cried within himself, pitiful cries, heard by God alone. It's all over. I'll never see her again. She was for me a passing smile. I'm going into the dark without even another glimpse of her. Oh, for 1 minute, for 1 moment, to hear her voice, to touch her dress, to see her, the angel, and then to die. It's nothing to die, what's dreadful is to die without seeing her. If she were to smile at me, if she were to say something to me,
would that do anybody any harm? No, it's over now, that can never be. I'm all alone. My God! My God! I shall never see her again. At that moment there was a knock at the door. 4. The bottle of stain-removing ink. That same day, or to be more precise that same evening, when, after leaving the table, Marius had just retired to his study with a brief to read through, Basque handed him a letter, saying, "The person who wrote the letter is in the antechamber." Cosette had taken his grandfather's arm for a turn around the garden. A letter, like a man, may have an unprepossessing appearance. Rough paper, crudely folded, the mere sight of certain missives is offensive. The letter that Basque had brought was one of this kind. Marius took it. It smelled of tobacco. Nothing evokes a memory like a smell. Marius recognized that tobacco. He looked at the address, to Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy. At home. Recognizing the tobacco helped him to recognize the handwriting. Astonishment might be said to strike like a thunderbolt. Marius was, as it were, illuminated by one such thunderbolt. The sense of smell, that mysterious aid to memory, had just revived in him a whole world. It was the same paper, the same way of folding it, the same pallid ink, the same familiar handwriting, above all, it was the same tobacco. The Jondrette garret loomed in his mind. So, by a strange quirk of fate, one of the 2 trails he had so avidly sought, the one that only recently he had made such efforts to find and believed was lost forever, now turned up and presented itself to him of its own accord. He eagerly unsealed the letter, and read. Monsieur le Baron. If the Supreme Being had given me the talent, I might have been Baron Thenard, member of the Institute, Academy of Sciences, but I am not that man. I merely bear his name, happily, if this remembrance recommends me to your excellent munificence. The assistance with which you favor me will be reciprocated. I am in possession of a secret concerning an individual. This individual concerns you. I hold the secret at your disposal with the desire that I may have the wonder of being useful to you. I will give you the simple means of ridding your venerable family of that individual who has no entitlement to be associated with it, Madame la Baronne being of noble birth. The sanctuary of virtue could not cohabit with crime any longer without abdicating. I await the orders of Monsieur le Baron in the antechamber. With respect. The letter was signed Thenard. It was not a false signature. It was merely a little abbreviated. And the whole rigmarole and the spelling were conclusive in revealing the man's identity. The certificate of origin was complete. There could be absolutely no doubt. Marius's feelings were intense.
After his initial surprise, he felt a thrill of happiness. Now, if only he were to find the other man he was looking for, the man who had saved him, he would have everything he could wish for. He opened a drawer in his desk, took out several banknotes, put them in his pocket, closed the desk again, and rang for Basque, who opened the door.
"Show the man in," said Marius. Basque announced, "Monsieur Thenard." A man entered the room. Yet another surprise for Marius.
The man who entered was totally unfamiliar to him. This man, an old man moreover, had a big nose, a cravat up to his chin, with green spectacles plus a green taffeta eyeshade. His hair was grey, smoothed and plastered down on his forehead and skimming his eyebrows, like the wigs of English high society's coachmen. He was dressed in black from head to foot, a very threadbare black, but clean. A bunch of watch charms emerging from his fob pocket suggested a watch inside it. He held an old hat in his hand. He walked with a stoop, and the curve of his back increased with the deepness of his bow. The first thing that struck the eye was that this individual's coat, although carefully buttoned up, was too loose, and seemed not to have been made for him. Here a short digression is necessary. There was in Paris at that time, in a disreputable old building in Rue Butriolus near the Arsenal, a canny Jewish fellow who made a trade out of changing scoundrels into honest men. Not for too long, that might have inconvenienced the scoundrels. The change was in appearance, for a day or two, at the rate of 30 sous a day, by means of a costume that had as far as possible a look of commonplace honesty about it. This hirer out of costumes was called the changer. Parisian rogues had given him this name and knew him by no other. He had quite a comprehensive wardrobe. The cast-offs in which he rigged people out were just about passable. He had specialties and categories. On every nail in his shop hung a social station, worn and crumpled. Here, a magistrate's garb, there, that of a clergyman, there, a banker's, in one corner the garb of a retired military man, in another that of a man of letters, and over there, the garb of a statesman. This individual was the costumier of the immense drama staged in Paris by skullduggery. His den was the wings from which theft emerged and into which swindle stepped back again. A ragged rascal would come to this dressing room, pay 30 sous and select the appropriate outfit, depending on the role he wished to play that day, and on going back downstairs that rascal was a somebody. The next day the clothes were faithfully returned, and the changer, who entrusted everything to those thieves, was never robbed. The clothes had one drawback: they weren't quite right. Not having been made for those who wore them, they were tight on this one, loose on that one, and a good fit for no one. Any crook who was bigger or smaller than the human average was uncomfortable in the changer's costumes. You had to be neither too fat nor too thin. The changer provided only for the ordinary man. He had taken as the measure for the entire species the physique of the average rascal who was neither stout nor slight, neither tall nor short. Hence the sometimes difficult accommodations whereby the changer's clients had to make the best of it. Too bad for any exceptions to the norm. The statesman's coat, for instance, black from top to bottom and therefore respectable, would have been too big for Pitt and too small for Castelcicala. The statesman's outfit was described in the changer's catalogue, from which we copy, as follows: a coat of black cloth, trousers of thick black wool, silk waistcoat, boots, and linen. In the margin was written "Former Ambassador," and a note that we also transcribe, in a separate box, a tidily curled wig, green spectacles, watch charms, and 2 little quill tips, an inch long, wrapped in cotton. All this belonged to the statesman, former ambassador. This whole costume was, if the expression may be allowed, on its last legs. The stitching was turning white, a kind of buttonhole was opening up on one of the elbows. Furthermore, one of the coat's breast buttons was missing. But that is a mere trifle. The statesman's hand, having always to be kept inside his coat and over his heart, served to conceal the missing button. If Marius had been familiar with the arcane institutions of Paris, he would instantly have recognized, on the back of the visitor whom Basque had just ushered in, the statesman's outfit borrowed from the changer's hand-me-down stock.
Marius's disappointment on seeing a man other than the one he was expecting to enter the room turned to disfavor towards the newcomer. While this individual bowed exaggeratedly, Marius looked him over from head to toe and asked him curtly, "What do you want?"
The man replied with a gracious rictus suggestive of a crocodile's affectionate smile, "I cannot believe that I haven't already had the honor of seeing Monsieur le Baron in society. Indeed, I think I did meet him personally, several years ago, at the house of Madame la Princesse Bagration and at the receptions of his lordship the Vicomte d'Ambry, peer of France." It is always a good tactic in double-dealing to pretend to recognize someone you do not know.
Marius was alert to the way this man spoke.
He paid close attention to his accent and behavior, but his disappointment increased. This was a nasal delivery, totally different from the harsh, dry sound he expected.
He was completely baffled. "I'm not acquainted with Madame Bagration, or with Monsieur d'Ambry," he said. "I've never in my life set foot in the home of either."
This was a brusque reply. Nonetheless gracious, the visitor persisted.
"Then it must have been at Chateaubriand's that I saw Monsieur." "I know Chateaubriand well. He's most amiable. He sometimes says to me, 'Thénard, my friend, won't you drink a glass with me?'" Marius's expression grew more and more severe.
"I've never had the honor of being received by Monsieur de Chateaubriand."
"Let's be brief. What do you want?"
At this harsher tone, the man bowed lower. "Monsieur le Baron, deign to listen to me.
There is in America, somewhere near Panama, a village called La Joya.
That village consists of a single house, a large, square, 3-storied house of sun-baked brick, each side of the square 500 foot long, each story set 12 foot back on the story below so as to leave in front of it a terrace going all round the building, an inside courtyard in the center where provisions and munitions are kept, no windows but loopholes, no doors but ladders, ladders to get up from the ground floor to the first terrace, and from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, ladders to get down into the inside courtyard, no doors to the rooms but hatchways, no staircases to the rooms but ladders.
Come evening, the hatchways are closed, the ladders are withdrawn, carbines and blunderbusses are aimed out of the loopholes. No way of getting inside. A house by day, a fortress by night, 800 inhabitants.
That's the village.
Why so many precautions? Because it's a dangerous place. It's full of cannibals. So why does anyone go there? Because it's a wonderful place, that's where you find gold.
What's all this leading up to? Cut in Marius, whose disappointment was giving way to impatience.
To this, Monsieur le Baron. I'm a weary former diplomat.
The old civilizations worn me out.
I want to give the savages a try. So,
Monsieur le Baron, egoism is the way of the world. The landless peasant woman who works as a day laborer looks up when the carriage goes by, the landowning peasant woman working her own field does not. The poor man's dog barks at the rich man's dog barks at the poor man.
Every individual for himself. Self-interest, that's the object of mankind. Gold, that's the lodestone. So, come to the point. I'd like to go and settle in La Joya. There are 3 of us.
I have my wife and my daughter, who's a very beautiful young girl. The journey's long and costly.
I need a little money.
What has any of this to do with me? Asked Marius.
The stranger stretched his neck out from his cravat, a gesture characteristic of the vulture, and replied with twice as much smiling, Monsieur le Baron hasn't read my letter?
This was more or less the truth. The fact is, the contents of the missive had made little impression on Marius.
He had seen the writing more than read the letter. He could barely remember anything of it. A moment ago he had been given another hint. He had noted that detail, my wife and my daughter. He fixed a penetrating gaze on the stranger. An examining magistrate could not have eyed him better. He watched him, almost warily. Marius confined himself to replying, "Be specific." The stranger put both hands in his two fob pockets, raised his head without straightening his backbone, but with the green gaze of his spectacles scrutinizing Marius in return. "Very well, Monsieur le Baron. I'll be specific. I've a secret to sell you." "A secret?" "A secret." "That concerns me?" "Indeed." "What is this secret?" As he listened, Marius studied the man ever more closely. "I begin gratis," said the stranger. "You'll see that I'm of interest. Speak." "Monsieur le Baron, you have in your house a thief and an assassin." Marius shuddered. "In my house?" "No," he said. The stranger brushed his hat with his elbow and went on, unperturbed. "An assassin and a thief. Mark you, Monsieur le Baron, I'm not talking about ancient, bygone, non-actionable deeds, which can be erased in the eyes of the law by statute of limitations and in the eyes of God by repentance. I'm talking about recent deeds, actionable deeds, deeds even now unknown to justice. I continue. This man's insinuated himself into your confidence, and almost into your family, under a false name. I'm going to tell you his real name. And tell it to you for nothing. I'm listening. His name's Jean Valjean. I know. I'm going to tell you, this too for nothing, who he is. Speak. He's an ex-convict. I know. You've known ever since I've had the honor of telling you. No. I knew before. Marius's coldness of tone, the twofold reply "I know," his terseness, inimical to dialogue, stirred some smoldering anger in the stranger. He shot a furtive and furious glance at Marius that was instantly quenched. Rapid as it was, that glance was of a kind that, once seen, is recognized. It did not escape Marius. Certain fierinesses can emanate only from certain souls, they blaze in the eye, that window on the mind, spectacles hide nothing, you might as well glass over hell. The stranger went on, smiling, "I will not take the liberty of contradicting Monsieur le Baron. In any case, you must see, I'm well informed. Now what I have to tell you is known to myself alone. It concerns the fortune of Madame la Baronne. It's an extraordinary secret. It's for sale. It's to you I'm offering it first. Cheap at the price. 20,000 francs. I know that secret just as I know the others, said Marius. The individual felt the need to lower his price a little. Monsieur le Baron, make it 10,000, and I'll talk. I repeat, there's nothing I can learn from you. I know what you want to tell me. There was a fresh gleam in the man's eye. He exclaimed, but I really must eat today. It's an extraordinary secret, I tell you. Monsieur le Baron, I'll talk. I'm ready to talk. Give me 20 francs. Marius gazed at him intently. I know your extraordinary secret, just as I knew Jean Valjean's name, just as I know your name. My name? Yes. That's not difficult, Monsieur le Baron. I had the honor of writing it down for you and of telling you. Thénard. Dior. Ha? Thénardier. Who? When in danger, the porcupine bristles, the beetle feigns death, the old guard forms a square. This man burst out laughing. Then he flicked a speck of dust off the sleeve of his coat. Marius continued. You're also the workman Jondrette, the actor Fabantu, the poet Genflot, the Spaniard Don Alvarez and Balazard's wife. Whose wife? And you used to keep an inn at Montfermeil. An inn? Never. And I tell you that you are Thénardier. I deny it. And that you're a villain. Here.
And drawing a banknote from his pocket, Marius flung it in his face.
Thank you. Forgive me. 500 francs. Monsieur le Baron.
And grabbing the banknote, the man examined it, overwhelmed, bowing.
500 francs, he repeated in astonishment.
And he muttered to himself, serious lucre.
Then suddenly, very well, then, he exclaimed. Let's make ourselves comfortable.
And with the deftness of a monkey, tossing back his hair, tearing off his spectacles and removing from his nose and conjuring out of sight the two quill tips mentioned above, which were also encountered on an earlier page in this book, he took off his face as a man takes off his hat. His eyes glinted. His brow was revealed, uneven, furrowed, with bulges in some places and hideously wrinkled at the top, and his nose again became as sharp as a beak. The shrewd and ferocious profile of the man of prey reappeared. Monsieur le Baron is unerring, he said in a clear voice from which all nasal sound had disappeared, I am Thénardier. And he straightened his stooped back. Thénardier, for he it was strangely surprised.
He would have been disconcerted had he been capable of it.
He had come to cause astonishment and it was he who was made to feel it. He had been paid 500 francs for this humiliation, and all things considered he accepted it, but he was nonetheless astounded. Here he was, seeing this Baron Pontmercy for the first time, and despite his disguise this Baron Pontmercy recognized him, and recognized him thoroughly. And not only did this Baron know all about Thénardier, but he seemed to know all about Jean Valjean. Who was this almost beardless young man, so cold and so generous, who knew people's names, all their names, and opened his purse to them, who dealt with crooks like a judge and who paid them like a fool? Thénardier, remember, despite having been Marius's next-door neighbor, had never seen him, as often happens in Paris. He had at one time vaguely heard his daughters talking about a very poor young man named Marius who lived in the same house. He had written him that letter we know of, without having met him. There was no possible connection in his mind between that Marius and Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy. As for the name Pontmercy, remember that on the battlefield of Waterloo he heard only the last two syllables, for which he had always felt the legitimate scorn due to what is a mere expression of thanks. On the other hand, through his daughter Azelma, whom he had sent to track down the couple who were married on the 16th of February, and through his own personal delvings, he had managed to find out a great many things, and he had succeeded in unearthing from the shadows more than one mysterious lead. He had through industrious effort discovered, or at least through a process of intuitive reasoning guessed, who the man was that he had encountered one particular day in the great sewer. From the man, he had easily arrived at the name. He knew that Madame la Baronne Pontmercy was Cosette. But in that respect he intended to be discreet. Who was Cosette? He did not know, exactly. He certainly harbored some suspicion of illegitimacy. Fantine's story had always seemed dubious to him. But what was the good of mentioning that? To be paid for his silence? He had, or thought he had, something better than that to sell. And to come to Baron Pontmercy and without any proof to deliver this revelation, your wife is a bastard, would in all likelihood have succeeded only in bringing the husband's boot to meet the revealer's backside. To Thénardier's way of thinking, the conversation with Marius had not yet begun. He had to retreat, alter his strategy, abandon his position, open up a new front. But nothing essential had as yet been compromised, and he had 500 francs in his pocket. Moreover, he had something crucial to say, and even against this very well-informed and very well-armed Baron Pontmercy he felt strong. For men like Thénardier,
every dialogue is a battle. In the one that was about to begin, how did he stand? He did not know who he was talking to, but he did know what he was talking about. He rapidly made this inward assessment of his strength, and having said, "I am Thénardier," he waited. Marius was left pensive. At last, then, he had got hold of Thénardier. Here was the man he had so much wanted to find. He was now going to be able to honor Colonel Pontmercy's request. He was mortified that this hero should be indebted in any way to this ruffian, and that payment on the letter of credit drawn on him, Marius, by his father from the depths of the grave should not have been made before now. It also seemed to him, in his complex state of mind with regard to Thénardier, that there was a case for avenging the colonel for the misfortune of having been saved by such a villain. Be that as it may, he was content. He was finally going to redeem the colonel's shade from this unworthy creditor, and it seemed to him that he was going to rescue his father's memory from the debtor's prison. Alongside this duty he had another, to elucidate, if possible, the source of Cosette's fortune. The opportunity seemed to present itself. Perhaps Thénardier knew something. It might be useful to sound the man out. This was his starting point. Thénardier had hidden away this serious lucre in his fob pocket, and was gazing at Marius with an almost affectionate meekness. Marius broke the silence. "Thénardier, I've told you your name. Now your secret, the knowledge you came to impart, shall I tell you what it is? I have my own sources of information. You'll see, I know more about it than you do. Jean Valjean, as you said, is a murderer and a thief. A thief, because he robbed a wealthy manufacturer, Monsieur Madeleine, and brought about his ruin. A murderer, because he murdered the police officer Javert." "I don't understand, Monsieur le Baron," said Thénardier. "I shall explain. Around 1822, in a district of the Pas-de-Calais, there was a man who'd had some kind of brush with the law in the past, and who under the name of Monsieur Madeleine had overcome that and rehabilitated himself. This individual became a good man in the full sense of the term. By means of industry, the manufacture of black glass beads, he made the fortune of an entire town. As for his personal fortune, he made that too, but incidentally, and to some degree unintentionally. He was a foster father to the poor. He founded hospitals, opened schools, visited the sick, provided young girls with dowries, supported widows, adopted orphans. He was, as it were, the protector of the region. He refused the cross of the Legion of Honor, he was appointed mayor. A freed convict knew the secret of some sentence this man had once served. He denounced him and had him arrested, and took advantage of this arrest to come to Paris and, using a false signature, to have the Laffitte banking house, I have it from the cashier himself, hand over to him the sum of more than 500,000 francs that belonged to Monsieur Madeleine. This ex-convict who robbed Monsieur Madeleine was Jean Valjean. As for the other crime, you can't tell me anything about that, either, that I don't already know. Jean Valjean killed the policeman Javert. He shot him with a pistol. I, who am speaking to you now, was there at the time." Thénardier gave Marius the lordly look of a defeated man who once more has victory in his grasp, and who has just regained in a moment all the ground he had lost. But the smile returned instantly. In triumph over his superior the inferior must cajole. Thénardier contented himself with saying to Marius, "Monsieur le Baron, we're on the wrong track." And he emphasized this statement with an expressive whirl of his watch charms.